Chapter 1602. Clang. After the clash, the two of them both retreated several steps. Zichen was very surprised that the other party had such great strength, and this alien was even more surprised. Since when could a weak human be able to compete with the strong physical bodies of the beasts? However, after the two of them stabilized themselves, they charged at each other again. Switching the spear to his left hand, Zichen quickly stabbed out. At the same time, he drew his sword with his right hand, and a bright light flashed. The outsider roared. His feet left the ground, and he spun in the air, dodging Zichen's attack. At the same time, the spikes on the back of his hand clashed with the spear as he spun. After missing, Zichen sheathed his sword and raised his spear, smashing it towards the outsider's head. Bang! The outsider's feet dug deep into the ground. His legs bent, and the spikes on the back of his hand crossed, blocking Zichen's attack. Zichen was very experienced in battle, and each of his attacks was fatal. The Dax Beast's reaction was also very fast. Not only did he block Zichen's attack, he even counterattacked. The two of them exchanged blows, and the sound of clanging filled the air. This was probably the first time Zichen had fought with someone of the same level for so long. The strange being exerted force on both of his feet. His body tilted slightly as he crossed his arms. His whole body started to spin at an extreme speed. 10 sharp thorns drew perfect circles in the air, tearing the air apart like a high-speed drill that was rushing towards Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen could only retreat again and again. The spear in his hand seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't use his full strength. Bang! Zichen shouted, and a powerful force surged from his spear. After using up 10% of his strength, he finally stopped the outsider's attack. Then, Zichen's spear stabbed towards the outsider's chest like a poisonous dragon. Clang! The thorns on the back of the opponent's hand blocked Zichen's attack, and he borrowed the force to retreat. His steps were light, but just as his feet touched the ground, a loud rumble came from the ground. He once again shot straight towards Zichen, the thorns on the back of his hand spinning like a top. This move made it very difficult for Zichen to deal with. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and gripped the spear tightly with one hand. Light flashed on his feet as he started to run in circles with extreme speed. The long spear drew a flat circle in response to the attacks coming from the opposite side. During this time, the long spear and the sharp thorns constantly collided, erupting into sonorous sounds. It was obvious that Zichen, who was spinning in place, was faster than his opponent. Just as his opponent's attack slowed down, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. His right hand, which had been gripping the hilt of his saber all this time, instantly pulled out his saber. A flash of saber light drew an arc in the air and slashed at the alien. Bang! The alien flew backwards, a deep wound appearing on his chest. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. The sharpness of the black saber was far beyond the alien's imagination. He looked at the black saber that had returned to its scabbard with deep fear in his eyes. Zichen was panting heavily. The alien was indeed difficult to deal with. The two of them were at the same level, but they were evenly matched. However, the battle had already begun. After expending so much energy to wound the alien, Zichen would not let him go no matter what. He shook the spear in his hand and charged forward again. Bang! 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 This time, Zichen continued to use the collapse word formula. He did not care about the consumption of energy at all. In the beginning, facing the powerful Zichen, the alien could still block and retreat while maintaining a stable center of gravity. However, as Zichen's attacks became more and more powerful, the retreating alien's center of gravity gradually became unstable. Swoosh! Zichen activated the 9 Deaths Thunder to the limit and instantly swept in front of the unsteady alien. Under the alien's shocked expression, Zichen pulled out his saber. He beheaded the alien. A leopard head flew high into the air. The headless corpse spurted blood and splashed Zichen all over. The black saber's sharpness did not disappoint Zichen. Phew! Zichen exhaled heavily. In a spurt of energy, he had almost exhausted all the energy in his body. The battle had been going on for too long, and he could not stay here for too long. Zichen cut open the alien's chest as fast as he could and dug out the alien's heart. The alien was already dead, but the heart was still beating vigorously. This was the source of the alien's strength, and its value far exceeded that of a human's Niden. As for the beating heart in Zichen's hand, it was worth about 20 to 50 spirit crystals. It was said that the alien's heart contained fragments of the laws that the alien had comprehended. If a human refined it, they might be able to comprehend those laws. When the alien died, the stab in his back disappeared. This was a special ability of the alien. Humans had not found a corresponding method to deal with it. Zichun took out a few things from his storage bag and forcefully put the alien's heart inside. Then he carried a full bag and a thick layer of fur as he sped back home. During this time, Zichun was still refining spirit crystals. He had gained quite a bit this time, and his bag was now full. There was no point in staying any longer. Not long after Zichun left, another beast appeared. When he saw the corpse on the ground, his expression changed greatly. Whis is dead, and he was killed by a human. The beast's face was filled with disbelief. One had to know that dozens of humans had died at Whis' hands, and there was no lack of late-stage 7th-tier existences among them. Anyone who came to the Dax Plains alone wasn't considered a powerhouse among humans. Their strength was at most in the late 7th stage. Even if Whis couldn't win against such existences, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Whis often hunted in the outskirts. This time, he had discovered the aura left behind by a human. They had followed him all the way here, accurately determining the direction of the human and preparing to pincer the human. According to the traces of battle, they judged that the human's battle strength was not strong. Looking at his dissection skills, he could even be considered a rookie. Either one of them would be able to kill such a person. But now, the one who had died was actually Whis. This alien, who was also from the leopard race, couldn't help but have a trace of fear on his face. He looked around, and after not finding any traces of humans, he hugged Whis' body and headed deeper into the Dax Plains. On the way back, Zichun was still very careful. He hurried during the day and hid during the night. After leaving the Dax Plains, he directly increased his speed. He did not care about the consumption of energy at all, flying towards Imperial Sky City with all his might. During this time, who knew how many people did not make it to Imperial Sky City alive after obtaining a great harvest? When they were still a few miles away from the Royal Sky City, Zichun discovered traces of humans. These humans weren't strong, at most at the mid-phase of the 7th level. They didn't have any confidence in killing the other races, hence, they started to target the humans, especially those who were returning from a rewarding journey. When these people saw Zichun from afar, they couldn't help but be surprised. When Zichun left, they already knew, but at that time, Eski and the other two had already followed him. Now that they saw him return alone, they thought about how long Eski and the other two had been missing and guessed the answer. Especially when they saw the weapon that belonged to Eski on Zichun's back, their expressions became very serious. However, Zichun's harvest was not small. Just the pelts and the bag filled with cloth were worth a rough estimate of several tins of spirit crystals. This kind of wealth was enough for them to enjoy for a period of time. Therefore, they were not afraid of Zichun and slowly approached him. Zichun, who was flying at high speed, slowly came to a stop. The thick pelts on his spear were tied tightly behind his back. He held the spear in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He looked at these people indifferently, and at the same time, he was silently calculating in his heart. There were a total of 11 people, and they belonged to 4 different factions. Their teamwork was not very good. While moving, Zichun had already found many loopholes and could guarantee a one-hit kill. However, with so many things on his body, it would greatly affect his speed. If he put down his things to fight, they would undoubtedly be snatched away. Without these things, Zichun could guarantee that these 11 people would slowly exhaust them to death. However, Zichun didn't dare to guarantee that they wouldn't take the things and run away after putting them down. As long as they were within 1,000 meters of Imperial Sky City, no one would be able to make a move, even if those things originally belonged to Zichun. Although the most valuable things were placed in his interspatial pouch, the things he had on him were equivalent to several days of harvest. To a poor person like Zichun, giving up a few days of harvest was equivalent to asking for his life. Therefore, he decided to risk it all. If he really couldn't do it, he would increase his speed and escape. The 11 people spread out, keeping a certain distance from each other. They had sinister smiles on their faces as they slowly approached Zichun. Scram! Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out from behind Zichun, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Of course, this included Zichun. He actually didn't notice that there was an additional person behind him. If the other party suddenly attacked him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body, but Zichun's body was tensed up, and he couldn't even turn around. He could feel a torrential, baleful aura behind him. Although this baleful aura wasn't as dense as Longfei's, it was definitely much stronger than Zichun's. Lord Wharton. It's Lord Wharton. The 11 people raised their heads and saw a bald, muscular man. The muscular man was bare-chested, and his bulging muscles were clearly filled with powerful strength. Wharton, a late-stage 7th-level expert. It was rumored that he was the most likely expert to be ranked on the 7th-level weapon rankings in the past 1,000 years. The dense, baleful aura swept out, and the 11 people retreated, their faces filled with fear. "You blood-sucking scum! Scram!" Wharton roared again, and these people turned around and ran. Wharton came to the front of Zichun, but Zichun still didn't move, and his spirit was completely tensed up. "Little guy, you must be new here. Not bad, but remember, save some strength to deal with these scum when you come back. Your enemy is not only the alien race, but also those scum and vermin," the bald, muscular man said casually. Zichun turned around and looked at him, and a trace of gratitude immediately appeared on his face. "Thank you for your help, Lord. Just call me Wharton. Only in the eyes of those scum, I am a lord." Zichun smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Wharton." Wharton nodded and stepped forward, but he intentionally slowed down his pace. Zichun smiled gratefully and quickly followed. With Wharton accompanying him, naturally, no one dared to have any ideas about Zichun. After successfully entering the city, Zichun walked toward Schenker's restaurant, and surprisingly, Wharton took the same path as Zichun. Chapter 1603. "Hey, old man," Wharton shouted as soon as he entered Schenker's restaurant. "Oh, it's Wharton. You're not dead yet," Schenker said with a smile. "I won't die even if you die. Tidy up the things for me." As he spoke, Wharton took out a storage pouch from his bosom and tipped it over the counter with the opening facing down. Zichun, who was following closely behind, saw Wharton pour out hearts that were beating vigorously. Those hearts were surging with a powerful aura and floating in the air, giving off a shocking visual effect. This is a good harvest, but if you want to squeeze into the top 100, you still need to work hard. Seeing so many alien hearts, Schenker did not show too much surprise. When Schenker saw Zichun behind Wharton, he put those things aside and said he would take care of them. Then, his eyes fell on Zichun and he said with a smile, "Little Zichun, welcome back alive. Show me what surprise you brought me this time." Zichun was a little embarrassed. The old man was not surprised to see so many alien hearts. What good thing could he bring out to surprise the old man? Wharton turned around and saw Zichun. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He turned to the old man and asked, "You know him? He is also a customer here." Schenker said proudly, "Of course. Zichun is my friend, an old friend. Come, little Zichun, show old friend Schenker your harvest." Wharton looked at Zichun with a meaningful gaze. Those who could be recognized by old Schenker were not ordinary people. It was said that old Schenker saw Longfei's potential at first glance, and Longfei became the first person to do so in 10,000 years. Looking at old man Schenker's slightly expectant expression, Zichun could only brace himself and step forward. He first put the fur on the counter, then opened the bag and took out the animal bones inside. However, the total value of these two things was only dozens of spirit crystals. They were not even comparable to the inferior alien heart next to them. Seeing that Zichun only took out these two things, Wharton's expression changed. Old man Schenker looked at Zichun with a smile. To be precise, he was staring at Zichun's bosom. He smiled but did not say anything. Obviously, the old man was waiting for Zichun to take out the things in the storage bag. Zichun did not know when he was exposed, but since the old man had already guessed it, he did not pretend to be pretentious. He took out the storage bag from his bosom and began to empty it. Many hearts fell out. However, there was one heart that was emitting an intense fluctuation that was extremely eye-catching. The power that was emitted from the beating heart caused even Wharton's heart to tighten slightly, while his pupils involuntarily shrunk. The old man looked at the heart and nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Wharton, whose expression had changed, and said, "He is much stronger than before. This is his first time out hunting. What was it like when you first came back?" The old man's indifferent tone made Wharton unable to say anything. Thinking back to his first time out hunting, it was simply too horrible to look at. If it wasn't for his good luck, there would be no Wharton in the battlefield of despair. Zichen scratched his head and said, "It's not that big of a deal. I only killed an alien, and it wasn't an easy victory. I used up all my energy in that battle, and I was almost injured." Wharton's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to the side. This was too much of a blow. The old man chuckled and said, "But it's worth it to exchange your strength for 500 spirit crystals." "What? 500? When Zichen heard that, his eyes immediately widened and his face was filled with disbelief. The old man looked at Wharton, who had an awkward expression on his face. The latter harumphed and said in an exasperated tone, "This heart is different from the hearts of normal Daxus beasts. If you look closely, you'll notice that there are occasional flashes of golden light. This means that the other party is a Daxus royal. In terms of strength, it should be equivalent to a mid-7th tier human." As expected, Zichen saw the golden light. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "So that's how it is. I thought all the strange races were so hard to kill. But that's good. Every time I go out, I can find one and I'll make a fortune." Wharton was shocked. Although his gains this time were much greater than Zichen's, and the value was many times that of Zichen's, this was only Zichen's first time out hunting, while Wharton had increased his cultivation by 2 stages. The old man began to count Zichen's other gains, his left hand writing down numbers on the abacus. After a while, the old man said, "This heart is worth 500 spirit crystals, and the others add up to a total of 163 spirit crystals. I'll give you 170 spirit crystals. If you don't need anything else, I'll give you the spirit crystals now." Compared to Zichen's previous calculation of 1 or 2 spirit crystals, 670 spirit crystals was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Zichen looked at the small shop and asked, "Can I buy anything here?" The old man smiled confidently and said, "If you can pay the price, I can even open a domain for you." "It's true." Zichen was shocked. The old man smiled but did not say anything. Even if it was true, the price must be great, and Zichen only had 670 spirit crystals now. Zichen thought seriously and said, "I need a pair of boots with a speed effect. The quality must be high, but I can only pay you 500 spirit crystals first. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it next time." Wharton's mouth twitched. He had never seen the old man on credit before. But in the next moment, Wharton's eyes widened, and he looked at the old man in disbelief. The old man nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, there are 170 spirit crystals left. 3 healing pills and 10 packs of healing powder. Healing pills are 10 spirit crystals each, and healing powder is 2 per pack. There are 120 spirit crystals left." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "Little Zichen, I suggest you exchange for some law crystals. After all, only by becoming stronger can you live better." Zichen shook his head and said, "Law crystals are too precious. I don't know how many I need to grasp them. I haven't considered it yet. The most common law crystals cost 100 spirit crystals. For example, Zichen might not be able to grasp a single law crystal even if he refined 10 of them. Rather than that, it was better to exchange for equipment first." The old man smiled and said, "It seems you're confident in your battle strength." Next, Zichen asked for some food and water that were not very valuable. These things were extra gifts from the old man. After the old man said that he would give them to him tomorrow afternoon, Zichen walked out. In the outskirts of the Dax Plains, there are 2 royal families who often hunt there. One is Weiss, and the other is Vera. Wharton's voice came from the general store. Zichen nodded and smiled gratefully. Seeing Zichen leave, Wharton looked at the old man in disbelief and said, Old man, are you crazy? You actually let someone else take credit. He's not someone else. He's my friend. I'm never stingy with my friends, the old man said righteously. Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know your character? Tell me the reason. He had been friends with the old man for many years, so he was very familiar with the old man. He was definitely someone who would not act unless he saw a rabbit. Because of his storage pouch, Old Man Schenker said. Just because of a storage pouch? Then I have one too. Can you do me a favor and give me some credit? Wharton rolled his eyes. His storage pouch was brought in from the outside, the old man said again. So what? Wait, what did you say? His storage pouch came from the outside. Wharton was shocked and asked, since when did the outside world have storage pouches? And they can be brought here? The old man curled his lips and said, You're too weak. Wait until you successfully enter the top 100 of the soldier rankings. Saying that, the old man put away Wharton's gains and threw him a red crystal. After so many things, he only got one crystal. However, Wharton was still pleasantly surprised. Looking at the empty doorway, the old man smiled. Zichen thought that getting a storage pouch, 5 spirit crystals, and the 3 weapons that Ming Shi had commented on was nothing. However, he did not know that in the battlefield of despair, where one had to pay a price to get something, Zichen had already gained a huge advantage. And this advantage was that he had used up all of Tang Nua's contributions in the battlefield of despair. As for Tang Nua, he was the number 1 person before Long Fei. After Tang Nua left, Long Fei became the number 1 person. Now that Long Fei had left, it was unknown when the next number 1 person would appear. Zichen's starting point was much higher than the others. It should be known that the others came empty-handed and could not even bring weapons with them. After Zichen entered the city, Schenker sensed the storage pouch on Zichen's body. It was because he was the one who refined it. In the entire battlefield of despair, he was the only one who could refine storage pouches. As for the 1-meter-long storage bags, he had only refined less than 5 of them over the years. One of them belonged to Tang Nua, who had left, and the other was with Long Fei, who had left. As for the first few, Schenker had forgotten about them due to the passage of time. After returning to his room, Zichen first took a comfortable bath, then sat down cross-legged and began to think about the various things that had happened in the Dax Plains. He accurately calculated the timing of his attack and his gains and losses. The spinning technique that he had used in the battle against the alien race had actually been a sudden idea. During this time, Zichen inadvertently sensed his domain world. He discovered that in a short month, his domain world had actually expanded by 10 meters. It had to be known that the entire Great World had expanded by 10 meters. Without refining anything else, his Great World could still expand by 10 meters. This made Zichen feel that it was extremely inconceivable. As Zichen carefully sensed, he discovered that apart from the Void Tree, there was also a special type of energy that had been injected into his Great World. This type of energy was not any weaker than the energy fragments. There was no need to refine it at all to fill up Zichen's Great World. However, there was still a long way to go before he could make a breakthrough. In the evening, Zichen returned to Schenker's store. When the old man saw Zichen, he took out a pair of dark black boots and the other things that Zichen had requested. Chapter 1604. What? An extra 1,000? Hearing this number, Zichen was clearly shocked. The old man glanced at Zichen and said, Of course. Every 1% increase in speed will increase the price by several times. I'll give you 1,500, and this is still considered a friendly price. Let me try it on first. Zichen took the boots. The dark black boots were not ostentatious, and the light around them was restrained. Zichen was still very satisfied with the appearance. After putting on the boots, Zichen sensed a strange power from them, and his steps became lighter as he walked. As long as Zichen used extreme speed, there would be a speed increase. However, when the number of the increase was clearly transmitted to Zichen's mind, Zichen found that it was not as magical as the old man said. Zichen shook his head and said, The speed increase is barely 10%. It's the lowest level of special effects, and it's not worth 1,500. Is it really only 10%? The old man stared at Zichen, clearly shocked. Barely 10%. Zichen emphasized. The old man's expression changed a few times, and then he laughed loudly and said, "Good boy. I'll take it as a loss. In that case, this thing is only worth 500. Then I'll give you 500. Zichun felt that he had misjudged the price. He said, "When I come back, I'll give you another 500. I think it's barely worth 1,000 spirit crystals." The old man waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and get lost. Remember your promise." When this old man gets old, I hate people who don't keep their promises the most. Zichun bowed to the old man, put away the pills, carried the bag, and left with the weapons. 10%? Just what kind of speed is it? It actually suppressed an additional 5%? Zichun didn't know that the boot's true speed boost was 25% in the early 7th step. Considering Zichun's uniqueness, he had directly said 15%. He didn't expect that he had still underestimated Zichun, barely reaching 10%. One had to know that although the percentage of a weapon with special effects was fixed, it was not effective on everyone. For example, this pair of boots could definitely increase one's speed by 25% in the early stage of the 7th stage. However, if one was in the middle stage of the 7th stage or in the late stage of the 7th stage, the speed bonus would gradually decrease. If it was used by ninefold, it would just be an ordinary pair of boots without any enhancement. After leaving Imperial Heaven City, Zichun once again headed towards the Dax Plains. This time, he had more than 100 spirit crystals and some healing pills. Zichun was prepared to go deeper and hunt the true foreign races, not the Dax beasts. After leaving the city, Zichun intentionally sped up. This made the people behind him who had bad intentions extremely depressed. If they continued chasing, they would reach the Dax Plains. They had heard that the Dax Plains had not been peaceful recently, so they didn't dare to go deeper. They could only curse and leave. As long as this brat was lucky enough to not die in the Dax Plains, they would kill him on the way back. Just as Zichun entered the Dax Plains and saw the first foreign race, the inn in the Imperial Heaven region was already filled with cultivators who were preparing to enter the battlefield of despair. These people had all arrived in the short span of a month. Most of them were in the 7th stage, and there were only a few in the 8th stage. They were a little anxious from waiting, but Mengshi had no intention of activating the teleportation formation. When they were truly pushed to the edge, Mengshi would say indifferently, "What? You scum who only know how to eat and wait for death. Are you all in a hurry to enter the battlefield of despair to die? Isn't it good to eat, drink, and live here for free?" Some of the desperados and true scum smiled bitterly when they heard this. They were not in a hurry to enter the battlefield of despair. They were even willing to not enter the battlefield of despair for the rest of their lives. However, there were still some people whose faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were not scum or desperados. Just like this, time and time again, everyone finally lost their patience. Logically speaking, it was already past the time to activate the teleportation formation. However, Mengshi said that it was not time yet. As for what time it was, only Mengshi knew. The battlefield of despair was not under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Heaven region. Even if the region lord wanted to activate it, he could not do so unless he had the War Marshal region token. However, the War Marshal region token was only available to one person. Mengshi calmly acted like a losing shopkeeper. Finally, someone could not wait any longer and came up to pay a visit. It was a 9th stage domain realm cultivator. After signing up, he gently placed an inconspicuous black stone on the counter. When the indifferent Mengshi saw the black stone, his eyes suddenly lit up. He could no longer move half a step away. His skeletal hand immediately landed on the black stone. Just as Mengshi was about to take the black stone away, another large hand pressed down on his hand. The 9th stage domain realm cultivator smiled. "My lord has another request." "What is it?" Mengshi only had eyes for the black stone. "My lord said that the teleportation formation has a memory function. It can remember the location of the person who was teleported the last time it was activated." "That's right. It does have such a function." Mengshi nodded. "My lord wants to trouble you to teleport them there. If you can do it, this item will be yours." Mengshi abruptly withdrew his hand. The 9th stage domain realm cultivator's heart sank. However, when he felt that the black stone below him had disappeared, a smile appeared on his face again. Mingxi looked at the ninth stage domain realm cultivator and said, "Go back and tell your lord that if something like this happens again, he can come and find me. The conditions are negotiable." Of course, of course. The ninth stage domain realm smiled and nodded. His expression was a little hesitant. "I still have a few people here. I wonder if they can go in together? As long as it's not a region lord, I can send in as many people as you want. Even if it's a sixth-stage domain realm cultivator, it doesn't matter." Mingxi patted his chest and guaranteed. The ninth-stage domain realm cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. He then clapped his hands, and a group of 8 people walked in. As the 8 of them walked in, the temperature in the inn instantly dropped. Those thugs who were chatting all looked over. The 8 of them were all 7th-stage domain realm cultivators. However, dense killing intent surged around them. It was obvious that all of them were bloodthirsty people. Mingxi glanced at the 8 of them and shouted to the rest, "All of you scum, follow me. Next, I will throw you into the battlefield of despair." Everyone was stunned and then began to cheer. A portion of them began to reveal a ferocious look. Seems like the Wang family has put in a lot of effort for the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Mingxi's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he led the group to the teleportation location. Others might not know where Zichen was teleported to, but Mingxi knew very well that it was the Desert of Death. Although it was only the periphery of the desert, it was definitely not a place that ordinary people could successfully cross. These people followed Mingxi out. A portion of them were very smart and took out their weapons in advance. Mingxi smiled but didn't say anything. The ninth stage domain realm stood quietly in the distance and watched the group of cultivators enter the teleportation location. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and watched patiently. More than half of them were from the Wang family. Their goal was very clear, which was to take back the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. It didn't matter whether Zichen was dead or alive. Mingxi threw a token to the guard. It was something that belonged to him. The guard nodded and immediately activated the teleportation array. Then, a beam of light shot out from the token. The ninth stage domain realm knew that Mingxi was interfering with the teleportation. He couldn't help but smile. Then, everyone in the teleportation array disappeared, leaving only some weapons on the teleportation platform. The ninth stage domain realm vaguely saw a stretch of yellow sand. A stretch of yellow sand. It's not dangerous. The ninth stage domain realm shook his head and returned to report. In Wang Yuanshan's residence, the ninth stage domain realm half knelt on the ground and told him what had happened. Wang Yuanshan nodded and said, "I expected that old man to be greedy. Since it's done, we just have to wait for the results." That old man would never have thought that I only gave him a piece of material to refine an emperor weapon. However, they brought back a saint weapon for me. Even if it's a damaged saint weapon, it's definitely not comparable to a piece of material. The ninth stage domain realm half knelt on the ground and didn't say a word. "Oh right, did you see where the teleportation array was?" Wang Yuanshan suddenly asked. "It should be a stretch of yellow sand. It looks like a desert." The ninth stage domain realm lowered his head and said, "What?" Wang Yuanshan's expression changed. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. "Desert. It's a desert." The ninth stage domain realm affirmed. "Death Desert. It must be that damned Death Desert. How can we be so unlucky?" Wang Yuanshan was so angry that his expression started to distort. He, who had entered the battlefield of despair, knew very well what that desert meant. Back then, even he wasn't willing to go to that desert. That was the most dangerous place in the Sevenfold region. Even the ninth stage domain realm was in danger of dying there. Unfortunately, all of them had gone there. Arrange for another group of people to go in. Do it immediately. This time, tell the old man that it's random. Wang Yuanshan's expression turned cold. The ninth stage domain realm didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He turned and left. "Wait. After you gather everyone, come to me first." "Yes." Wang Yuanshan couldn't help but frown. "I hope that Zichen didn't die in the Death Desert. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Indeed, if Zichen had died in the Death Desert, he would have to find someone to search the desert. It would be fine if they could find the divine weapon, but if they couldn't, the price would be too great. A group of dozens of people was teleported into the desert. Then, an invincible light shield appeared on their bodies. Next, a message appeared, allowing everyone to have a brief understanding of this place. After 15 minutes, the light shield disappeared. This is the battlefield of despair? What a spacious desert! Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. But then, someone shouted because they realized that their energy was flowing away for no reason. This is the north. Go straight ahead. The cultivators who were surrounded by dense killing intent were much calmer. After sensing the north, they began to move forward. The rest of the Wang family followed. As for the others, they had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, there were dozens of people in this group. When gathered together, they formed an extremely powerful force. Behind them, the yellow sand began to slowly sink as if something was passing through the ground. If someone was in the sky of this desert at this moment, they would discover that the yellow sand in all directions with this group of people as the center began to tumble. Vaguely, there was a cold light flickering in the yellow sand. This book came from the publisher. Read the original content immediately. Chapter 1605. Hearing that these people would eventually enter the desert of death, Wang Yuanshan no longer held any hope. Although that region was within the 7th layer, even 9th layer cultivators would not be willing to go there. From the moment they entered the teleportation formation, their fates had already been sealed. And that was indeed the case. The group had only advanced a few kilometers when they encountered the first wave of attacks. Out of the group of several dozen people, a total of 10 fell to the first wave of attacks from the twin scorpions. The others were lucky and reacted quickly, instantly rising into the air. They stared at the massive twin scorpions below in shock. Each scorpion was close to 3 meters long. They looked ferocious and terrifying, and their numbers were uncountable. The 10 dead cultivators were treated as food by the scorpions, constantly gnawing away. In just a few breaths' time, not even their bones remained. Weapons from the outside world could not be used here, so everyone could only hover in the air, staring at the massive and ferocious twin scorpions below in shock. Beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Some of them were injured, and black blood flowed from their bodies. It was poisonous blood. The twin scorpions below numbered in the thousands, even in the tens of thousands. Everyone was worried about how to get past them. The energy in their bodies was still flowing away, so they could not stay here for long. They decided to quickly fly away. However, in the next moment, a few people tottered and fell from the sky. The huge scorpions swarmed over and ate them up again. These people had all been poisoned by the male scorpion and died. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They sped up and flew towards the horizon. The yellow sand churned. Female scorpions that were relatively small in size emerged from the sand. With an ear-piercing shriek, visible ripples appeared as they swept towards the sky. Pooh, pooh, pooh. This was the female scorpion's soul attack. Wherever the ripples passed, the cultivators' vision darkened, and they all fell. As soon as they landed, they were drowned by the churning yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, only 8 cultivators remained. These 8 were the Wang family's loyalists. Their soul power was relatively strong, and their battle prowess was not weak either. However, this was the desert of death. Without the support of spirit crystals, passing through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even Zichun could not do this back then, let alone 8 loyalists. The Wang family's first attack on Zichun ended with their entire army being wiped out in the desert of death. As the main target, Zichun was still killing the other races in the Dax Plains. Zichun had intended to go deeper, but as soon as he arrived at the plains, he discovered traces of the Dax race. Soon, he reaped some rewards and killed one of them. On the second day, Zichun killed another 2 non-human beings. Not all of the alien races were very powerful. As long as he didn't run into the royal family, Zichun could easily kill an alien race member of the same level. Another outsider appeared in his line of sight. It was a Dax wolf with a wolf head and a human body. As he moved forward, his nose trembled as if he was searching for something. Zichun had no intention of restraining his aura, so he was quickly discovered. A cold killing intent flashed through the alien's eyes. Human, die. Following the cold shout, the werewolf took large strides and rushed towards Zichun. A powerful aura began to surge around his body. Zichen stood still and waited for the werewolves to approach. Then, his black boots flashed with a black light, and his speed instantly increased. The charging werewolf suddenly discovered that the human in front of him had disappeared. Before he could react, a long spear flashing with cold light shot out from behind him. With great speed, it pierced through his throat and extinguished his life force. Instant kill. Zichen had used almost 20% of his energy to activate his extreme speed and attack. After skillfully cutting open the werewolf's body and taking out his beating heart, Zichen left as quickly as possible. Soon, new aliens would appear here. However, with Zichen's current cultivation, he couldn't wait for them to come and kill them as he pleased. On the third day, Zichen traveled 80 kilometers and killed 3 aliens. Killing one of them was a middle-stage, 7th-stage divine transformation realm, which consumed almost 50% of his energy. On the 4th day, he was besieged by 3 non-humankind beings. After a bloody battle, the 3 non-humankind beings were all killed. Zichen's body was covered with dozens of wounds, big and small. He had wasted 2 packs of wound-healing powder. On the 5th day, Zichen discovered a large number of aliens. He spent the entire day recuperating and didn't appear. On the 6th day, his wounds were completely healed. Zichen began to hunt aliens again. This day, he had a bountiful harvest. He killed 5 aliens that were alone, but he was almost surrounded. Zichen's contribution points were increasing bit by bit. It was worth mentioning that whether he killed an early-stage 7th-stage divine transformation realm, middle-stage 7th-stage divine transformation realm, or even a king, his contribution points would only increase by 1 point. As if sensing that there were powerful humans in the periphery, several aliens would appear as soon as Zichen killed a lone alien. They determined Zichen's location and began to surround, block, and kill him. Zichen relied on his extreme speed to kill them again and finally escaped. These days, Zichen's harvest was rapidly increasing. However, the number of injuries he suffered was also increasing. He had used up all 10 healing elixirs and only had 1 left. He knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely attract the attention of the alien experts. Right now, it was still difficult for Zichen to face a late-stage 7th-stage divine transformation realm head-on. If he encountered a late-stage king, especially one that specialized in speed, he might be able to keep Zichen here. Without waiting for the aliens to completely lock onto his position, Zichen tactfully left the Dax Plains. Afterwards, the other humans were unlucky. They were surrounded by many aliens and suffered heavy casualties. Zichen's meter-long storage pouch contained a total of 23 alien hearts. 4 of them were at the middle-stage 7th-stage divine transformation realm. These 23 hearts were worth at least 1,000 spirit crystals for Zichen. Apart from this, Zichen could also go to the Weapons of Despair in exchange for another 200 spirit crystals. On the way back, Zichen discovered a Dax black bear. It was 3 meters tall, and its enormous body was like half a wall. The Dax black bear was one of the strongest Dax beasts. It could stand shoulder to shoulder with tigers and lions, or even surpass them. Apart from its heart, its fur, gallbladder, and paws were all good stuff. Perhaps it wasn't the strongest of the Daxus beasts, but it was definitely the most valuable of them all. On the way back, Zichen was still thinking about what to use as bait. Now that he saw the Dax black bear, Zichen knew that it would be it. When the Dax black bear saw Zichen, a savage light flashed in its eyes. It let out a hoarse roar and strode towards Zichen. It was so powerful that every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Seeing the Dax black bear approach, Zichen's energy began to surge. When the Dax black bear got close, its enormous paw smashed down towards Zichen with terrifying power. Zichen's feet tapped against the ground, and his figure leaped high into the air, dodging the black bear's attack. Then, with the black saber in his hand, Zichen descended from the sky with his head down and feet up. Pooh! The black blade pierced deeply into the Dax black bear's head and went straight to its neck. The Dax black bear, which was equivalent to a 6th-stage Dax black bear, was killed by Zichen in 1 strike. This was intentional on Zichen's part. Only by attacking like this could he maximize the Dax black bear's value. The Dax black bear opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Its eyes were filled with pain. After struggling for a while, its body fell to the ground. Looking at the dead Dax black bear, Zichun smiled lightly. He carried the Dax black bear and walked out of Imperial Sky City. When he was a few miles away from Imperial Sky City, Zichun was stopped again. When the group of 7th stage Dax black bear saw Zichun carrying it, their faces were filled with shock and then greed. This was a Dax black bear that looked perfectly fine. Not counting the meat, this Dax black bear could be exchanged for 15 to 16 spirit crystals. The meat could allow them to live comfortably for a long time. With a bang, Zichun tossed the Dax black bear aside and smiled at the greedy crowd. I still have some strength left today. If you want this Dax black bear, feel free to come at me. Not everyone was blinded by greed. There were some who narrowed their eyes when they saw the fatal injuries on the Dax black bear. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated. There was only a single wound on the Dax black bear. Clearly, it was killed in a single strike. To be able to kill the Dax black bear in a single strike, this young man was clearly an extremely powerful existence. However, the value of the Dax black bear was too high. There would definitely be some who were unwilling to retreat. Some retreated, some advanced. There were even some who rushed over after hearing the news, closing in on Zichun. Zichun placed his spear beside the corpse of the Dax black bear and removed the scabbard from his waist. His left hand grabbed the scabbard while his right hand rested on the hilt. There were a total of 36 people here. 10 of them were at the mid-phase of the 7th stage, while the rest were at the early phase. Among them, 24 of them closed in on Zichun, while the other 12 stood afar. Although they chose to spectate, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't change their minds in the next instant. Kill. The 24 people spread out and slowly closed in on Zichun. After entering the attack range, one of the mid-phase cultivators roared and charged towards Zichun first. In his hand, there was a weapon of good quality. The weapon flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Zichun's heart. Suddenly, his vision blurred and he saw the figure in front of him disappear. Immediately after, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a bright light flash past his side. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out beside him. This middle-stage, 7th-level expert felt his body fly up uncontrollably and then began to look down on the entire battlefield. What's going on? Obviously, he couldn't understand such a scene. But then, he saw a very familiar headless corpse spurting blood. There was a flash of realization in his eyes. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. With a 10% increase in speed, Zichun's speed was like a ghost in the eyes of everyone. Coupled with the sharp black saber, Zichun's combat strength increased several times. With a saber drawing technique, Zichun killed a mid-phase 7th stage cultivator. Without slowing down, he swept past the opponent and arrived in front of the second early phase 7th stage cultivator. The long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. Decapitation. Another head flew high into the air. With a flash, Zichun arrived in front of the third person like a ghost. With a raise of his saber, the head flew. Time seemed to have returned to the battlefield of the past. Zichun killed people with his saber and only decapitated them. One by one, the heads flew, leaving the headless corpses spurting blood like bloody fountains. Seeing their companions being beheaded one by one and the headless corpses spurting blood, everyone looked at the calm Zichun again as if they were looking at a demon. Chapter 1606. The guards outside Imperial Sky City were just as bored as before. They had 9th layer strength, but because of their status as guards, they didn't have the right to fight and could only guard this place. Actually, guarding this place was completely meaningless because the entire battlefield of despair had a very clear division. This was the place where 7th layer cultivators and foreign tribes battled. Although there were no restrictions on 8th or 9th layer cultivators, the two sides had already formed a tacit understanding after battling for so long. Very few people would break the rules and come here. And once a human broke the rules and used their higher cultivation to slaughter foreign races, the foreign race experts in the depths of the Dax Plains would probably come out. It was said that there was also a huge city in the depths of the Dax Plains. However, No humans could reach there because it was filled with Dax foreign race experts. The battlefield of despair was a real world, and it was as big as a world. There were many cities in it, and the Imperial Sky region only occupied 3 of them. Imperial Sky City was one of them. The guards here were very bored. Other than guarding the gate, they were evaluating the other adventurers. Occasionally, they would call out 1 or 2 scum. For example, right now, there were quite a few scum rushing out of the city and flying into the distance. I wonder which little fellow is going to be unlucky. These scum, we really need to find someone to teach them a lesson. A guard fiercely spat at the adventurers who were rushing out. This person was the guard who had appraised Zichun as alive. The scum kept leaving the city. They had been guarding this place for many years, so they naturally knew that they had found a fat sheep. There's nothing we can do about it. Not everyone came here willingly. They were forcefully sent here, so they don't have the guts to kill foreign races. If they want to live, they can only kill humans. A guard said casually. Indeed, not everyone came to the battlefield of despair willingly. Some were forced. For example, if there were too many human casualties in the battlefield of despair compared to the foreign races, then the Imperial Sky region would ask the 7 prefectures to forcefully send some people in. The 7 prefectures would then send this order to the 108 cities, and the city lords of the 108 cities would then put pressure on those families. For cultivators who pursued the path of the strong, the battlefield of despair was a place where they could become strong. But for the majority of cultivators, the battlefield of despair was an existence comparable to hell. Thus, the clans that received the order threw some of the unimportant people or people with no potential into the battlefield of despair. Just as the guards were talking about those scumbags, they suddenly saw those scumbags reappear in front of them. It's over so quickly? That fat sheep is dead, and the spoils have been distributed? The guard was startled. One must know that after the scum joined hands to kill the fat sheep, they would also kill each other for the spoils of war. If things went wrong, 1 or 2 of them would die. That's not right. Look at them. All of them look overly frightened. Could it be that they have encountered a foreign race? Another guard spoke out. Following that, the others all looked on with vigilance. The guard who spoke first said, "That's impossible. What is this place? If the alien race dares to come here, are they going to attack the city? Devil, the devil is here." From afar, the guards heard the hysterical screams. This made the guards even more puzzled. This was the battlefield of despair. So where did the demons come from? Could it be that some other outsider race had successfully opened up another tunnel and come to this place? The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to step forward and ask. At the same time, he signaled the others to be on guard. If it was really a new alien race, they definitely wouldn't care about this Imperial Sky City. Suddenly, the guard's arm was pulled. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "There's no need to go. It's a human." "A human?" The guard was startled and looked forward. Behind the group of scumbags who were fleeing in fear, a person appeared. This person was carrying a beast that was several times his size on his shoulder. The guard immediately recognized that it was the Dax black bear. A complete Dax black bear could indeed be considered a fat sheep. The person carrying the Dax black bear was a young man. The guards immediately recognized this young man as the one who carried the Dax black wolf back then. However, today, he wasn't carrying a wolf but a bear. Apart from that, his chest and back were filled with shining weapons. There were at least 10 of them. The young man carried the Dax black bear and walked over with ease. In front of the young man, the group of scumbags was crawling in panic. Even though they had already run 1,000 meters into the safe zone, they still didn't stop and continued to flee. They ran all the way to the city gates and arrived in front of the 9 layers of guards. Only then did they collapse one after another, their faces pale. After they were safe, they turned around and looked at Zichun. Their eyes were no longer filled with greed. Instead, they were filled with fear, a deep sense of fear. The guards were very surprised because they were very clear that the young man was only at the early stage of the 7th layer. However, there were dozens of scumbags, and they were all terrified to this extent. One of the guards looked at a 7th layer cultivator and asked, "What did you guys see just now?" "Demon. We saw a demon. It was too terrifying. 1 slash, 1 kill. Every move was beheading." The seventh-layer cultivator's eyes were still filled with lingering fear. Zichun walked over with the Dax black bear. There wasn't any sharp aura around him, but these adventurers who hadn't entered the city yet felt extremely oppressed. Zichun raised his head and glanced at the 12 people who were lucky enough to survive. He said indifferently, "I hope you guys can call more people over next time." Among the 12 people, there were 3 in the middle stage of the 7th layer. However, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. Zichun turned around and smiled kindly at the guards before walking into the city. It was Schenker's store again. When the old man saw Zichun carrying so many weapons, he was obviously shocked. "You want to rob people too?" The Dax black bear smashed onto the floor with a bang, causing the entire store to tremble. Zichun said while taking off his weapons, "Killing people doesn't give me any contribution points. I'm not that bored." Old Schenker glanced at the weapons and said, "It seems like you'll be safe after entering the city." "Maybe." Zichun placed dozens of weapons on the counter and said to Old Schenker, "Come, count them." The old man glanced at the weapons in disdain and said, "I'm not that bored. You went out for half a month this time. Don't tell me you only got these things." "Of course not. How can these things be enough to repay your 500 spirit crystals?" Zichun chuckled. Then, he took out his storage bag and started to pour out the items. Numerous beating hearts floated above the counter. When his gaze fell on the hearts, a satisfied smile appeared on Old Schenker's face. "Not a bad harvest. It seems like your battle prowess has increased greatly. It's all thanks to the boots of acceleration. To be able to obtain such a harvest in just half a month, it seems like you've already tried to enter the Dax plains." Zichun shook his head and said, "No, these were all killed in the periphery." "The periphery? How is that possible?" The old man looked at Zichun in astonishment. "I don't know why either." In short, the number of foreign races in the periphery suddenly increased. "In just half a month, I've used up all my things. Hurry up and help me count my gains. I want to have a good sleep," Zichun urged. The old man no longer cared about the Dax plains. After nodding, his gaze fell on the hearts. He carefully examined them one by one and finally gave a price. They were all early stage 7th layer, but the price varied from 20 to 50. The highest price the old man gave was 40, while the rest were between 25 and 35. As for the 4 mid-stage 7th layer hearts, the old man gave a price of 260, 300, 300, 300, and 300, respectively. The previous price of 500 didn't appear. Adding up everything, including the black bear and the weapons, the old man gave a total of 2,285 points. The old man generously gave Zichun 2,300 points. These things could actually be exchanged for 2,000 points. Zichun was quite surprised. After taking away the 500 he owed him, he still had 1,800 points left. "What else do you want?" the old man asked. "Inner armor." "An inner armor that can recover energy," Zichun said. The old man frowned and said, "Every inner armor is expensive, and the one that recovers energy is ridiculously expensive. Are you sure you really want it?" Zichun nodded without hesitation. "If I can recover a bit of energy, I'll have a chance to live. Here are 1,300 crystals. If it's not enough, I'll owe you first. Here are 200 spirit crystals. Give me some healing pills." The old man was surprised. "You want all of them? You don't want healing powder?" "No, healing powder's effects are too slow. In the time it takes to heal, I'll have killed quite a few outsiders. Come back tomorrow evening." Again, Zichun nodded and left. The old man began to deal with Zichun's things. The next day, Zichun successfully obtained the inner armor. Its recovery effect was only 5%, but Zichun owed the old man 1,000 spirit crystals. This inner armor was already worth 2,300, but the old man still said it was a friendly price. Zichun left that day, his destination still the Dax plains. After leaving the city, he nodded kindly at the guards, then smiled savagely at those scum. Half a month later, Zichun returned again. With the outsider's heart as bait, he killed 13 people. After resting for 2 days, Zichun set off again. When he returned for the 3rd time, he used 3 hearts as bait, but no one dared to have any ideas about Zichun. Zichun went to the Dax Plains 4 times and killed over 100 outsiders, which could be exchanged for 1,000 spirit crystals. After paying a certain price, the Wang family finally sent the second wave of cultivators into the Land of Despair. Since they appeared randomly, there was a high chance that they would reach Imperial Sky City alive. When Zichen entered the Dax Plains for the 5th time, Zichen discovered that there were even more outsiders here. He hadn't even reached the periphery, and he already found them. Therefore, Zichun didn't hold back and slaughtered them. Facing the attacks of 5 outsiders, the black saber in Zichen's hand was still sharp. After being stained with the blood of many outsiders, the black saber in Zichen's hand finally received the approval of the laws and a special effect appeared. This book is from the web. Read the original content immediately. Chapter 1607. The black blade in Zichen's hand was sharp enough that it had never disappointed Zichen. However, before this, the black blade was just an ordinary weapon. If it was given to Old Man Schenker, perhaps he would be able to get a few more spirit crystals because of its high-quality forging skills. Now, it had finally received the approval of this world's laws and awakened its first special effect, which could be considered its only special effect, sharpness. Sharpness was actually just sharpness. When Meng Shi had first seen the black blade, he had said that it was very sharp. Following the appearance of the sharpness special effect, some data appeared in Zichen's mind. Sharpness, 100% effective against early 7th-stage cultivators, 90% effective against mid-7th-stage cultivators, 60% effective against late 7th-stage cultivators, 10% effective against early 8th-stage cultivators. Normally, special effect weapons would only have a 10% effective rate against opponents of the same level, but the black blade had a 100% effective rate. Just like that, the value of the black blade had increased by a few hundred times. From the looks of it, there would probably be people willing to exchange it for a storage bag. However, Zichun clearly had no intention of exchanging it. The number of Daxus Outlanders in the periphery was increasing, to the point that Zichun didn't dare to enter the Daxus Plains. Instead, he hunted Daxus Outlanders near the plains. The Daxus Plains were very large, and other humans often came here. Besides Zichun, there were many other humans hunting Daxus Outlanders in the periphery. With the 100% sharpness buff, Zichun could behead early 7th-stage Daxus Outlanders in one strike, regardless of whether they were royal or not. Against mid-7th-stage Daxus Outlanders, the activation rate was 90%, and almost every strike was fatal. His 1-meter-long storage bag was quickly filled with hearts. Zichen's consumption wasn't that great. Now that he was going back, Zichun was somewhat unwilling. If he had a bit more storage space, he wouldn't have to go back and forth. Suddenly, a light flashed in Zichen's mind. As for the storage space, he originally had 2 things on him. One was the purple gold gourd, which had followed Zichen since the beginning of the Zheng Yuan era. It had constantly surprised Zichen. Even now, the purple gold gourd was still very useful to Zichen. Zichen also had another item that could be considered a storage space, and that was the everlasting pill cauldron. Its origin was undoubtedly more shocking than the purple gold gourd. It could be traced back to the formation of the world and the beginning of the world. Apart from that, Danding also had senior cauldron spirit. Although cauldron spirit was unable to cultivate, even Xing Daoli of the Tianwu continent admired its erudition. When he had first met Xing Daoli in the Martial Heaven continent, he had claimed to be a fake Heaven Realm expert. In order to take a step into the Heaven Realm, he had been working hard. Back then, Zichen only had a vague understanding of the Heaven Realm. He had thought that after passing the Earth Realm, he would reach the Heaven Realm. Who would have thought that there were so many Earth Realms? Even now, Zichen still didn't understand how powerful Xing Daoli's fake Heaven Realm expert was. However, he was certain that if Xing Daoli was willing, it would be extremely easy for him to slaughter all the experts in the Imperial Sky region. Back then, when he had attacked the Lightning Divine Palace, he had mobilized many fake Heaven Realm experts. Those who had fallen were undoubtedly some of the true experts. As of now, Zichen had never seen such a powerful existence in the Zhangwu continent. Other than the purple gold gourd and the everlasting pill cauldron, there was another item that was of great use to Zichen, and that was the heavenly thunderwings. After arriving in this world, Zichen immediately regretted it. If he had displayed the heavenly thunderwings in front of Ming Shi from the start, he might have been able to use them by now. Unfortunately, he had actually forgotten that the heavenly thunderwings could also be considered a weapon. Hence, after thinking about it, Zichun felt that if it was possible, he should first summon the everlasting pill cauldron. Perhaps, in this world, the combination of cauldron spirit and cauldron would be able to give Zichun quite a pleasant surprise. What had prompted Zichun to have this idea was Old Man Schenker's words. If he could pay a certain price, he could even summon a domain realm. Now that Zichun had killed close to 200 aliens, he felt that he should be able to pay a certain price. After making up his mind, Zichun decided to return, especially since his storage pouch was already full. After traveling for about 5 kilometers, Zichun saw a small alien squad. There were 5 of them, 3 of whom were in the early 7th stage, while the other 2 were in the middle 7th stage. A middle stage heart was worth at least 200 spirit crystals. If he could exterminate this squad, he would be able to earn several hundred spirit crystals. Since it was on the way, Zichun naturally had to make a move. With a flash of his body, Zichun flew towards the 5 alien races. However, after flying for a few hundred meters, his expression changed and he turned around to flee. This was because another alien had appeared in his line of sight. It was a Dax leopard man. His body was surging with the aura of the late 7th stage, and there was another middle 7th stage leopard man. It's him. He's the one who killed Whis. The middle stage leopard man pointed at Zichun as soon as he appeared. Oh no. Zichun's expression changed. He guessed that the enemy must be Vera. The 5 aliens that Zichun wanted to kill had discovered him when Zichun made his move. They were prepared for battle, but when they saw Zichun running away, they chased after him. They were guarding the perimeter, so Zichun could only run deeper. The pursuers behind them quickly caught up. Among them, 2 of them were in the middle stage of the 7th rank and were the fastest. Zichun could already hear the sound of air breaking as they approached. "Human, you can't escape," a voice sounded in Zichun's ears. The wind howled as a sharp attack came from behind Zichun. Zichun's boots flashed with a dark light. He tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. As if he had taken a direct hit, Zichun's body immediately retreated. At this moment, the middle 7th stage expert happened to see the human's back facing him. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Swoosh. But before he could attack again, the human was already in front of him. Before the human could turn around, he saw a bright light flash in front of his eyes. The special effect was as high as 90%. Zichun didn't have to worry that this attack would fail. As the alien's head flew high, Zichun pointed the long blade in his hand again. This time, he cut open the alien's chest and a beating heart appeared. At this moment, Zichun still didn't forget to take the spoils of war. It was obvious that he was a greedy person. Therefore, during this pause, the second alien came and hit Zichun with a palm. Zichun was sent flying, but when he landed again, he used the force to escape. The middle stage expert's attack hit him as if nothing had happened. A look of surprise flashed across the alien's face. Then, he roared angrily and chased after him again. And because of this pause, the late 7th stage expert also caught up. Zichun had no choice but to speed up his escape. His energy was constantly depleting. Zichun could only take out spirit crystals and refine them as he ran. Zichun, who was only in the early 7th stage, was obviously 2 stages lower than his opponent. In addition, his opponent had already been recognized by the laws of this world. Even with extreme speed, the distance between the 2 of them was shrinking bit by bit. "You can't escape." The late 7th stage expert was full of confidence. The distance between the 2 of them was getting closer and closer. Zichun gritted his teeth and suddenly activated the extreme speed of his boots. He flew forward, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 of them was pulled apart again. A look of surprise appeared in the late 7th stage expert's eyes. Then, he laughed coldly and his speed increased again. The 2 of them accelerated instantly, leaving the others far behind. Die. The late 7th stage expert finally caught up with Zichun and sent Zichun flying with a blow. Zichun staggered to his feet and was about to escape. The other party's figure flashed and was already in front of Zichun. The tall man looked down at Zichun with a sneer on his face. He raised his palm and struck at Zichun's head. A strong wind howled as powerful energy surged. Zichen's robes fluttered, and his black hair fluttered. Zichen raised his head and met the palm strike. However, the late 7th stage expert didn't see despair in the human's eyes. Instead, he saw calmness and coldness. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. When Zichen arrived in this world, his blood turned red again. This meant that his perfect body had been forcefully suppressed. At that moment, Zichen's expression was cold, as though he didn't notice the palm that was about to land on his head. Instead, he smiled at the late 7th stage expert. His smile was very ferocious. The expression of the late 7th tier outsider changed drastically. Right at this moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura of danger, and the vicious attack he was about to unleash also slowed down slightly. Then, he saw a strange weapon appear in the human's hand at some point in time. At that moment, the other party was holding the weapon and stabbing at his heart. One had to know that the heart was the source of all their power. If something happened here, death was the only outcome. However, it was too late to stop the attack. The human was risking his life. The scene that was about to happen was instantly simulated in his mind. The alien immediately had an answer. The effect of risking his life was that the human would definitely die. And if he attacked fast enough, he might not even be injured. Therefore, he increased his strength by 30% and struck at the human's head. Due to the slight pause earlier and the deliberate increase in power now, the attack speed of the foreign being had already slowed down. Although this sort of reduction in speed wasn't something that most people would pay attention to, there was still another weapon that was advancing forward, and this subtle difference immediately became apparent. The dragon spike pierced the alien's heart first. The massive amount of energy in Zichen's body flowed out like a tidal wave. The late 7th stage expert's pupils suddenly widened. 50% of his full strength attack instantly disappeared. Following that, his palm struck Zichen's head with 50% of his strength. Pong! Zichen was sent flying. However, he was still holding onto the dragon spike. On the dragon spike, there were fragments of the alien's heart. Zichen, who was sent flying 5 meters away, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious. However, he had a superior soul, so this attack wasn't fatal. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the alien, whose eyes were wide open. At this moment, the alien had already lost all signs of life. Zichen quickly cut open the alien's chest and saw the pierced heart. It was beating slowly, and every time it beat, a trace of energy would surge out. Zichen pulled out the heart, wrapped it with a bit of energy, and stored it in his storage bag. After doing all this, Zichen didn't escape. Instead, he turned around and looked at the approaching aliens. The attack just now had consumed 60% of his energy. Now that Zichen was seriously injured, he only had 30% of his energy left. Although he continued to absorb the energy from the spiritual crystals, his severe injuries had greatly affected his ability to absorb the energy. Chapter 1608. As the pursuers approached, Zichen miraculously discovered that he had recovered 40% of his strength. 40% of his strength against 5 foreign races, one of which was a royal. Although he couldn't guarantee 100% victory, there was still a slight chance of victory. Zichen didn't have any obvious injuries on his body, so when the 5 foreign races arrived and saw the scene before them, their faces were filled with shock. Zichen held the dragon piercer in his left hand and the saber in his right as he looked at the 5 foreign races quietly. Vera, who was a royal, gradually calmed down. He pointed at Zichen and said coldly, "He must be severely injured. Let's kill him together." The 5 foreign races looked at each other and didn't say anything else. They attacked Zichen together. A light flashed under Zichen's feet, and his body moved a meter away. His calm eyes suddenly shone with a cold light, like a peerless beast baring its fangs. The 5 of them couldn't help but shudder at the cold, murderous aura. Pooh! The black saber in Zichen's hand chopped off the head of the mid-stage 7th-tier cultivator, sending his head flying. It was a one-hit kill, and the price for this was that Zichen's injuries worsened. He instantly used up 10% of his energy. He retreated again and again, and couldn't help but cough up blood. 4 of the 5 were left. Their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock. When they glanced at the long saber, they were filled with fear, because that saber was simply too sharp. The four foreign races attacked carefully, but Zichun still found an opportunity to kill 3 of them. Of course, Zichun also paid a price for this. His body had 2 wounds that were completely penetrated by sharp weapons. These wounds were fatal in the eyes of others, but Zichun still didn't fall. Vera, who was a royal, looked at Zichun again, and his heart was filled with fear. If it were any other time, he would have turned and fled. But now, the human was obviously severely injured. If he didn't seize the opportunity today, he wouldn't have another chance. Let's decide life and death in one move. Zichun roared, gathered his last bit of energy, and rushed towards Vera. Vera also shouted and rushed towards Zichun. Pooh! Pooh! The sound of 2 sharp weapons piercing through flesh rang out at the same time. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and fell to the side. It looked like they were going to perish together. A light breeze blew past, and the thick smell of blood spread in all directions. Soon, the Dax beasts would smell the blood and come over to eat these corpses. However, after a full 15 minutes, Dax's beast still hadn't appeared. Instead, one of the 2 who had fallen suddenly moved. Shaking his head that was about to explode, Zichun pulled out the dragon spike from Vela's body and kicked him away. Vela's weapon was gone, and there were 3 bloody holes on Zichun's body, but they were no longer bleeding. Zichun stood up and looked at the corpse on the ground. He grinned, knowing that he had one. As expected, although he didn't have any energy left in his body, he still used the dragon spike. The price was that the dragon spike drained his life force. After taking 2 healing pills, Zichun began to collect the spoils. After about 3 minutes, Zichun quickly left. After leaving a kilometer away, Zichun dug a big hole and buried himself in it. Of course, before that, Zichun had already disguised himself. Then, Zichun fainted. Due to his severe injuries and the lack of strength in his body, Zichun, who had fainted, was hiding his aura as usual. Another 15 minutes passed, and there were still no Dax's beasts. Instead, a few beastmen came. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed. The leader of the beastmen was a mid-stage 7th-tier orc. He sharply observed the traces of battle and looked into the distance. The humans are injured, they can't have run far. Chase them. Then, he signaled for the others to scatter and chase. The injured humans couldn't have run far, but the blood on the ground had clearly congealed. The battle must have ended a long time ago. No one cared about the corpses on the ground. After half a day, a few more beastmen arrived. The leader was a powerhouse who had surpassed the 7th tier and was at the late-stage 8th tier. Logically speaking, a powerhouse like this shouldn't have appeared on the outskirts of the Dax Plains. Seeing the corpses on the ground, the other party's face was filled with anger. A suffocating murderous aura spread out, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. In an instant, the temperature dropped. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The bone-piercing killing intent caused Zichun to shiver uncontrollably before he was forcefully awakened. Then, he felt a monstrous killing intent. It was as if this killing intent had completely locked onto him. Zichun didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, he felt regret. The Vera's death must have attracted the true powerhouses of the Beastmen. If he had known this would happen, he would have run away. Immediately after, Zichun heard a cold voice. "We haven't even attacked the human city, and 3 royals have already died." Yes, 3 royals. That late-stage 7th tier was actually also a royal. Zichun was shocked. Attacking the human city? Could it be that the Beastmen were going to launch a large-scale attack? Who is it? Come out. The Beastmen's angry roar suddenly sounded out. Zichun's expression changed greatly. He couldn't have been discovered, could he? Under such circumstances, once he was discovered, Zichun would definitely die. The dense killing intent swept over, entering his bones. Zichun's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He was heavily injured and had no energy in his body at all. He was like a mortal. It was already a miracle that he hadn't died. This killing intent made him feel suffocated, and he wanted to faint. However, Zichun wasn't someone who accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die clearly. The atmosphere was extremely strange, oppressive, and tense. "Oh, you still haven't appeared. Are you waiting for me to personally drag you out?" Within the cold, killing intent, an indifferent voice sounded out. This voice seemed to ring out right next to Zichen's ear. Beside the corpse, a group of beastmen looked around warily. However, they didn't seem to have discovered anything. The 8th-tier beastman was very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "Since you don't want to appear, I'll have to force you out, you coward." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook and dust flew everywhere. A person jumped out from the ground. This person was at the late-stage 7th tier. After he appeared, he cursed, "Which little bastard killed someone here? Damn it, he actually made Grandpa a scapegoat." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 8th-tier beastman. He said, "After him." He took the lead and chased after him, leaving one of the beastmen to deal with the corpse. The other beastmen also quickly chased after him. "Damn little bastard. If Grandpa finds out, he'll definitely tear you apart." The cursing continued in the distance, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. Zichen's heart, which had been in his throat, slowly calmed down. That was close. Just now, he had thought that the other party had discovered him. Although he didn't have any energy around him, the beastmen had special methods. Perhaps they really had discovered him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Zichen couldn't help but smile bitterly. One had to know that in the outside world, he didn't even fear peak 8th-tier beastmen. In fact, he could even kill them with a single blow. However, here, he had almost lost his life just by encountering a few beastmen of the same level. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the oppressive aura appeared again. Zichen's spirit became extremely tense. Clearly, another beastman had appeared, and Zichen guessed that it was the 8th-tier beastman from before through this aura. Boom! The energy around the 8th-tier beastman surged and spread out in all directions like a tide. The place once again became filled with sand and stones, and all kinds of weeds bent and stuck to the ground. There was no response from this kind of probing. It seemed that there was indeed no one here. The 8th-tier beastman snorted coldly and left in a flash. However, the other party had returned so quickly. Zichen was worried about the unlucky guy from before. Speaking of which, the other party had gone into hiding before Zichen. It was probably because he was seriously injured and recovering. He didn't expect to be discovered. However, Zichen was now a little suspicious. Did the 8th-tier beastman really discover that there was someone here? If not, why didn't he take the initiative to attack? Not long after the 8th-tier beastman left, another beastman appeared here. However, no matter what kind of probing, Zichen wouldn't appear. Because right now, he was so seriously injured that he couldn't even recover his energy. Just like this, Zichen healed underground and recovered his energy at the same time. Time passed day by day. Zichen could hear the sound of something breaking through the air every day. Presumably, there were beastmen passing by here every day. The news he had received earlier was too important. The beastmen were actually attacking a human city. This matter needed to be reported immediately. Moreover, this was a path that the beastmen had to pass through. If Zichen delayed any longer, he was afraid that an army of beastmen would appear. At that time, Zichen wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. 7 days later, Zichen's injuries had healed by 80%, and his energy had recovered by 60%. One night, he quietly crawled out from underground and fled under the cover of night. The foreign races were going to attack the human cities, and the exotic beasts here had all been chased away. At night, the Dax plains had a rare silence. Even though he had been very careful, Zichen was still discovered. As such, he continued to fight. By the time Zichen saw the human city in the distance, his injuries had already reached a point where they couldn't be healed anymore. Looking at the wounded fiend, everyone's eyes immediately widened. They had personally experienced the other party's savagery. They really couldn't imagine what he had encountered to be injured to such an extent. Because Zichen had gone on a rampage the previous few times, everyone was already frightened. As such, when they saw that Zichen was riddled with injuries, they still didn't dare to go forward. Even if someone mustered up the courage to go forward, they would quietly retreat when the others didn't move. Zichun smoothly walked to within 1,000 meters, but he still didn't fall. This made the humans, who were still feeling somewhat regretful, let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zichun still had the strength to fight, and with that, he naturally had the strength to kill. Zichun walked step by step towards the city gates. The guards who knew of Zichun's strength also looked at Zichun in shock. Zichun didn't raise his head, continuing to walk forward step by step. In actuality, his vision was already blurry. The only thing he was holding on to was his willpower. Chapter 1609. When Zichun woke up again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, and his injuries had mostly healed. "Little guy, you're awake." As soon as he moved, Zichun heard Old Man Schenker's voice. Zichun sat up with difficulty. The bloody holes on his body had already scabbed over, but they hadn't completely healed yet. Old Man Schenker sat next to him, staring at the abacus in his hand, calculating something. "You don't have to risk your life for spirit crystals. If it weren't for me, you would have died already. See, to save you this time, I spent a total of 1,100 spirit crystals. I hope your harvest this time is enough to cover the cost." The old man raised the abacus in his hand, then looked at Zichun. "You didn't look at my storage bag?" Zichun asked curiously. Old Man Schenker curled his lips and said, "It's just a broken storage bag. What's there to look at?" Zichun took out the storage bag and threw it to the old man, saying, "Count my harvest. Later, I want to sell you a piece of information. At the same time, I want to summon something." Old Man Schenker stared deeply at Zichun, and that stare made Zichun's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the old man's attention was immediately attracted by the contents of the storage bag. The beating hearts were surging with powerful energy. Among them, there was a heart with a bloody hole that was extremely eye-catching. Another royal, and a late-stage 7th-tier one. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he exclaimed, "There's another royal. Kid, tell me, did you go deep into the Dax plane? How did you even meet a late-stage royal? We'll talk about that later. Let's count my harvest first." The old man's gaze fell on the late-stage heart again. Then he sighed and said, "What a pity. This heart should have been worth 5,000, but because it lost a lot of power, it's only worth 3,000 at most." Zichun's mouth twitched. Just one stab, and he wasted 2,000 spirit crystals. That was really extravagant, but it was still better than being killed. The spirit crystal old man quickly calculated the total. There were 7,600 spirit crystals in total. After deducting the 1,000 and 1,100 spirit crystals that he owed, Zichun still had 5,500 spirit crystals left. "The boots and inner armor are damaged. They need to be repaired," Zichun said. The old man nodded and said, "During the few days you were unconscious, you still have 4,500 left." Zichun glared at the old man. "Just the repair alone costs 1,000 spirit crystals. Why don't you just rob someone?" The old man curled his lips and said, "You call that damaged? It's almost scrapped." "All right, cut the crap. Tell me your news." The old man appeared to be impatient. "Let's talk about this later. I want to know if you have a way for me to summon other things. What do you want to summon?" "An original weapon." "It's not a weapon. It's a very special item. As long as the price is high enough, not to mention one, even 10 wouldn't be a problem." "What's the price?" The old man shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about that. Can you walk? If you can, come with me." Zichun got up, ignoring his injuries, and followed Old Man Schenker. His current combat power was less than 1/10 of what it was in the outside world. He urgently needed to improve his combat power. Summoning the Wuji Danding might bring about an unexpected effect. Old Man Schenker led Zichun to the back of the grocery store. There was a very conspicuous black wall. The old man reached out and tapped the wall from the side. A crack appeared in the wall, and then the stone walls on both sides slowly opened to both sides. A spacious room appeared in Zichun's line of sight. The room was filled with crisscrossing lights. Zichun stared at the lights in a daze. His expression gradually became solemn. He looked at the old man and asked, "These are the rules?" "Yes, the rules of this world." The old man nodded and said, "If you want something, enter it and use your perception to manifest it. Then you will know the price you have to pay." Zichen didn't delve into it. Instead, he asked in confusion, "You completely control the rules?" The old man smiled and said, "How is that possible? We discovered this place by accident. It can be considered a magical part of this world. Little guy, don't hesitate. Hurry up and summon whatever you want. However, I have to remind you that it is impossible to summon a domain world." Zichen nodded and walked towards the crisscrossing lights in front of him. After taking a step, Zichen saw that there were many marks on the ground. They were densely packed and crisscrossing in a very orderly manner. Zichen stepped forward. The many lights fell on Zichen's body. Then, a cold and dignified voice sounded in Zichen's knowledge sea. "Mortal, tell me your request." Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Mortal? Could the owner of the voice be a god? A pressure descended, suppressing Zichen so much that he couldn't breathe. Zichen's face instantly turned pale. He sensed some kind of anger from this pressure. Zichen calmed his mind and outlined the appearance of the everlasting pill cauldron in his mind. A palm-sized pill cauldron appeared in Zichen's knowledge sea. In the next moment, this pill cauldron was projected above Zichen's head. When Old Man Schenker saw the pill cauldron appear above Zichen's head, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He didn't understand why Zichen would summon a cauldron. Was he preparing to refine pills? Zichen only had a single pill cauldron on him. It had an extraordinary origin and was known as the primordial object of heaven and earth. If he wanted to summon it, he was afraid that the price he would have to pay would be too great. So, Zichen decided to use his mind's eye. He only projected the appearance of the pill cauldron but didn't outline it in detail. Moreover, he deliberately reduced the size of the pill cauldron by a lot. At this moment, the blurry pill cauldron in Old Man Schenker's eyes was simply an ordinary thing. He even felt a little pity for Zichen. If he wanted a pill cauldron, he had plenty of them here. Why go through so much trouble? The illusory pill cauldron disappeared, and the pressure that shrouded this space also disappeared. As for the light that filled the sky, it gathered together to form a shining crystal. The crystal slowly descended and landed in Zichen's hand. His face couldn't help but turn pale. "This price, isn't it a little too great?" "How is it? What price do you have to pay?" asked Old Man Schenker when he saw Zichen walk out. 1,000 alien hearts. Zichen put away the spirit crystal and smiled bitterly. "What? 1,000? The first time you summoned, and it was for a broken cauldron. You actually want 1,000 alien hearts?" Zichen nodded. Right now, he was somewhat unsure whether he had profited from his little scheme or had suffered a great loss after being discovered. Seeing Zichen's expression change, Old Man Schenker asked, "Then do you still want to summon?" "Of course." Zichen didn't hesitate. "That broken cauldron is very useful. If you want, I can give you 8 or 10 of those cauldrons for 1,000 alien hearts." The old man didn't understand. Zichen shook his head and didn't explain. "All right, let's talk about the information now." Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the old man didn't say anything else. "The alien races of the Dax Plains want to attack this city." Zichen put away his disappointment and started to talk about the important matter. "What?" The old man looked at Zichen with an expression that said, "Are you joking?" This time, I didn't go deep into the Dax Plains at all. These were all killed outside. Moreover, I risked my life and heard the alien experts say this with my own ears. Zichen looked at the old man and said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." The old man had a heavy expression on his face. "Little fellow, you mustn't joke about this matter. If what you say is true, the Royal Sky City will give you a huge merit. But if it's false, the price you have to pay for this joke is something you won't be able to bear." Zichen wasn't scared by the old man and said directly, "You can go and investigate if you want to believe it or not. In any case, I heard it with my own ears. As for whether the alien race said this intentionally or not, you don't have to worry at all. After all, I killed 2 members of their royal family. If they knew that I was there, they wouldn't make such a joke." The old man nodded and fell into deep thought. Zichen said again, "Didn't you say that there would be a reward? You can judge whether this is true or not. But before that, you can give me a big storage pouch in advance. If it's true, you can give me the storage pouch." If it's false, I'll return it to you later. Don't you have a storage pouch on you? Do you think a storage pouch of 1 square meter can hold 1,000 alien hearts? The old man couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Just for a broken cauldron, is it worth it? Zichun smiled mysteriously. Maybe he will give you a huge shock. The old man stared into Zichun's eyes. Zichun wasn't afraid at all and returned his gaze. Fine, I'll believe you this time. This is a 3-meter storage pouch. It should be enough for you to use. The old man took out a storage pouch from his robes. Zichun received it and extended his spiritual sense. Instantly, a look of joy appeared on his face. Because this 3-meter storage pouch was not only 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, it was also 3 meters tall. It was a cube. After receiving the storage pouch, Zichun asked for some pills. This time, the number of pills Zichun needed was undoubtedly a huge number. It took up almost half of the spirit crystals. Next, Zichun would use the spirit crystals to recover his energy. Didn't you say that the alien races have already gathered? Could it be that you want to go out again? I'm not that stupid. I'll heal first. After I'm healed, I'll think of a way to hunt the alien races. If the alien races really attack the city, you might be safer in the city, the old man said as he watched Zichun preparing to leave. Zichun shook his head and said, when the time comes, there will definitely be many experts in the city. So will the alien races. I don't want to be noticed and slapped to death. Zichun's battle strength was good. Once the city was attacked, it would be easy for him to kill ordinary 7th-rank aliens. However, because it was too easy, he would attract too much attention. If he was careless and was slapped to death by Juchong, he would probably be slapped to death. The old man didn't stop Zichun anymore. Instead, he said, you better keep a low profile. I recently heard that someone came here to look for Zichun. Zichun's expression changed slightly. He turned around and gave old man Schenker a grateful look. Then, he put away his long blade and dragon piercer and walked back to his residence. Before leaving, he also changed his appearance. In this place, Zichun barely knew Wharton except for old man Schenker. Now that someone was looking for him, it obviously wasn't Wharton. Chapter 16:10. Zichun's injuries were very serious and required a period of time to heal. During this period, Zichun didn't leave his room. But in this Royal Sky City where there were only 7th-level adventurers and 9th-level guards, an 8th-level cultivator suddenly appeared. The arrival of the other party was very sudden, causing everyone to be taken aback. But after hearing that the other party was here to look for someone, they didn't think too much of it. The Imperial Sky region occupied 3 cities, and these 3 cities were collectively known as Imperial Sky City. They were divided into 3 layers, representing the 3 realms. Occasionally, people from other cities would come here to look for people, but most of them were from clans that wanted to provide some help to the younger generation. This 8th-layer cultivator was here to look for Zichun, and through the scum wandering outside, he quickly found out about Zichun's whereabouts. Zichun didn't change his appearance, and with the 3 weapons, it was actually very easy to find him. The 8th-layer cultivator was very surprised that he could find Zichun. Originally, he thought that Zichun had died in the Desert of Death. But when he thought about the price he had to pay to come here, his heart couldn't help but tremble. This time, the Wong clan had made sufficient preparations. Other than the 7th-layer cultivator, they also sent the 8th-layer cultivator, a total of 5 8th-layer cultivators. And he was the only one that successfully made it here. After finding Zichun, the next step was to contact the other Wong clan members. When the second wave of Wong clan cultivators entered the battlefield of despair, there were also 7th-layer cultivators who made it here alive. But compared to the number of people who entered, it was a lot less. These people were scattered all over the city, intending to find out about Zichun's whereabouts. But Zichun seemed to have evaporated from this city. They knew that Zichun was recuperating because his injuries were too serious. Once his injuries were healed, he would definitely come out again and go out to hunt again. In the blink of an eye, Zichun had already been recuperating for 7 days. During these 7 days, Old Man Schenker had already reported the matter of the foreign invaders attacking the city. However, it didn't receive the attention it deserved, because this matter was too inconceivable. It seemed that ever since the Imperial Sky City was occupied by the human race, such a situation had never happened. However, due to Old Man Schenker's strong request, the cultivators of Imperial Sky City still sent some people to investigate the Dax Plains. Unfortunately, these people were all at Tier 7 and were unable to venture deep into the Dax Plains. Naturally, they were unable to see the foreign army. As soon as they reached the outskirts, they were discovered by the foreign army, and a battle broke out. Some of them came back alive and reported that there were indeed many foreign races in the periphery, but they didn't find any foreign race army. The higher-ups signaled for the guards to be on guard, but they didn't ask for help from the other two cities. After a while, the foreign races in the Dax Plains would appear. It was said that there were too many of them, so they needed to expend some resources. This time, they didn't mind. 10 whole days passed before Zichen's injuries were completely healed. When he walked out of the room, he had already changed his appearance. First, he went to the market and made a round. After haggling, he used 3 crystals to buy a weapon. After that, he bought some cheap food and water. Then, he took the weapon and carried a bag on his back and walked out of the city. With a 3-meter-long storage bag, Zichun could store all of his weapons inside. It was impossible for the Wang family to find Zichun through the previous information. Zichun still believed what he heard that day. The foreign races would definitely come knocking on his door. At that time, if Zichun was still in the city, even if he wasn't killed by the foreign races, he would definitely be killed by the Wang family. It was already full of danger, and Zichun didn't want to be surrounded by enemies. Leaving was Zichun's only choice. Walking out of the city, Zichun clearly discovered that the number of adventurers outside the city had increased. They were using their sharp eyes to stare at the adventurers who were leaving. Everyone's gaze swept past Zichun, who was holding a shabby weapon in the early 7th stage, and they completely lost interest in him. Faintly, Zichun heard someone muttering, "Why is that guy's injury still not healed?" Zichun headed straight for the Dax Plains. That place was very dangerous, but it had attracted many powerful adventurers. These adventurers were all experts on the same level as Wharton. Even if they discovered humans, they couldn't be bothered to attack. In their eyes, the foreign races were the most valuable. When he was a day away from the Dax Plains, Zichun suddenly changed his path. It seemed like he was going to go around the Dax Plains. Zichun's journey took an entire 5 days. He directly went around the most likely place for the foreign races to appear. If the foreign races were determined to invade the human cities, they would definitely travel in a straight line. The Dax race's forces had all gathered, but unlike the human world's armies, they didn't move in an orderly fashion. Instead, they were very lazy, moving in groups of 3 to 5, and some were even alone, moving towards the human world from a certain distance away. Early in the morning, the foreign races received the order to clear out all the humans on the outskirts. Thus, all of them moved out. Apart from this, many 9th-level experts appeared among the foreign races. They turned into streaks of light, heading towards the human cities in a straight line. From a visual estimate, there were no less than 50 9th-level experts. Moreover, there was still an endless stream of experts behind them. From the depths of the Dax Plains, they had spent a long period of time. They had purposely gathered at the outskirts and spent another period of time. However, in less than a day, they had arrived at the human cities. When the powerful auras of the foreign races appeared in the line of sight of the guards, their expressions changed drastically. Then, the alarm sounded. This city, which had been peaceful for who knew how many years, finally welcomed its first baptism of war. Although the defensive formation had been activated immediately, faced with the attacks of the foreign races, the humans began to die en masse. Before the human reinforcements could arrive, the foreign races had already broken through the city and led their army into the city. The foreign races, on the other hand, had only used a single day. Thus, the city had been conquered. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. A city had been conquered in a single day. Firstly, it was because they had been caught off guard. But more importantly, it was because this city had always abided by the rules of the battlefield of despair. There were not many 9th-level cultivators guarding this place, and there were no true powerhouses among them. Those guards were all unwilling to go out and hunt the foreign races. Although their cultivation levels seemed high, without the incisive flames of war here, their battle prowess was not high at all. Apart from this, the Dax foreign races had already prepared meticulously for a long time. They had even mobilized many of their main forces, which was why they were able to defeat the Imperial Sky City, the base of the 7th-level adventurers. As such, the human 7th-level cultivators would have to fend for themselves when they arrived here. They would not be able to provide any support. After successfully conquering this city, the foreign races did not wantonly destroy it. In truth, there were many things that they were unable to destroy. For example, the ancient city walls, the towering 7th-level military board, and the golden words on it. They did not even have the ability to destroy a small general store. It was said that this city was under the protection of the rules. Once they destroyed something that represented a special meaning, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules, and they would be punished. The rumor that the Royal Sky City originally existed was verified. This was something left behind by the original world. This was also the reason why until now, the words Royal Sky City still didn't appear on the entrance of the Royal Sky City. Zichun was not clear about the fall of the 7th-level stronghold. He just happened to go around the foreign race army and entered the depths of the Dax Plains. As if it was because they had turned out in full force, Zichun rarely encountered any Dax foreign race experts along the way. Most of them were at the 7th level. As such, Zichun began to slaughter without any hesitation. However, he was a lot more careful when he was killing. Although he did not know that the Imperial Sky City had been invaded, Zichun had a faint feeling that once the foreign races invaded, the humans who did not care much would not be able to defend against them. Thus, even if Zichun had to expend a bit of energy, he was determined not to let himself be injured. As for the energy he expended, he could slowly recover it. After all, he had spirit crystals that could recover energy, as well as inner armor that could recover energy. The foreign races had taken over the first city of the Imperial Sky region, but they were not satisfied. They quickly mobilized their army and began to move towards the second city. However, this time, the Imperial Sky region was prepared, and the foreign races were destined to return without success. The foreign races who were successfully repelled could only helplessly defend the first city. What followed was a war of attrition between the two sides. It was very difficult for the foreign races to take down the second city, but it was also extremely difficult for the human experts to reclaim the first city. As time passed, the number of humans who went out to train without any support gradually increased. At the same time, the Dax foreign race's territory also increased. This was very suitable for Zichun. Thus, he specifically targeted a few foreign races who were alone to kill. At the Desperate Soldiers ranking, which was where Zichun had first reported, there were foreign races who were paying attention to the rankings of the human adventurers. Apart from being able to see the top 100 rankings, they could also see the situation of all the 7th-level human contribution points. During the time when they had taken over the city, the foreign races had been paying attention to the rankings. Among them, there were two names that attracted the foreign race's attention. One was called Zichun, and the other was called Wharton. Wharton's contribution points had already reached 6,000. In other words, he had already killed 6,000 foreign races. Moreover, this number was increasing every day, ranging from a few to a dozen. As for that person called Zichun, he only had a few hundred contribution points. It could be seen that he was still a rookie among the humans who had just entered this world. However, his contribution points were increasing extremely quickly. Every day, he would kill at least a dozen, and on a single day, he would kill as many as 40. In other words, there were dozens of 7th-level foreign races that died at the hands of this human called Zichun every day. Unfortunately, they could only see the increase in contribution points, but not the human's position. This made the foreign races extremely angry. News of the loss of Imperial Sky City quickly spread through the mouths of the foreign races. Zichun, who had hundreds of foreign hearts in his storage pouch, naturally knew of this news. At this point, Zichun knew that there was no turning back. If the cauldron spirit he summoned didn't have the effect he had imagined, Zichun would be exhausted to death. Furthermore, because he had killed hundreds of enemies, Zichun's spirit crystals had been greatly depleted. Gradually, he began to show signs of exhaustion. Chapter 1611. A loud and joyful dragon roar reverberated through the plains, and the image of a dragon appeared on the dragon soul spear. Looking ahead, the alien that had been pierced by the spear was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the energy and vitality in his body had been sucked out. A string of information appeared in Zichen's mind. Devour. Devour the vitality, soul, and energy of all life forms. Feedback. Feedback the vitality, soul power, and spiritual power of all life forms according to your will. The minimum amount is 1%. As these two strings of information disappeared, Zichen felt a sudden surge of rich energy from the spear. This energy contained vitality, energy, and soul power, and it flowed into Zichen's body. The energy that Zichen had expended in the previous attack was instantly replenished. Feeling the replenishment of energy, Zichen was overjoyed. He wanted nothing more than to hug the dragon soul spear and give it a kiss. However, in the next moment, he let out a strange cry and looked at the alien in front of him. He saw that all the vitality in his body had been sucked out. Even his beating heart had withered and lost all its energy. Although he had recovered the energy he had expended, he had lost a heart. This price was too great. Because of the dragon roar and Zichen's strange cry, it naturally attracted the attention of the other alien races. A small group of alien races appeared in Zichen's line of sight. The leader was a mid-stage 7th-stage cultivator, and the rest were all early-stage 7th-stage cultivators. There was a total of 8 of them. This small group was preparing to head to a human city. They were attracted by the commotion just now and rushed over. When they discovered traces of humans, their eyes flashed with savagery as they flew over. Zichen put away his spear and charged towards the 8 alien races with his long saber in hand. After 8 consecutive attacks, Zichen had expended 20% of his energy and obtained 8 powerful beating hearts. After more than a month of killing, Zichen had accumulated 498 alien hearts. He originally had 499, but the dragon soul spear had wasted 1 heart. He was one step closer to summoning the cauldron with 1,000 hearts. After killing the enemy, Zichen quickly left. The dragon soul spear had awakened 2 special effects, but Zichen still didn't understand the feedback effect. He needed to understand it more. After finding a safe place, Zichen ate some cold barbecued meat and began to study the dragon soul spear. Speaking of which, for the sake of roasting meat, Zichen was almost killed by the alien races. Zichen understood the devouring soul's special effect very well. It was the devouring special effect. However, in the following feedback, there was actually a feedback based on one's thoughts, and it was at least 1%. What does this feedback mean? Zichen murmured. It is feedback according to your heart, master. A voice appeared in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Dragon soul. Upon hearing this voice, Zichen was not surprised but delighted. He could tell that this voice belonged to the dragon soul. Yes, master. The dragon soul's voice sounded again. You can actually speak? That means you've been recognized by this world, Zichen said in surprise. Yes, I can manifest a dragon shadow here, but it's only the devouring soul technique, the dragon soul explained. As for the feedback, it can be done according to my wishes, but it's at least 1%, and at most 10%. The other 90% will be refined and compressed during the devouring process. Zichen understood this point. Whether it was him or the dragon soul, the purity of energy was almost to a strict degree. This was also the reason why Zichen could only recover 30% of his strength, while others of the same level could recover 100% of their strength with a single spirit crystal. What was the feedback just now? 1%. 1% was already a lot of energy, and once the feedback was 10%, it could almost restore 100% of Zichen's strength. However, thinking about it, all the energy of a 7th-tier alien race was only enough to restore Zichen's energy once. It was really extravagant. But it had to be said that the awakening of the Dragon Soul Spear's special effect was very timely. This way, Zichen didn't have to worry about not having enough spirit crystals. Zichen's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. He already had a plan in mind, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, can the devouring soul be controlled? For example, can I keep a complete heart? It's completely controllable, master. The Dragon Soul's answer made Zichun overjoyed. This way, Zichun didn't have to worry about anything. Just like in the outside world, although he didn't have the domain realm now, he had the Dragon Soul Spear in hand, which gave him endless power. And this way, relying on the Dragon Soul Spear and the Star Illusion Dragon Spike special effect, even if Zichun encountered an 8th-tier alien race, he would have the power to fight. The battle between the humans and the aliens was still ongoing. Because as long as the humans couldn't reclaim the lost cities, the invading 7th-tier humans wouldn't have any supplies. Moreover, there were still many humans in the 7th-tier region. Without supplies, they would only die faster. Regarding this huge loss, the higher-ups in charge of Imperial Sky City would have to pay a certain price for their negligence. Time passed, and soon, another month had passed. The number of alien hearts Zichun had collected had almost reached 900, and this increase of 400 per month had completely attracted the attention of the aliens. However, no one was able to catch Zichun. Success was right in front of him, but Zichun was becoming more and more cautious. In the Dax Plains, teams of aliens appeared one after another. They were less than 1 li away from each other. This way, if there was any danger, both sides could look out for each other. Zichun hid underground and spread out his spiritual senses to observe these two teams. In order to prevent the human adventurers from attacking them, the aliens had arranged for a late-stage 7th-tier existence to be in each team. Some teams even had 8th-tier experts. Zichun had been waiting in ambush for a long time and had discovered more than 20 teams of aliens. However, he had only found an opportunity to attack once. This situation had already persisted for 3 whole days. In other words, Zichun had returned empty-handed in the past 3 days. The alien who was still checking the increase of his contribution points smiled knowingly. This guy called Zichun was finally suppressed. It had been 5 days, but his contribution points had not increased. However, before he could fully smile, he saw that Zichun's contribution points were actually increasing again. Damn it! What's going on? An angry roar rang out. After 5 days without any gains, Zichun could not wait any longer. He might as well go all out. He shot out from the ground and transformed into a ray of light, flying forward. A small team of 8 foreign beings appeared in front of them. The most powerful being in the team was a late-stage 7th-tier Ascension stage being. Aside from that, there was another small team of 8 that was led by a late-stage 7th-tier foreign being. The moment Zichun appeared, he was discovered by the 2 teams of aliens. In an instant, killing intent gathered on the plains. Zichun, who was charging forward, was getting closer and closer to the first team. However, the second team was still on the way. He instantly accelerated and rushed towards one of the early-stage 7th-tier aliens. Pooh! After killing hundreds of aliens, Zichun's control of his strength was perfect. With a slash of his blade, the alien died. At the same time, Zichun moved with extreme speed and dodged several attacks. Pooh! Pooh! During this period of time, Zichun relied on his uncanny speed to kill another 2 outsider experts. After killing the 3 outsiders, he was surrounded by 13 outsiders. Among them, there were even 2 7th-level late-stage experts. Kill. With an explosive shout, the 13 of them charged towards Zichun. Zichun's current speed was not enough to dodge all the attacks. Hence, he dodged a few fatal attacks and allowed the others to land on Zichun's body. Immediately, several wounds appeared on Zichun's body. Some were so deep that his bones could be seen. Swoosh. At the same time, Zichun counterattacked. A strong light flashed and Zichun tapped on the body of one of the aliens. At the same time, he transmitted a thought to himself. 3%, 3% was the energy that came from not devouring the heart. Not only could it replenish one's energy, the life force within could also heal Zichun's wounds. The alien's body instantly shriveled. As Zichun withdrew his spear, a pure energy entered Zichun's body. The small wounds on Zichun's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the deep wounds stopped bleeding and formed scabs. Of course, during this process, the battle continued. Zichun, who had just recovered from his injuries, would have several more wounds on his body. However, as long as Zichun struck out with his spear, it did not matter if he could kill the enemy. As long as he hit the enemy, he would be able to devour their energy. Facing such a strange attack from Zichun, the aliens were all shocked. However, with so many of them, it was impossible for them to escape. Thus, one alien after another fell in front of Zichun. Many of their bodies were completely shriveled up, leaving only their hearts intact. Zichun's black robe had no less than 30 cuts, all caused by this battle. However, under the 30 cuts, there were only 7 or 8 large wounds. There were only a few white scars on the other parts of his body. Soon, 14 of the team of 16 were killed. Only 2 of the strongest were left. Their faces were filled with shock. Not only did this human have a strange weapon, his recovery ability was also astonishing. Pooh! The long spear in Zichun's hand trembled. Because of the fear of the long spear, the strange being retreated. Zichun quickly followed up. This time, he directly pulled out the dragon spike and pierced it into the strange being's heart, ignoring defense, killing in one strike. The last alien saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. The sharp black saber turned into a ray of black light and stabbed into the back of the alien's heart. Immediately after, a surge of energy gushed out from the black saber and destroyed the alien's soul. At this point, the team of 16 was completely wiped out. Soon, the next wave of aliens would arrive. Zichun hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After taking away the 16 hearts, the new aliens had already discovered him. However, Zichun did not stay. He sped up and ran, completely disregarding the cost of his escape. This was because after months of fighting, Zichun had finally killed 1,000 aliens. This was also why Zichun, who had always been cautious, was now risking his life. Chapter 1612. Among the Dax race, there was a rumor that a human rookie who had just entered the battlefield of despair possessed great battle prowess. The 2 teams of pursuers saw Zichun from afar and began to pursue him with all their might. To be able to kill 2 teams by himself, it was clear that Zichun was the human they were talking about. As for that human, the moment they discovered him, they would kill him with all their might. The 2 teams continued to pursue him, flanking him from both sides. Apart from that, one of the Dax race members suddenly turned back to call for reinforcements. During the chase, more and more pursuers appeared behind Zichun. In response, Zichun could only flee with all his might. Now that he had enough hearts, Zichun only needed to summon the everlasting pill cauldron. As for these Dax race members, it didn't matter if he killed them or not. However, the pursuers behind had set their sights on Zichun and were determined to kill him. After fleeing for about 15 minutes, Zichun sensed a powerful aura behind him. This aura had already surpassed the 7th stage, reaching the 8th stage. Damn it! Zichun's expression changed as he cursed. He directly activated his boot's 10% speed boost and shot forward like a streak of light. At this moment, Zichun didn't care about consumption at all. Very quickly, the early and mid-stage 7th stage cultivators were left far behind. As for the late-stage 7th stage cultivators, they still hadn't given up. At the very front was an early-stage 8th stage cultivator. Zichun, who was fleeing with all his might, expended a lot of energy. During this time, he scanned his surroundings, trying to see if there were any life forms around. After flying for several kilometers, Zichun finally discovered a beast. It was a Dax black wolf. Because the Dax race wanted to attack Imperial Sky City, all the beasts in the Dax plains had been chased out. Zichun quickly shot towards the Dax black wolf. Sensing danger, the black wolf howled and turned to flee. All feedback. Zichun transmitted a thought, and the spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the black wolf's body. Zichun's body did not stop. His long spear carried the black wolf forward at an extremely fast speed. On the spear, the black wolf that was pierced through struggled madly, emitting miserable cries. But it was unable to break free from being swallowed up by the dragon's soul. Soon, it shriveled up. A dense energy entered Zichun's body through the spear, and Zichun's energy was instantly restored. Zichun didn't slow down at all as he flew. Soon, the late 7th tier outsider was left far behind. However, the early 8th tier outsider was getting closer and closer to Zichun. It was as if they were determined to kill Zichun. they would not give up at all. Just like that, the chase continued for 4 hours. During this time, Zichen had recovered his energy several times, and the outsiders were also recovering their energy. Apart from the two of them, all the other pursuers gave up. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. Both of them had expended a lot of energy. However, upon seeing that the humans were once again brimming with energy, the 8th stage being flew into a rage. Every time the humans ran out of energy, such a situation would occur. If this continued, his strength would be depleted. When that happened, he would no longer be able to catch up to the humans. In fact, after discovering how strange the humans were, he knew that it would be very difficult to catch up to them. Now, he couldn't give chase, but he also couldn't give chase. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly discovered that the humans in front of him had stopped, and their bodies were once again brimming with energy. Looking at the cold eyes of the humans, the 8th stage being suddenly had a bad feeling. However, it was clearly impossible for him to escape at this moment. He turned into a streak of light and chased after the humans. In front of him, Zichen rushed over with his spear. Since this guy was courting death, Zichen didn't mind harvesting the heart of the 8th stage being. Clang! The spear was blocked by a large saber. A powerful force surged, and Zichen was forced to retreat a few steps. The 8th stage being pushed off the ground and shot towards Zichen, slashing down with the large saber in his hand. Zichen exerted strength in his back, bending his body, and the saber almost brushed past Zichen's cheek. After dodging this attack, Zichen pulled out his saber, and a flash of saber light shot forward. Then, clanging sounds rang out continuously, and energy surged wildly in the forest. As soon as the battle began, the 8th stage being had the upper hand, and Zichen gradually realized the difference between the two. However, Zichen's calm response also caused the 8th stage being to suffer a lot. The 8th stage being was very powerful, but he had used up too much energy in the chase. After the 8th stage being was forced back by Zichen, he suddenly threw away the long saber in his hand and glared at Zichen angrily, as if saying, "You've angered me. Prepare to die." Zichen suddenly felt a life-and-death crisis in his heart. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind, and a strong wind blew in the forest, and a murderous aura surged wildly. Zichen ran even faster, and in the blink of an eye, he was 200 meters away, and then he looked back. Behind the 8th stage being, a tall beast shadow suddenly appeared. This beast shadow looked like a high-level life form launching a powerful attack. The huge beast shadow stared at Zichen with cold eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes. Zichen let out a scream and sped up to escape. Wherever he went, dark red blood flowed out. 2 bloody holes appeared on his body in an instant. The beast shadow behind him gradually disappeared. The 8th stage being, who had consumed a lot of energy, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that he escaped. The current situation was obviously not suitable for pursuit. Looking in the direction where the human fled, he turned around and left. The human could only escape to the secluded forest, and there was only death in the secluded forest. The secluded forest was very dangerous, but the periphery was relatively safer. That was Zichen's ultimate goal. The attack from the beast was very strong, and it injured Zichen. Moreover, the injury healed very slowly. The Dragon Soul Spear reflected energy several times before it gradually showed signs of improvement. Zichen went all the way to the outside of the secluded forest, and then opened up a safe area of a few hundred meters before sitting down. Next, it was time to carry out the divine summoning. During this time, for safety, Zichen used spirit crystals to recover his energy to peak condition, and his injuries were also completely healed. He took out the blood-colored crystal. This was a one-time use item. As long as Zichen gathered the hearts of the outsiders, he could crush it. Zichen opened his storage bag and poured out the hearts. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found a total of 1,000 hearts. Now, Zichen only had 4 left in his storage bag. After thinking about it, Zichen kept 4 late-stage 7th-stage hearts. In just a few months, he had gathered 1,000 hearts. One had to admit that Zichen's killing speed was very fast. Of course, the continuous appearance of the outsiders in the periphery was also a very important reason. 1,000 hearts floated in the air, flashing with light and beating irregularly. It looked very shocking. Waves of power spread out in all directions, causing some strange sounds to ring out. Within the secluded forest, many small trees swayed as if they had been awakened by some kind of energy. They were very happy and stretched out their branches towards Zichan. At the same time, some beasts appeared in the distance. They greedily looked at the beating hearts. Even if they could devour one, their strength would greatly increase. Those beating hearts were the most fatal temptation to them. However, beside the temptation, there was also a thick, baleful aura. This was the reason why they did not move forward. For a short period of time, Zichan could still control the situation. However, as time passed, even more powerful existences would arrive, and Zichan did not have much time left. Zichan immediately crushed the blood-colored crystal. After it exploded, rays of light shot out. These were all law rays, and they were like a large net that fell on those beating hearts. Then, the law rays began to spin, and a black hole appeared in the center. The hearts were swallowed by the black hole. The branches of those small trees did not extend indefinitely. They stopped when they were 100 meters away from Zichan. Their branches constantly trembled and slapped the ground, making strange sounds. They were anxious and unwilling. The other outsiders slowly moved forward, the greed in their eyes growing stronger. Their remaining reason seemed to be on the verge of disappearing. Zichan stood with the spear in his hand, and the spear in his hand pierced straight towards the sky. A loud dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon shadow appeared. The dragon's power spread out in all directions. The outsiders' hearts trembled, and their eyes that had gradually lost their reason were filled with fear once more. Some even directly knelt on the ground, not daring to move forward. The black hole grew larger and larger, and it swallowed faster and faster. Finally, the 1,000 hearts disappeared. Zichan's expression became nervous. He could not help but feel worried. What if the other party took the item and did not do anything? Or perhaps Pill Cauldron was not recognized by this world's laws. Just as Zichan was extremely nervous, the law rays closed again and entered Zichan's glabella. In an instant, Zichan clearly felt that his consciousness was connected to the everlasting Pill Cauldron. His face immediately filled with joy. Summon the everlasting Pill Cauldron. Zichan did not hesitate. With a thought, the everlasting Pill Cauldron appeared. This was a small cauldron the size of a palm. It looked simple and unadorned. There were many carvings of beasts around it, but they looked very blurry. However, such an ordinary-looking cauldron consumed 1,000 non-humankind hearts. When the everlasting Pill Cauldron appeared, Zichan clearly felt the world tremble. Then, a wave of law energy fell from the sky. Zichan could also feel endless anger from this energy. Bang! The energy fell, and Zichan was instantly sent flying. The everlasting Pill Cauldron appeared according to Zichan's thoughts. It was very ordinary and very dim. Even the carvings of beasts were not clear. But as soon as it appeared, the laws detected it. Then, they expressed their anger to Zichan. The moment Zichan was sent flying, the everlasting Pill Cauldron suddenly shook. Then, it burst out with a dazzling brilliance. With the everlasting Pill Cauldron as the center, the world's energy instantly became violent. Many forces surged, and even the space began to distort. A powerful suction force came from the Pill Cauldron, and the surrounding world's spirit energy was crazily swallowed by the Pill Cauldron. Then, the dim beast carvings around the Pill Cauldron gradually became clear. Roars of beasts came from the walls of the Pill Cauldron, one after another. The beast carvings became very clear and lifelike, as if they were all about to come to life. Zichan, who was sent flying, looked at this scene in a daze. He could not suppress the joy on his face. After causing such a big commotion, the Pill Cauldron should not be ordinary. Chapter 16:13. The everlasting Pill Cauldron was still absorbing energy. Space twisted crazily, and the entire world changed color. The Pill Cauldron that came to this world was no longer simple and unadorned. It was no longer as low-key as before. Instead, it was extremely ostentatious, overbearing, and surging with boundless power. The pill cauldron trembled, causing the entire space to tremble as well. Boundless power spread out in all directions. The strange beasts that were attracted by the alien's heart were terrified. They fled in all directions. As for the small trees in the forest, they screamed in horror and quickly collected their branches. Around the pill cauldron, powerful and terrifying energy surged. But a white-robed old man stood in the middle of the surging energy, laughing heartily. The violent energy couldn't touch him at all. Seeing the power of the pill cauldron, Zichen quietly hid in a corner and laughed foolishly. Wong. The world shook as the power of rules appeared out of nowhere. They came from several directions, streaking across the sky and converging in the air, forming a large net of rules that spun towards the pill cauldron below. The white-robed old man looked up and saw this scene. He smiled faintly and said, "It's too late to seal it now." As soon as he finished speaking, the pill cauldron shook. The beast carvings on the walls seemed to come alive. All kinds of dragon roars and phoenix cries resounded. Ferocious auras were emitted. It was as if ancient beasts had appeared out of nowhere, roaring towards the large net of rules in the sky. As the world's rules, as the strongest existence in this world, even if they didn't have a flexible mind, they were still enraged. The power of space between heaven and earth began to distort crazily. More power of rules appeared, fusing with each other, forming an even larger net that fell towards the pill cauldron. The terrifying pressure of rules was like the heavens pressing down. Roar! The ferocious ancient beasts roared. The illusory figures gradually solidified, as if real ancient beasts had awakened. They all soared into the sky and rushed towards the net of rules. Boom! A loud tremor resounded through the world. The falling net of rules paused for a moment. Boom! Boom! More tremors sounded. The entire sky was trembling. Many ancient beasts dissipated in the air, destroyed by the rules. But the entire net of rules became unstable and finally exploded with a loud bang. Due to the shattering of the laws between heaven and earth, a strange power spread out. This power spread out in all directions and was sensed by a few experts. Unfortunately, by the time they began to pay attention to all of this, everything had disappeared without a trace. The violent energy between heaven and earth disappeared, and the cauldron floated in the air. It once again became simple, majestic, and natural. The carvings of the beasts on the walls were so clear, so mighty, and so ferocious. The white-robed old man was still as spotless as before. He turned around and smiled at Zichun. "Senior," Zichun called out in surprise. Cauldron Spirit nodded and said, "Zichun, you have come to a good place." Zichun was stunned when he heard this. "Good place?" Cauldron Spirit smilingly replied, "A really good place." Zichun smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe this place is really good, but it has different rules from our world." Cauldron Spirit looked at Zichun and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. Your achievements and potential in the Zhanwu continent have nearly reached their limits. But here, with the suppression of the rules, you will be able to unleash even greater potential." Greater potential? Zichun was puzzled. "When I was in your world, I tried to analyze the rules of power in this world and gain some insights. Speaking of which, I'm quite surprised that you were able to summon me here. Try to feel the rules here and try to integrate them into your body. Your power will grow once again." Zichun was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He finally understood why Cauldron Spirit was able to understand his intentions and appeared in such a low-key manner just by rapidly transmitting his spiritual thought. But even so, Zichun had to bear the wrath of the rules. If Cauldron Spirit had not appeared in such a low-key manner, Zichun's punishment would have been even more severe. Perhaps the rules of heaven and earth would have sealed Cauldron Spirit. Zichun finally understood that his narrow-mindedness had indeed allowed him to deceive the rules. "Senior, you mean to say that you have grasped the rules of this world?" Zichun asked urgently. His face was filled with anticipation. "I have only scratched the surface. I need some time to familiarize myself with it," said Cauldron Spirit. "Then, can you refine something?" asked Zichun nervously. "What do you have on you? You can try it." Zichun had almost nothing on him that he could use. Suddenly, He recalled the alien heart in his storage pouch and hastily took one out. When Cauldron's spirit saw the alien heart, a ray of light flashed through its eyes and it said, "This heart contains a kind of rule energy. I believe that Danding should be able to refine this rule energy, but I don't know how long it will take." As expected, Zichun was very excited. The reason the alien heart was so valuable was entirely because of the rule energy it contained. In the battlefield of despair, only those special existences who had been recognized by the rules could refine this kind of rule energy. However, this kind of refined rule energy was very precious. Most 7th-stage cultivators could not afford to use it. Even existences like Wharton would be very cautious when using it. "Senior, we have caused too much of a ruckus just now. Why don't we leave first?" suggested Zichun. "All right. I will take this opportunity to study the rules of this world," said Cauldron's spirit. Zichun then took out the other 3 alien hearts and handed them to Cauldron's spirit. Cauldron's spirit transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into the cauldron. Under Zichun's will, Danding shrunk to the size of a palm. While Cauldron's spirit was shrinking, Zichun sensed that his soul energy was constantly being consumed. He couldn't help but curse, F***. Obviously, the rules of this world were unable to seal Cauldron's spirit. Instead, they had shifted the burden onto him. Now, whenever Zichun activated Danding, he would consume a large amount of his soul energy. Vaguely, Zichun seemed to see a repulsive, smiling face in the sky. After cursing angrily, Zichun looked at the secluded forest ahead of him. His face immediately lit up with joy. His luck was pretty good. He had made the right bet. Danding had given him a huge surprise. Originally, Zichun thought that Cauldron's spirit would need to spend some time in this world before it could manifest some of its techniques. However, Cauldron's spirit's techniques at this moment had greatly surprised him. Now that the alien races had already noticed him, it would undoubtedly be much more dangerous for him to go to the Dax plane to slaughter them. Zichun could no longer go to the Dax plane. Or rather, he wouldn't be going there in the near future. During this period of time, he could only rely on Cauldron's spirit and hope that Cauldron's spirit could bring him an even greater surprise. Therefore, while Cauldron's spirit was studying the alien hearts, Zichun walked towards the secluded forest. He planned to first penetrate the secluded forest and then the desert of death. Zichun entered the secluded forest with spear in hand. Actually, he did not know that the beginning of the battlefield of despair was actually the periphery of the secluded forest. After progressing one step at a time, one would become a true expert of this world. However, this was only true for those special existences who had been recognized by the edicts. Although Zichun was not a special existence, having Cauldron's spirit by his side not only made up for his shortcomings, but also allowed him to concentrate even more. The secluded forest was very sensitive to the presence of humans. Therefore, when Zichun arrived, he was immediately detected by the nearby saplings. Soon after, the saplings launched their attacks. Tree branches filled the sky as they shot towards Zichun. They whistled through the air like spears. Zichun unsheathed his long sword and drew a perfect circle in the air. The sharpness effect was activated and those tree branches were instantly severed. Immediately after, Zichun shot his spear towards one of the saplings in front of him. PFFF. The spear pierced through the saplings and the soul-devouring effect was activated. The saplings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a pure energy was fed back to Zichun. The energy Zichun had expended was instantly replenished. Immediately after, the blade in Zichun's hand flashed again and the saplings nearby were severed at the waist. After destroying 5 saplings, Zichun obtained 5 portions of tree sap. Tree sap was considered the lowest currency in the battlefield of despair. 100 portions could only be exchanged for 1 spiritual crystal. However, it was said that those pharmacists only needed 80 portions of tree sap to successfully refine 1 spiritual crystal. In this way, the pharmacist only needed to refine 5 portions of tree sap to make a profit of 1 spiritual crystal. One could see how high the efficiency was. Just as Zichun officially stepped onto the path of becoming an expert, news of the battlefield of despair's destruction of a city spread throughout the Imperial Sky Domain. At the same time, there was also a statement regarding the summoning of experts. Of course, although it was called a summoning, it was actually a forceful demand. Moreover, most of them were 8th and 9th layers. After all, they had already lost the 7th layer city. Without any support, they would only be heading towards a dead end. The most urgent matter at hand was to retake the cities that belonged to the humans as soon as possible. It seemed to be rather difficult for the Cauldron Spirit to refine the heart of a late 7th layer alien right off the bat. Even after half a day, the Cauldron Spirit showed no signs of activity. During this half a day, Ziqian had successfully collected 100 portions of tree sap. He handed the tree sap to the Cauldron Spirit and attempted to refine it. The refining process was very simple. Moments later, Ziqian obtained a spiritual crystal and half a wasted spiritual crystal. The first refinement could be considered a failure in the eyes of the Cauldron Spirit. However, if it were any other special existence, it would still be a satisfactory result. Ziqian stayed at the outer perimeter and began to collect tree sap. Due to the Dragon Soul Spear, Ziqian no longer had to worry about the consumption of tree sap. The second time, the Cauldron Spirit successfully refined 2 spiritual crystals out of 100 portions of tree sap, which was 30 portions less than the usual amount. Ziqian was both surprised and excited by this result. If he were to return to a human city, Ziqian would have an endless supply of spiritual crystals at his disposal. In the blink of an eye, Ziqian had stayed in the secluded forest for 3 months. The quality of the tree sap grew higher and higher as he ventured deeper. In the end, he was able to refine 1 spiritual crystal out of every 30 portions of tree sap. Of course, it was very difficult for Ziqian to distinguish the quality of the tree sap. Only the Cauldron Spirit could recognize the quality of the tree sap at a glance. On a certain day after 3 months, Ziqian cut down a tree that was as tall as 2 men and took out a portion of tree sap called tree marrow. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to 100 portions of tree sap or 1 spiritual crystal. But in the eyes of the Cauldron Spirit, it was equivalent to 3 spiritual crystals. Chapter 16:14. The 4 edict fragments refined by Cauldron Spirit were relatively small. They were only about the size of pearls. However, they were very pure and contained only 1 type of edict. Compared to the edict fragments previously sold in Imperial Sky City that were larger in size but contained a chaotic array of edicts, they were undoubtedly much more concentrated. After 3 months, Ziqian had already ventured 10 miles into the secluded forest. All the trees in his path were chopped down. However, it would not be long before new trees would take shape. Therefore, it was impossible for outsiders to follow Ziqian's footsteps. After clearing out a spacious area, Ziqian signaled for the Dragon Soul to stand guard. Cauldron continued to refine the tree pith while Ziqian refined the 4 edict fragments. Among the 4, 2 represented strength, 1 represented agility, and 1 represented speed. Ziqian first refined the energy fragments and familiarized himself with the edict of this place. 3 days later, the 2 fragments representing the edict of strength were completely refined. Ziqian spent another day familiarizing himself with the edict. When he drew his blade again, Ziqian could already produce 2 blade lights with a single swing of his blade. In just 3 short days, Ziqian's strength had nearly doubled. Of course, this strength was still far from being comparable to the outside world. Subsequently, Ziqian's agility and speed were only slightly improved. The effect was negligible. A new batch of spiritual crystals was successfully refined. This time, there were a total of 35 spiritual crystals. Ziqian had only provided 10 portions of the essence. In addition to the 35 spiritual crystals, Ziqian also obtained a tiny fragment of the Edict of Life. It was about the size of a fingernail, but it was a rarely seen Edict of Life. After refining the Edict of Life, Han Shua's comprehension of the Edict of Life had increased. It would also be of great help in the recovery of his vitality. This was an unexpected surprise. Therefore, Ziqian began to search for more tree pith so that he could obtain even more fragments of the Edict of Life. Ziqian put in a lot of effort into his attacks. Perhaps because he had been attacking so many times, Ziqian's comprehension of the Edict of Strength had also increased. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could produce 3 blade lights with a single swing of his blade. During this time, Trees fell one after another and tree marrow was collected by Zichun. Through the refinement of the pill furnace, Zichun obtained more and more fragments of the laws of life. The more tree marrow Dan Ding refined at once, the higher the chances of successfully condensing the law of life. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The battle between the humans and the aliens was still going on, attracting more and more powerful beings, but it had nothing to do with Zichun. Outside the secluded woods, the non-human kind's encirclement and annihilation of the human race had been very successful. However, most of those who had died were the weak ones. Those who were truly strong were constantly making the non-human kind suffer great losses one after another. In Zichun's line of sight, a tree that was dozens of meters tall appeared. Its entire body, including every leaf, was glowing. This was a form of natural defense. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Zichun raised his saber and slashed out in the blink of an eye. A large number of flying branches were cut off. The saber light landed on the tree trunk, leaving 3 deep marks. After slashing out, Zichun instantly retreated. He knew that the effect of sharpness had been activated, but the other party's defense was very high. The tree screamed in pain and turned to attack Zichun fiercely. Its branches extended like snakes. They could quickly detect Zichun's direction and launch fatal attacks on Zichun. The long saber in Zichun's hand danced faster and faster. Every strike had a sharp effect, and the branches were cut off one after another. However, it was as if there was no end to these branches, and they were almost silent. He didn't know how long he had been killing like this. When Zichun found that there were no more branches around, he directly went forward and cut the tree in half. By then, he had already used up 90% of his strength. He successfully dug out a tree crystal from the heart of the tree, but the light of the tree crystal had become very dim. Sure enough, this is the case. Zichun sighed. He knew that he had already reached his limit. If he went any further, there would be a huge inverse ratio between the gains and losses. The quality of this tree crystal was much higher than that of a spirit crystal. He could also condense life law fragments from it. Unfortunately, Zichun's combat strength was limited. Every time, he would wait until the tree crystal was almost exhausted before he could kill it. As a result, he could only obtain high-quality spirit crystals. It was very rare for him to obtain life law fragments. Moreover, every time he killed one, Zichun would need to spend a lot of time and energy. It was really not worth the loss. Therefore, Zichun decided to return. Of course, on the way back, Zichun would kill some tree pith and obtain some life fragments. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since he summoned the cauldron. Zichun's strength had increased a little, and his understanding of the life law had deepened. Other than that, his biggest gain was the tens of thousands of spirit crystals on him. When he went out, Zichun suddenly heard a loud shout. Following the sound, he saw a human killing trees and searching for tree sap. The other party's strength was already at the mid-7th layer. His attacks were clean and efficient. Moreover, he used the most energy-conserving method to kill the trees. Even if he was injured in the process, he would strive to minimize the consumption. Every time he obtained a portion of tree sap, the other party would gently hold it and carefully keep it. Zichun watched the other party for a full quarter of an hour. During this quarter of an hour, Zichun saw the other party attack 3 times and obtain 3 portions of tree sap. He had less than 10% of his energy left, but Zichun did not see him absorb a single drop of tree sap. Soon, Zichun understood the reason behind this. The human city had fallen, and they could not obtain any spirit crystal supplies. They could only find their own way. Although there was tree sap in other places, the amount was much less than in the secluded forest. Therefore, the secluded forest was the best place. Sure enough, Zichun found traces of several humans. They were all here for the tree sap. Zichun shook his head and walked out. His next destination would be the desert of death. As for whether these people lived or died, Zichun suddenly had a thought. He felt that since he had the ability, he should do something at this time. These people could survive until now. They were undoubtedly true powerhouses. Their purpose in coming to the battlefield of despair was to gain experience and strengthen themselves. They were different from those scumbags. After pondering for a while, a thought appeared in Zichun's mind. Thus, Zichen took out 3 weapons again and walked out. If he wanted to help others, he had to have the strength to do so. Otherwise, he would just be throwing his life away. Zichen released a powerful murderous aura and walked out in a straight line. During this time, not only did he alarm the trees, but he also alarmed some powerhouses who were carefully collecting tree sap. Swoosh! Dozens of trees attacked Zichen. All kinds of branches whistled toward him. Zichen unsheathed his long saber. 3 saber lights scattered in all directions, cutting off the branches and the nearby trees. In the blink of an eye, Zichen obtained more than 10 portions of tree marrow. In the distance, the human cultivators saw this scene. Their pupils could not help but shrink. This move seemed fierce, but it consumed a lot of energy. In their opinion, Zichen was at a disadvantage. The human city had been lost for too long. It had been so long that the alien hearts they had on them were purely decorations. On the contrary, every drop of tree marrow had become a treasure. Compared to Zichen's recklessness, they were more careful because their weapons would be damaged and their energy would be consumed. Zichen did not have any scruples as he walked forward. He took out a spirit crystal and began to absorb it. When everyone saw the spirit crystal in Zichen's hand, their eyes widened. Of course, there was no lack of people's gazes falling on Zichen's storage bag. Perhaps there were more spirit crystals in the storage bag. Such wanton display of wealth caused a dense killing intent to reverberate in the forest. The other humans who were still hunting trees stared at Zichen and began to follow Zichen from afar, walking out of the forest. Zichen did not seem to notice the killing intent around him. He walked straight out, destroying everything in his way. By the time he reached the outside world, Zichen had already consumed a total of 5 spirit crystals. 5 spirit crystals might not be much to people on ordinary days, but at this time, 5 spirit crystals were enough to make them fight with their lives on the line. In their eyes, a human who had consumed 5 spirit crystals and obtained less than 400 drops of tree sap was undoubtedly a huge loss. However, from another perspective, this human must have countless spirit crystals on him. Finally, Zichen walked out of the secluded forest and walked towards a spacious area. At the same time, a few more humans walked out of the forest. There were no less than 10 of them. Most of them were at the middle stage of the 7th layer, and the rest were at the late stage of the 7th layer. There was no one at the early stage. After coming out, Zichen took out a piece of animal skin and wrote 2 words on it. He then pierced it with a spear and hung it there. In the distance, everyone saw the 2 words on the animal skin. Deal. When everyone saw those 2 words, they were immediately puzzled and slowly approached them. Although the human in front of them was at the early stage of the 7th layer, the energy in his body was at the 10th layer. However, the energy in their bodies was at most at the 2nd layer. Zichen carried the dragon thorn on his back and a long saber at his waist. He stood there quietly and did not make any defensive moves. The group of cultivators finally came closer. When they saw the things placed on the ground in front of the human, their pupils could not help but shrink again. Spirit crystals. There were actually spirit crystals. There were more than 100 of them. For a moment, the bright spirit crystals became the only thing in everyone's eyes. Their breathing gradually became rapid, and the rationality in their eyes was about to dissipate. Thick greed emerged from the bottom of their eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, the crisp sound of a saber being unsheathed was heard, and 3 shining saber lights appeared. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed straight back. The saber lights almost slashed across everyone's foreheads. The long-awaited feeling of death made their hearts tremble. The rationality that was about to be lost returned, and the greed in their eyes turned into thick fear. When they looked at Zichen again, besides fear, there was also thick confusion in their eyes. Chapter 16-15. The self-introductions at the beginning were meaningless to them. In the battlefield of despair, there were only 2 kinds of people. The former were the living and the latter were the dead. In this place, who cared what you were called or where you came from? However, Zichen's last sentence was like a hammer to their hearts, causing them to tremble and their hearts to fiercely beat. A late-stage 7th stage existence looked at Zichen excitedly and asked, What did you say you are? Because he was too excited. His voice was trembling. He was afraid that the words he had just heard were an illusion. Alchemists, to the current him or them, were really too important. Zichen looked at him and gently smiled. You didn't hear wrong. Or rather, you didn't hear wrong. I am an alchemist who can refine spirit crystals. Everyone couldn't help but lose their composure and cry out. There were even some people who were prepared to cheer. The spirit crystals at the feet of this human, called Zichen, were extremely tempting to them. However, as an alchemist, Zichen was more useful to them. This was the main difference between them, who pursued the path of the strong, and those scumbags. Scumbags only wanted to rob and not think about tomorrow. However, they didn't only think about tomorrow, but also the future. All right, that's all for the self-introductions. How many good things do you have on you? Take them out and give them to me. However, I'll say this first. I can only refine spirit crystals. As for the other healing medicines, I don't have the materials to refine them. After saying this, Zichen sat down defenselessly. Of course, if anyone really thought that Zichen was defenseless and wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he could refine spirit crystals. What else could they hope for? As for their injuries, they would naturally recover in time. Looking at the spirit crystals in front of them, everyone hesitated. Because there was a limit to the number of spirit crystals, they had a total of 12 people. Who would be the first to exchange was a problem. And now, every spirit crystal was equivalent to an extra life. Everyone looked at each other warily and didn't immediately step forward. Zichen smiled casually and said, "Don't worry, I still have some spirit crystals on me." Finally, a cultivator in the middle stage of the 7th layer stepped forward and said nervously, "How do I exchange the tree sap for spirit crystals?" One must know that back then in the Royal Sky City, it was 100 for a piece of jade. But now, they didn't dare to make such a guarantee because the other party was the only alchemist here. The others were also a little nervous. The exchange price of the tree sap would indicate the increase in the exchange price of other things. Zichen stretched out his finger and gestured the number 7. 700. Everyone's expression changed. Even they couldn't accept the exchange rate of 1 to 7. Zichen shook his head. 70. What? Everyone stared at Zichen in disbelief. Such a price, even if it was in the Royal Sky City back then, there was no profit at all. Maybe, if it was placed in the hands of ordinary alchemists, they might even suffer a loss. Such a low price. Could it be that this person had other plans? For a moment, everyone was on guard again. Zichen didn't care about the thoughts of the others. He continued, "You guys should know that the Royal Sky City has fallen, right?" Everyone nodded, but the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Zichen continued, "So, right now, we are a lone army. If we don't support each other, our final outcome would be death." Everyone was speechless. In such a situation, everyone couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone support each other. Zichen picked up a piece of spirit crystal and weighed it in his hand. Everyone's gazes followed the movement of the spirit crystal. Zichen continued, "This is my cost price. The reason why I'm giving it to you guys is because I hope that you guys can agree to a condition of mine." Everyone was relieved. There were even some who looked at Zichen in disdain, thinking that he really had a motive. But in the next moment, those who had such thoughts felt extremely guilty. "My condition is that if you guys meet other people, I hope that you guys can help them. Or, you guys can use the same price to exchange for some life-saving spirit crystals for them." Everyone lowered their heads, feeling touched in their hearts. Clearly, this alchemist wasn't doing this for himself, but for others. In the selfish battlefield of despair, such a person was naturally rare. "All right, let's start the exchange. Let's exchange for tree sap first. If you guys have the heart of a foreign race, you can also exchange for it." Zichen interrupted everyone's thoughts. "We can also exchange for the heart of a foreign race?" Everyone was surprised. "Of course." Zichen smiled. "I guarantee that the price will satisfy all of you." Immediately after, the first cultivator stepped forward and decisively took out 700 portions of tree sap, handing it to Zichen. "Here are 10 spirit crystals. Take it." Zichun took out 10 spirit crystals and handed it to the other party. The other party received the 10 spirit crystals with trembling hands. There was also a small interlude. The other party had over 30 portions of tree sap and wanted to give it to Zichun. However, he was rejected by Zichun, saying that if you can get over 30 portions of tree sap, you can exchange for one more tree sap. This person was extremely touched. These people were all experts. It wouldn't be a problem even if they entered the depths to hunt for tree pith. Unfortunately, their energy consumption was too great and they didn't dare to enter. Therefore, the next items to be exchanged were all tree sap. Be it tree sap or tree pith, they were all the same. Currently, Cauldron Spirit could condense one spirit crystal out of 30 portions of tree sap. Therefore, he asked them for 70. It wasn't that Zichun wasn't willing to lower the price. However, if he were to lower the price, it would undoubtedly arouse their suspicions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zichun asked for 70. Each of the cultivators exchanged for a dozen or so spirit crystals. They all had excited looks on their faces. It was at this moment that the cultivator who was the first to exchange for the spirit crystals hurriedly returned. He was holding a bundle in his hand. The bundle was filled with bulging items. When the bundle was opened, one could see alien hearts sealed with energy. There were at least 30 of them. Among the 30 hearts, there were a few at the middle stage. The rest were at the early stage. After bringing the alien hearts to Zichun, the cultivator nervously asked, "Can these be exchanged?" Zichun nodded and replied, "Of course you can. However, I am not too familiar with refining alien hearts. Therefore, I won't give you too high a price. At most, I will give you 80 to 90% of the price in Imperial Sky City." The cultivator hastily nodded. 80 to 90%? He thought that Han Shuo would only give him 50%. Zichun simply didn't know anything about these hearts. Therefore, he directly gave them the lowest price. 20 for each of the early 7th stage heart, 200 for the middle 7th stage heart, and 2,000 for the late 7th stage heart. Soon after, the other cultivators also came over with alien hearts. In the blink of an eye, Zichun's 10,000 plus spirit crystals were all exchanged. Apart from that, Zichun also owed a debt of 5,000. He owed it to a late-stage 7th-tier Ascension Stage cultivator. The other party had 3 hearts of late-stage 7th-tier Ascension Stage cultivators. Zichun expressed that he could not accept it. The other party threatened to owe him first and only offered 5,000. Zichun was speechless, but when he thought about it, it made sense. The other party definitely couldn't bear to part with them. That was why he wanted to give them to Zichun. All right then, I have to find a safe place to refine these things. I will come back here half a month later. At that time, there might be some unexpected surprises. Zichun mysteriously smiled. An unexpected surprise. Could it be a law crystal? Everyone felt their hearts trembling. Zichun took out the interspatial pouch in his hand and smiled. With so many alien hearts, I think I should be able to condense some. Naturally, the price wouldn't be lower than the price in Imperial Sky City. If you guys want to exchange for them, it's best that you kill more alien races. Now is a dangerous time. I suggest you guys form a group. Form a group? Everyone was stunned. Zichun smiled. He glanced at the late 7th stage expert who owed him a debt and continued. After forming a group, your strength will increase and your rewards will naturally be greater. In addition, you won't die so easily. After speaking, Zichun walked towards the depths of the forest. Undoubtedly, he was charging in recklessly, not caring about the consumption of his energy. Even though everyone had hundreds and thousands of spiritual crystals on them, they couldn't help but click their tongues at this sight. They inwardly exclaimed that this was what it meant to be rich and overbearing. After clearing a safe area and making sure that no one was around, Zichun transmitted his voice to Cauldron. "Senior, how is it?" "The more the better." Cauldron Spirit's laughter sounded. The more he refined, the deeper his understanding of the edicts of this world would be. As for the time required to refine, it was nothing to Cauldron Spirit. One must know that back in the Martial Heaven continent, Cauldron Spirit could refine hundreds of thousands of pellets in one go. As for the tree sap that Zichun exchanged for, he could refine them all in one go. As for the alien hearts, he needed to refine them 3 times. He could refine all of them one level at a time. In this world, Cauldron Spirit could be considered an existence that completely ignored the edicts. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of the consumption of his energy. However, Zichun couldn't. He had to put all of them into his cauldron. During this period of time, he would consume a large amount of his soul energy. This was also why the edicts were unable to do anything to Cauldron Spirit. Instead, they gave Zichun a heavier punishment. The first thing that Cauldron Spirit refined were the early 7th stage alien hearts. As for the law chips, Zichun continued to refine and comprehend the edicts contained within them. Next was the middle stage, the late stage, and finally the tree sap. Cauldron Spirit was able to refine a portion of the edicts from each alien heart. After exchanging for over 100 early 7th stage alien hearts, Zichun was able to refine over 100 portions of the edicts. During the refining process, Zichun's understanding of the edicts had undoubtedly sped up significantly. His strength was also constantly increasing. At the same time as his strength was increasing, Zichun's realm was also increasing. His domain realm in particular was growing at a much faster rate. Seemingly due to the fact that Zichun had mastered some of the edicts, his domain realm was also growing at a much faster rate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. When the appointed time arrived, Zichun once again barged his way to the outside world. When Zichun arrived at the outside world, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he saw the group of people who were already waiting there. Last time, there were 12 people, but this time, there were 8 more people in the group, making it a total of 20. These 8 newcomers were undoubtedly here to exchange for spiritual crystals. Fortunately, Zichun had the foresight to obtain quite a lot of tree pith in the past half a month. Every pith could be refined into 3 spiritual crystals. Chapter 16:16. The arrival of Zichun made everyone overjoyed. The 20 of them gathered together and were still able to chat happily without fighting amongst themselves. This was mostly because of Zichun. Normally, they were all arrogant and unruly. Although they didn't dare to fight whenever they met, it was impossible for them to sit together and chat like today. However, the alien race had cut off their escape route, so this impossible situation became possible. The 8 people who came after him all curiously sized up Zichun. They didn't immediately go forward and chose to wait. Before arriving, Zichun looked at a late-stage 7th-layer cultivator and said, "You're." The late-stage 7th-layer cultivator immediately said, "Grandmaster Zichun, just call me Myo-C." Alchemists were all addressed as grandmasters in the battlefield of despair. Zichun nodded and said, "All right, Myo-C, this is worth 5,000 spirit crystals." As he spoke, Zichun threw a small crystal to Myo-C. Subconsciously taking the crystal, Myo-C probed with his spiritual senses and puzzlement. He really couldn't figure out what it was that could be worth 5,000 crystal stones. It should be known that even a rule crystal was only worth 100 crystal stones. However, as he sent in his spiritual sense, Myo-C's eyes widened as he looked at Zichun in disbelief. Due to his excitement, his body was actually trembling slightly. Yes, this is the law contained in a late-stage 7th-layer heart. However, it's a pity that I failed twice out of 3 and only managed to condense this little bit. If you think it's not enough, I can give you some spirit crystals, said Zichun. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. One had to know that although this law crystal was much smaller than normal, it was of high quality. However, the late-stage 7th-layer alien race's heart was worth at least 5,000 spirit crystals. Myo-C quickly shook his head and said with a trembling voice, No, that's not what I meant. Grandmaster Zichun, tell me the truth. This thing is really worth 5,000 spirit crystals. If I'm not wrong, this thing can be sold for at least 20,000 spirit crystals in the original Imperial Sky City. Oh, 20,000. Zichun was a little surprised. The others were very puzzled. It should be known that under normal circumstances, a late-stage 7th-tier spirit crystal was worth 20,000 spirit crystals. However, Master Zichun's spirit crystal was obviously much less. Myo-C said with certainty, 20,000 is my conservative estimate. Maybe someone can offer 40,000, or even 50,000, because the rules here are not messy. There is only one. Gasps could be heard from all around as they looked at the small fragment again. Their eyes began to shine, and when they looked at misty, they were filled with envy. If what misty said was true, then this thing was really worth 40,000 spirit crystals. Zichen waved his hand. Now that the Royal Sky City is no longer around, there's no need to talk about standards. In the future, just follow my standards. On average, I can only succeed once out of 3 times and the profits aren't that great. In the future, I'll give you guys 6,000 for the same thing. Normally, he would only succeed once out of 3 attempts, and each attempt would consume 2,000 crystals. It could be said that Zichen did not benefit from this at all. Based on this point alone, the 8 people who had come after him were convinced by Zichen. Misty excitedly accepted the law chip and the transaction began. This time, Zichen took out the first item. It was a fingernail-sized law chip. He placed it in his palm and said, "This is an early-stage 7th-tier law chip. The rules inside are also single, and the price is 60. How much?" Everyone in the surroundings opened their eyes wide as they stared at Zichen in disbelief. One must know that there were at least 100 in the Royal Sky City. Moreover, the laws here were all messy. 60. My success rate isn't high, Zichen emphasized. Everyone knew that Master Zichen had misunderstood their meaning. Even a mid-stage 7th-tier expert didn't point it out. He chuckled, and as though he was afraid that Zichen would go back on his words, he directly took out 3 early-stage hearts and said, "Master Zichen, this is exactly 60. Zichen tossed out the law chip and kept the 3 hearts. Following that, he took out over 10 law chips of the same size and said, "There are still these. Who still needs them?" The people who had made the transaction previously all knew of Zichen's rules. Every heart was purchased at the lowest price in the Royal Sky City. However, this didn't mean much because the law chips Zichen was selling were also sold at the lowest price. Soon, these law chips were exchanged by everyone. Following that, Zichen took out a mid-stage law chip. This was slightly more expensive at 600 spirit crystals or 3 mid-stage hearts. To the crowd, this price wasn't expensive at all. Soon, all the items on Zichen's body were exchanged. As for the late-stage law chips, Zichen took out a few according to the number of hearts he had purchased previously. They were also exchanged by the late-stage experts. After exchanging all the law chips, the 8 newcomers also took the opportunity to exchange some tree sap and alien hearts for some spirit crystals. After the transaction, everyone looked at Zichen anxiously. Clearly, they were hoping to know when the next transaction would be. Zichen muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Use these spirit crystals sparingly. I'm preparing to make a trip to the Desert of Death. It might take a month or 2. What? The Desert of Death? Everyone's expression changed. That late-stage 7th-stage expert, misty, immediately said, "Master Zichen, that place is filled with danger. Even a 9th-stage expert wouldn't dare to enter. Do you need anything? Why don't we accompany you?" The others nodded. Right now, Zichen was like their ancestor in their eyes. If something happened to Zichen, no one would be able to survive. They naturally wouldn't let Zichen take the risk. Immediately, over 10 of them expressed that they would follow Zichen to the Desert of Death. Seeing the worry in everyone's heart, Zichen said, "Don't worry, I won't enter the depths. I'll just stay in the periphery. When I first arrived, I fell into that desert and have some understanding of it. How about this? We'll meet here 1 month later." Everyone looked at Zichen in surprise. They didn't expect that this master's luck would be so bad. He had come to the Desert of Death the first time and had come back alive. This undoubtedly proved that he was extraordinary. Now that he dared to go, it was obvious that he was full of confidence. No one tried to persuade Zichen, but they all signaled him to be careful. "Right, if you have time, I hope you can help me find some healing herbs. I'll try to refine some healing elixirs next time." Hearing about healing elixirs, everyone's eyes lit up. A few early-stage 7th-stage experts immediately nodded and said that they had time. In the end, Zichen looked at everyone and said, "You all have to be careful when you go out. During this time, it's best if you don't kill the foreign races. You should improve your strength. The next time I come back, we'll go and kill the foreign races." After saying that, Zichen went around the secluded forest and walked toward the Desert of Death. Everyone watched Zichun leave until Zichen's figure completely disappeared. Then, the whole team split up. Under the circumstances that they weren't attacking the foreign races, they wouldn't team up. Thinking back to how he had almost died in the desert of death, Zichen was full of confidence for this trip to the desert. For this trip to the desert, Zichun had high hopes for Danding. Soon, the second summoning order for the battlefield of despair was sent out. This time, it included all 7th-stage experts. Any cultivator who was qualified to enter the battlefield of despair could enter. It was half summoning and half forcing. For true experts, this was the summoning order. For those who feared death and lacked ambition, entering the battlefield of despair was the same as forcing them to do so. From afar, Zichun saw the yellow sand. In the absence of any external objects, the sand was quiet. Zichun slowly walked toward the sand. He tightly gripped the spear in his hand and the sheathed black saber at his waist. As for the dragon stinger, Zichun put it away. He only needed these 2 weapons for the upcoming battle. Danding flew out from his storage pouch. Zichun first threw in a few late-stage alien hearts and signaled Cauldron Spirit to start refining them. Zichun, on the other hand, held his weapon and walked toward the desert step by step. Zichun walked 500 meters into the desert and did not encounter any danger. However, the sharp senses of his spiritual senses detected that some of the sand in the distance had begun to sink. He activated his defensive light barrier and allowed the energy to drain away. He did not advance any further. The twin scorpions of the desert of death were extremely sensitive to energy. The sand around Zichun began to move. The twin scorpions were approaching. Suddenly, the twin scorpions launched an attack. The first to attack was the female scorpion. Its long and sharp thorns pierced through the sand and mercilessly pierced towards Zichun. Whoosh! Zichun flicked the spear in his hand and pierced through the female scorpion's body. He then lifted the female scorpion with the spear and used the momentum to fling it into the distance. The female scorpion let out a final soul attack before its death. However, it was completely ineffective against Zichun. Its nearly 3-meter-long corpse fell to the ground 500 meters away. After the female scorpion died, the male scorpion immediately launched an attack. Unfortunately, it misjudged Zichun's position and missed. Puff! Zichun cleanly made his move. The spear immediately pierced through the male scorpion's back. He then soared into the air. With a flick of his hand, the male scorpion's corpse flew 500 meters away and landed beside the female scorpion. Just as Zichun soared into the air, sharp thorns pierced out from the ground and madly pierced towards the place where Zichun had just stood. Whoosh! Zichun's figure in the air descended once again. When he reappeared, a female scorpion had already been pierced through and brought out. Then, it was thrown 500 meters away. As long as one was not afraid of soul attacks and had enough energy to recover, this desert of death really could not be considered terrifying. Of course, this was on the premise that one had enough energy. If one lost all their energy and could not fly, even if a 9th layer came, they would die under the endless attacks of the twin scorpions. Zichun repeatedly attacked and killed the giant scorpions one after another. Their corpses were directly flung to the ground 500 meters away. The other twin scorpions did not dare to approach that place at all. When 90% of his energy was consumed, Zichun had killed more than 20 giant scorpions. During this period, the number of female scorpions was slightly higher. With the remaining 10% of his energy, Zichun returned to the periphery of the secluded forest. At the edge of the desert, many twin scorpions appeared. However, it seemed that due to the rules, even if they were extremely envious of those corpses, they still did not leave the desert. They could only unwillingly launch a few soul attacks before slowly hiding in the sand. Chapter 16-17. Before the everlasting pill cauldron finished refining the alien's heart, Zichun had fully recovered his energy. He swept his gaze across the 20 or so giant scorpion corpses in front of him before turning his gaze back to the boundless yellow sand. This time, Zichun was here purely for the armor-piercing effect. In order to enter the secluded forest and obtain more tree essences and grasp more of the Edict of Life, the black saber's sharpness alone was no longer enough. Zichen wasn't sure if a weapon could have two special effects. But after seeing the soul-devouring effect on the dragon soul spear, Zichen knew that it was possible. This time, Zichen hoped that the cauldron spirit would be able to condense the male scorpion's armor penetration effect and add it to the black saber. With a tap of his foot, Zichen dashed towards the desert. This time, he advanced another 500 meters. As though they had been waiting for Zichen's arrival, Zichen was attacked by a group of giant scorpions as soon as he landed. It was just that their realms were not high, so in front of Zichen, who was at full strength, they were no match for him. As Zichen struck out, the giant scorpions were thrown out one by one. Soon enough, Zichen had exhausted 90% of his energy. When Zichen returned, the group of giant scorpions emerged from the sand and glared at Zichen. However, they could do nothing to Zichen. As for the secluded forest, Zichen had cleared out a large area. Even though the other saplings coveted the corpses, they could not extend their branches to this area. By the time Zichen exhausted all his energy for the 5th time, there were more than 100 giant scorpion corpses piled up on the ground. It was at this moment that the cauldron spirit appeared. It spat out a dozen or so law chips from its mouth. Zichen put away the law chips while the cauldron spirit sized up the giant scorpion corpses on the ground. Zichen pointed at a giant scorpion corpse and said, "This is a female scorpion. It specializes in soul attacks. This is a male scorpion. Its sting is poisonous and has the armor penetration effect." The cauldron spirit nodded and gestured for Zichen to throw a female scorpion corpse in. 2 hours later, cauldron spirit appeared. Zichen immediately asked, "Senior, how is it?" Cauldron spirit replied, "It only contains some laws related to soul energy. It also has a special effect." "What special effects?" "Reduce energy consumption. Everyone's energy would be depleted when they entered the desert." This was the rule of the desert, and Zichen had long been aware of the female scorpion's nature. Pill Crucible had only refined one, and yet he was able to sense this special effect. It was truly extraordinary. However, for Zichen, who was only 500 meters deep, this special effect was really dispensable. Instead, it was the soul rule that attracted Zichen. "Release another male scorpion," instructed Cauldron Spirit as he pointed at a 3-meter-long male scorpion. Zichen nodded and consumed his soul power to release another male scorpion. It also took Cauldron Spirit 2 hours to decipher one law and one special effect. The rule was the poison in the giant scorpion stinger. It was considered a type of rule, and its special effect was armor penetration. Next, Cauldron Spirit asked Zichen which one he should refine first. After pondering for a moment, Zichen chose the male scorpion. The armor penetration and poison of the male scorpion could immediately increase his combat strength. On the other hand, the soul rule of the female scorpion did not provide much of an improvement. "All right, let's refine the male scorpion first. But we need more of them." The Desert of Death had a lot of twin scorpions. Therefore, Zichen spared no effort in slaughtering the male scorpions. As for the female scorpions, Zichen spared them. While Zichen was doing his best to kill the male scorpions, Pill Crucible was refining the hearts of other alien races, or the tree sap that Zichen had exchanged with him. In short, Pill Crucible was not idling around. Zichen used a total of 4 days to hunt down nearly 200 male scorpions and put them all into the pill cauldron at once. On the other hand, Pill Crucible only used 8 hours to completely refine the male scorpions after 4 days of hard work by Zichen. Cauldron Spirit appeared after the refinement was completed. Zichen did not obtain the poison fragment. According to Cauldron Spirit, there were too few male scorpions, and the soul rule of the poison was too advanced. However, the armor penetration effect had been refined significantly. Cauldron Spirit signaled Zichen to toss the black blade into the Pill Crucible. This time, Zichen seemed to have triggered the rules once again. After putting the black blade into the Pill Crucible, he discovered that 80% of his soul power had been consumed in an instant. He had fallen into a weakened state even before the battle had begun. The Pill Crucible seemed to be extremely unstable after the black blade entered. The Pill Crucible trembled from time to time as strands of energy vibrated outwards. Faintly, one could even hear the roars of beasts. In addition, There was also the power of rules surging around the pill crucible, as though it was trying to stop the pill crucible. After 2 full days, the refinement of the pill crucible was finally completed. The black blade flew out of the pill crucible in a streak of black radiance. An awe-inspiring killing intent swept across the area. Zichun caught the long saber that was flying toward him. After the black saber's transformation disappeared, he used his spiritual senses to investigate. Armor penetration. 1% chance of triggering the armor penetration effect. There is a minuscule chance of triggering the poison effect. Zichun was pleasantly surprised. Apart from that, the pill crucible's sharpness effect did not diminish. His only regret was that the armor penetration rate was too low. It was no wonder that the refinement process took 2 days and was hindered by the rules. This weapon of yours is pretty good. An ordinary weapon might not be able to withstand 2 special effects. If you want to increase the armor penetration rate, you will have to kill more male scorpions. Upon hearing Cauldron Spirit's words, Zichun immediately nodded and said, "All right. In the next 20 days or so, I will definitely increase the armor penetration rate to 100%. Actually, it was not difficult to increase the armor penetration rate to 100% because every male scorpion's attack was already 100%. Of course, this was relative to Zichun's current realm. If he were at the 9th stage, the armor penetration rate would be significantly lower. For the next 20 days or so, Zichun charged into the Desert of Death and massacred the male scorpions as though he had gone mad. Fortunately, the twin scorpions here were endless. They did not know fear at all. Even though Zichun was slaughtering nonstop, they still charged forward fearlessly. During this period, the soul-devouring effect of the Dragon Soul Spear was also activated at 100%. It continuously fed energy to Zichun. Of course, most of the energy was refined and absorbed by the Dragon Soul. As Zichun had grown too quickly in the outside world, the level of the Dragon Soul Spear could not keep up with him. Now, it could only rely on soul devouring to increase its level. As long as a female scorpion was killed, the Dragon Soul Spear would completely devour it. If it was a male scorpion, the Dragon Soul would leave the most useful part of its tail. During the continuous process of killing and devouring, the Dragon Soul Spear let out a cheerful dragon roar. The Dragon Soul Spear had grown by 1 level during this period. But even so, there was still a huge gap between the Dragon Soul Spear and Zichun's current level. According to the Dragon Soul Spear should be at the 4th stage of the King class. In just over 20 days, Zichun had killed more than 2,000 twin scorpions and more than 1,500 male scorpions. After the Cauldron Spirit had completely refined and gathered all the items together and consumed 80% of his soul energy, Zichun once again placed the black blade into the cauldron. This time, it took 3 full days before the cauldron finished condensing and the black blade reappeared. The black blade that reappeared trembled on its own. Waves of chilling, killing intent surged in all directions. The sharpness and armor-piercing effects of the killing intent were fully displayed. With nearly 2,000 male scorpions, the black blade's armor-piercing effect was as high as 100%. Even the probability of being poisoned had reached 100%. After more than 20 days without sleep and rest, the quality of the black blade could be said to be of the highest quality in this world. The price of this weapon was even much higher than the price of a storage pouch. In the blink of an eye, the time for the transaction had arrived. The 1-month journey in the desert had come to a perfect conclusion. During this period, Zichun's strength, speed, agility, and instantaneous eruption of power had all increased significantly. It could be said that with the assistance of the cauldron, Zichun's combat strength had been increasing every moment. Just as Zichun was about to return, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Soon after, a joyful expression emerged on his face. In his perception, his domain had finally grown to a limit. As a result, his body underwent a transformation. And this transformation was a breakthrough. Zichun did not expect that he would be able to make a breakthrough in realm in less than 2 years after arriving in this world. He quickly sensed that this breakthrough was of great significance to him. After taking out the Cauldron Spirit and the Dragon Spear and signaling them to guard him, Zichun immersed himself in the breakthrough. With the breakthrough in his domain, Zichen suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. This kind of enlightenment was like a sudden enlightenment or the opening of the third eye, allowing him to see through everything in the world. There were laws everywhere in front of him. Some of these laws were familiar to Zichen, while others were unfamiliar to him. Some were simple, and some were profound. Zichen knew that these were the laws of this world. He did not know why they would appear in such a situation. Perhaps the opportunity was fleeting. Zichen's gaze immediately fell on one of the laws. It was a law that targeted spiritual senses. It would allow Zichen to have a deeper understanding of this law. Without any hesitation, Zichen began to comprehend this law. At the same time, Zichen discovered that he could also divide a second spiritual sense. After this spiritual sense swept past one law after another, it finally landed on the law of speed. With 3 weapons in his possession, Zichen did not lack powerful offensive means. The only thing he lacked was speed. It was said that speed was invincible. This was true for both attacks and footwork. Only by possessing extreme speed that others did not possess could one be invincible. And this second law would allow Zichen to have a deeper understanding of the profound meaning of speed, thereby allowing him to move even faster in this world. Of course, it could also be said that it would allow Zichen to display more of the effects of extreme speed. Just these 2 laws alone numbered no less than 100, from the simplest to the most complex. Zichen spent an entire 10 days to comprehend the simplest law. When Zichen opened his eyes again after 10 days, he discovered that this world had returned to its original state. He looked at this world and felt that it was covered in a layer of fog. After calculating the time, Zichen suddenly discovered that he had missed the appointed time. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed to the outer perimeter. After his strength had increased and he had comprehended 2 more laws, Zichen's perception and speed had greatly increased. When he rushed to the outer perimeter as fast as he could, Zichen heard voices. "Miosi, it's already been 10 days. Is the person you were talking about dead? Let's wait a little longer. Master Zichen might have something to do." Chapter 16:18. The one talking to Miosi was a man in the late 7th layer. He wore a black battle armor and held a black longsword in his hand. His whole body was exuding a strong, murderous aura. In the battlefield of despair, the price of battle armor was very high. Being able to afford such an expensive battle armor was a proof of one's strength. Miosi, who was at the same level as him, was very cautious when she stood beside this man. However, when she heard the other party speaking to Grandmaster Zichen so rudely, a trace of anger appeared on Miosi's face. She said in a low voice, "Ao Gute, watch your tone. Grandmaster Zichen saved all of our lives." Ao Gute turned his head and glanced at Miosi with disdain. He smiled sinisterly and said, "What? You look like you're ready to fight me." Miosi's expression changed, but she didn't back down. She glared at Ao Gute. The others who had made deals with Zichen also glared at Ao Gute. It seemed like they would attack at any time. A bunch of cowardly rats. Just as well. When your grandmaster arrives, I'll take him down and make him work for me. As soon as Ao Gute finished speaking, an indifferent voice came from behind him. What a big tone. Ao Gute turned around and saw Zichen. A trace of killing intent flashed in his cold eyes. Grandmaster Zichen. Grandmaster Zichen is here. When the others saw Zichen, joy appeared on their faces. They turned around and walked towards Zichen. Boom. A powerful energy surged, and a dense killing intent swept out. Ao Gute glanced at Zichen and said coldly, "You're Zichen, the Grandmaster they're talking about. Ao Gute, what are you doing? Don't be rude to Grandmaster Zichen." Ao Gute, do you really think you're invincible here? Shouts rang out as more than a dozen cultivators stood in front of Zichen, blocking his path. One should know that the price Grandmaster Zichen offered was even cheaper than the price of the Imperial Sky City. To them, this was a great favor. If they let Ao Gute capture Grandmaster Zichen, they would be the ones to suffer. No one would watch as their own interests were damaged. Zichen scanned the field and found that besides these people, there were a few others who were also glaring at Ao Gu with righteous indignation. However, there were still a few others who were indifferently standing on the periphery. Among them, There was even a late-stage 7th Divine Realm expert wearing a battle armor. Facing more than 10 people, Ao Guti's face was still disdainful. A cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth as if he was about to attack. Of course, Zichen couldn't just watch these people die for him. Just as he was about to make a move, an indifferent voice came from afar. Enough. We don't even have a base anymore. Can't we be a little more united at a time like this? As the indifferent voice arose, a man came from a distance. Although he wasn't wearing armor, the murderous aura around him wasn't weaker than Ao Gu's. Lord Wharton. It's Lord Wharton. It was Wharton, whom Zichun knew. The latter walked through the crowd, indifferently glancing at Ao Gute. Then, he came to Zichun, looking at Zichun as he said, I didn't expect that the master they were talking about was really you. Zichun joked. I didn't expect that Lord Wharton would come here either. Good boy. You dare to joke with me. Oh, you've broken through. Wharton looked at Zichun in surprise. It had only been a little more than a year since they last met. At that time, Zichun had just entered the Dax plane. He didn't even know the rules. Now, only a little more than a year had passed. Zichun had already broken through. I was just lucky. Seeing the two chatting happily, the others heaved a sigh of relief. Wharton had a high status in the battlefield of despair. He was no longer an expert who was between the living and the dead. He was the one who had the highest chance to enter the weapon list of despair. With Wharton here, he obviously had to take charge of the situation. Moreover, the two seemed to be familiar with each other. Obviously, Master Zichen's crisis had been resolved. Wharton, you want to stop me? Auguste glared at Wharton. Although Auguste had some fame, he couldn't compare to Wharton. His words had obviously enraged Wharton. Wharton turned around, glancing at Auguste and coldly saying, Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? You. Auguste's eyes flashed with killing intent. If you want to die, I can't fulfill your wish, Wharton coldly said. Good, Wharton. Let me see what kind of power you have, the one who has the highest chance to enter the weapon list of despair. Auguste was obviously enraged by Wharton's attitude. He raised the black sword in his hand, pointing it at Wharton. Wharton frowned. Looking at Auguste, you're courting death. At this moment, what humans needed was unity, not infighting. Wharton actually didn't want to kill anyone. Clang. The black sword vibrated, releasing a wisp of power, causing the space to tremble. Apparently, Auguste had also comprehended the rules, which was the source of his confidence in not fearing Wharton. The others scattered, obviously not wanting to get involved. However, it was more likely that they didn't want to get hurt. Auguste was indeed annoying. They didn't mind Wharton teaching him a lesson. Auguste took several steps back, pointing his black sword at Wharton, provoking him, Come, let me see your power. Wharton was finally enraged. He shouted, courting death, dashing towards Auguste. He didn't use any weapon, but just threw out a punch. The air shrieked. Wharton's punch had a deep understanding of the rules of power. Not many people could resist it. From the moment he appeared, Zichun had been frowning. Seeing Wharton take action, Zichun's brows were still knitted. Wharton's punch had given him a deeper understanding of Wharton's power. Auguste might have some tricks, but in front of Wharton, he was simply courting death. At this moment, Zichun seemed to have figured out the key to the problem. His right hand gripped his saber tightly. At this moment, Wharton's punch landed on Auguste's sword. He had obviously held back his power, but Auguste was still pushed back. Everyone's attention was on the battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock. No one paid any attention to Zichun. Of course, no one noticed that the other person in armor, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, was quietly approaching Zichun. When he was 2 meters away from Zichun, he launched a sneak attack towards Zichun. This was also a long sword, aimed at Zichun's back. This attack was aimed to take Zichun's life. However, facing this sneak attack, Zichun seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. The moment the longsword arrived, his body bent forward, and the tip of the sword brushed past Zichun's back. At the same time, he unsheathed his black saber. His body spun, and a flash of saber light slashed towards the back. Puff. A deep wound appeared on the armored cultivator's abdomen. The wound turned black under the naked eye. It was the black saber's armor-piercing and poisoning effect. You, the late-stage, 7th-stage cultivator, covered his wound and retreated. He pointed his sword at Zichun, his face full of disbelief. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When they turned around and saw the injured late-stage, 7th-stage cultivator, their faces changed. Wharton understood what was going on. When his eyes fell on Auguste again, there was a murderous intent in his eyes. I stopped playing this kind of trick when I was in the mortal realm. Die. Zichun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His body flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and swept past the late-stage, 7th-stage cultivator. With the armor-piercing and sharpness effects, the late-stage, 7th-stage cultivator's body was cut in half. This scene shocked everyone. They never thought that a late-stage 7th-stage cultivator would die in the hands of a mid-stage 7th-stage cultivator like Zichun. On the other side, Auguste, who saw that the situation was not good, shouted. The energy around his body surged wildly, forcing Wharton to take 2 steps back. Then he turned around and ran. Since the Wang family sent you to die, then you can die here. An indifferent voice suddenly came from Auguste's side. The latter's face changed greatly. He shook the black saber in his hand, and without thinking, he directly slashed towards the direction of the voice. However, this slash hit nothing. Then he felt a pain in his waist, and saw that there was a wound on his body. Auguste, who felt his strength quickly draining, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Zichun in disbelief. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even block a single attack with his armor. Bang! Auguste still didn't understand what happened until his lifeless body fell to the ground. On the contrary, when Wharton saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. When he looked at the black saber in Zichun's hand again, his eyes were filled with dread. After killing the famous Auguste with a single attack, the surrounding people were shocked. They all stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to believe what they had just seen. At this moment, Zichun turned around again. His cold eyes swept across the crowd and landed on the strangers. When they met Zichun's cold eyes, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Zichun's lips curled into a sneer. Since you don't plan to run, then you can die here. After saying this, Zichun moved forward at an astonishing speed. Then, under everyone's shocked expressions, he chopped off a head with a single slash. After killing another person, Zichun didn't stop there. He quickly moved to the side and killed another person. Until his death, this person didn't manage to launch a sneak attack. After killing 4 people in a row, everything was over. This was the additional killing intent that Zichun sensed from the rule he had comprehended. It had to be said that these 2 people didn't know how to conceal their killing intent. When they launched the sneak attack, they revealed their killing intent. After the battle, Zichun didn't hesitate to break the 4 people's abdomen, took the spirit crystals and their weapons. During this period of time, the crowd watched everything without uttering a single word. They were still in a state of shock. Furthermore, they had never imagined that Grandmaster Zichun, who appeared to be extremely gentle, would actually possess such extraordinary abilities. Chapter 16-19. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They all came forward and took out what they had gained. Some of them followed Zichun's instructions and didn't go out to kill the foreign races. Instead, they were searching for medicinal ingredients that could be used to refine healing medicine. Some people also prepared large amounts of tree marrow to exchange for spirit crystals. There were currently 25 people gathered here, but Zichun couldn't guarantee that there weren't any members of the Wang family among them. Perhaps there were, but they were too well hidden. However, the possibility wasn't high. Soon, everyone exchanged most of Zichun's loot. Wharton exchanged the most. Just the hearts of the late-stage 7th-stage foreign races, Wharton took out more than 10 of them. After the exchange, everyone was overjoyed. The late-stage 7th-stage mystic stepped forward and asked carefully, "Master Zichun, what should we do next?" Everyone had just witnessed Zichun's power and terror. At this moment, they were even more respectful towards Zichun. Zichun looked at everyone and said, "You guys can do whatever you want for the next few days. After I finish refining all the healing medicine, we'll do something big." Everyone immediately nodded with obvious joy on their faces. Zichen turned and walked towards the secluded forest. Dan Cauldron was his secret and definitely couldn't be exposed. The sound of footsteps sounded. Wharton suddenly followed. Zichen stopped and looked at Wharton in confusion. That saber of yours has 2 special effects. Wharton went straight to the point. Zichen shook his head. Wharton frowned and said, "Don't lie to me. That attack just now had armor penetration and poison." Zichen shook his head again and said, "I'm not lying to you. It doesn't have 2 special effects. It has 3. 3. Wharton was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. "After this battle, I'll try to help you add 2 special effects. The prerequisite is that your weapon can withstand 2 special effects. Otherwise, your weapon will be useless." After saying that, Zichen walked into the secluded forest. In the secluded forest, Dan Cauldron was refining pills. Zichen was refining the law crystal and comprehending the laws within. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling that it was about time, Zichen walked out of the secluded forest. The 25 of them had been waiting there for a long time. After exchanging some healing pills from Zichen, they headed towards the Dax Plains. The Dax Plains had recently become a gathering place for the foreign races. Previously, there were still humans who came here to hunt the foreign races, but as the supply of spirit crystals and healing medicines decreased dramatically, no one dared to come here anymore. Zichen's group intentionally circled around the former Imperial Sky City and headed straight for the Dax Plains. As soon as they entered the Dax Plains, they discovered a group of 10 foreign races. The strongest member of the group was only at the late 7th stage. Kill him quickly. After seeing the outsiders, Zichen did not stop. He took the initiative to attack the group of outsiders. The others' original intention was to observe the surroundings, but they had no choice but to follow. "Find an opponent that suits you," Zichen said as he charged forward. Then, he charged towards a late-stage outsider. Wharton followed closely behind, his body surging with a powerful aura as he charged towards the second late-stage alien in the team. A group of 25 humans against a group of 10 aliens was naturally a complete victory. The battle ended quickly. Zichen alone obtained a late-stage alien heart, and so did Wharton. As for the others, they would split their gains according to how they had fought. "Grandmaster Zichen, won't we alert the enemy if we charge in like this?" After the battle ended, Miosi asked in confusion. There were only 2 publicly recognized experts in the team. One was Zichen, and the other was Wharton. The leader was naturally one of the 2. However, Wharton rarely spoke, and it was mostly Zichen who spoke. Thus, in everyone's hearts, Zichen was the leader. Zichen looked around and found that the others had the same doubts. He smiled and said, "We came here this time to do something big. We only have one chance. What we need is speed, not caution. Think about it. If you knew that the humans had gathered several dozen people, would you be on guard?" Everyone shook their heads at first, but then immediately nodded. Indeed, this kind of thing could only be done once. A second time would be suicide. "That's why we're going deeper," Zichen said. "Deeper?" Everyone was shocked. Miosi asked, "How deep?" "A city of aliens." Zichen's smile contained a trace of cold-killing intent. During this time, Wharton still chose to remain silent, allowing Zichen to lead the team deeper. Very quickly, they discovered a second wave of aliens. There were 13 of them, and this battle was once again quickly concluded. Next, they went in a straight line. As they went deeper, the number of aliens they encountered gradually decreased. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but 3 or 5. Each battle was quickly concluded. Just like that, Zichen led the team in a straight line for 7 days. During these 7 days, they didn't encounter any danger. In these 7 days, the team had gone nearly 1,000 kilometers, and their gains were not small. On the 8th day, a small village appeared in their line of sight. From a distance, they could see aliens going in and out of the village. Everyone was confused when they saw the village. This is an alien tribe that has been expelled from the Dax beasts. They're not allowed to enter the city and can only wander around the outskirts. "This is one of the gathering places," Wharton said. Normally, humans would come to the Dax Plains by themselves. It was impossible for a single person to come here, so they knew very little about the Dax beasts. How many people are there in this village? Zichen asked. Wharton shook his head. I'm not sure, but there shouldn't be more than 100. Since that's the case, let's kill. After saying this, Zichen was the first to charge into the small village. There were many different kinds of beasts living in the village, and they were all at the early or middle stage. When Zichen's team arrived, they were like tigers in a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering. However, during this time, a distress signal soared into the sky from a building. Now, Zichen's team of 26 was completely exposed. 15 minutes later, the battle ended. The 56 aliens in the village were all killed. Not a single one was left alive, and not a single one escaped. Apart from the alien hearts, they also obtained a few rare human weapons, as well as a few spirit crystals. These were all spoils of war for the aliens. Our tracks have been exposed. What do we do now? Do we just go back like this? A cultivator asked. Zichun smiled coldly. Go back? How can that be? After we clean up the battlefield, come with me. Zichun led his team out of the village. When the aliens saw the distress signal, they gathered for a long time before gathering a team of 50 people. At this time, a large portion of the aliens had gone to the human city that they had just conquered. In this region, the aliens' greatest threat was the humans. Now that they had conquered the human city, they were much safer. Thus, there weren't many aliens left in the Dax Plains. The team of 50 was led by 5 late-stage, 7th-stage soul formation cultivators. To be honest, they didn't know what had happened, but when the distress signal appeared, they had to gather. Could it be that they were attacked by a pack of wolves? One of the aliens couldn't help but think. The team quickly advanced, heading straight for the village that had asked for help. When they passed by a sandy area, the sand suddenly flew up and something jumped out. It was a human. The instant it appeared, it charged towards a late-stage alien. Then, a flash of saber light flashed past. The late-stage alien didn't even have time to react before the saber slashed across his neck, and his head flew high into the air. Bang! Bang! Then, a series of explosions rang out. One figure after another burst out of the ground, charging towards the surrounding aliens. For a moment, all sorts of energy attacks shot out. After killing one of them, Zichen's figure flashed, dodging an attack from the side. The saber in his hand slashed again, and a mid-stage 7th-stage alien was cut in half at the waist. With 3 special effects, the sharpness and armor-piercing, Zichen had the ability to insta-kill enemies of the same level. Pooh! After killing another early-stage 7th-stage alien, Zichen used his spear to deflect another alien's weapon. The spear directly pierced through the alien's heart, and the alien's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After recovering his energy, Zichen charged forward again, charging towards a late-stage alien leader. Speaking of which, although this breakthrough allowed him to comprehend 2 of the simplest laws, Zichen's battle prowess had increased tremendously. He unsheathed his black saber, and the saber turned into 3 rays of saber light, shooting towards 3 different aliens. The defenses of the 3 aliens were instantly broken, and their bodies were sent flying backwards by the force of the saber light. However, this attack wasn't enough to kill them. But just as the 3 of them stood up, 2 of them staggered and fell to the ground. Black blood flowed out of their wounds, and it was obvious that they were poisoned. After being poisoned, the 2 didn't die, but they lost their battle prowess and were killed by the humans who came after them. The 50-man team was caught off guard by the 20 humans, and by the time they counterattacked, more than half of them were dead. Following that, Zichen and some other powerful existences showed their might once again, and this 50-man team was completely annihilated. This battle still resulted in 0 deaths, but a few people were injured, and their injuries weren't serious. In the process of cleaning up the battlefield, everyone looked at Zichen with eyes full of reverence. This wasn't only because of Zichen's battle prowess, but also because of Zichen's ambush methods. Out of the 50 aliens, almost 10 of them died in the hands of Zichen. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen led his people deeper into the city. Just like that, Zichen led his people deeper into the city, and in this period, they destroyed 6 villages. Everything was just as Zichen had guessed. After conquering the human cities, most of the aliens were transferred to the Imperial Sky City, and the alien cities became extremely empty. When Zichen destroyed the ninth village, he finally found an 8th stage alien. This was another realm, and they had extraordinary methods and were very difficult to deal with. Chapter 1620. The appearance of the 8th rank alien put a lot of pressure on everyone, and some of them couldn't help but look shocked. The difference of one rank was the comprehension of the world's laws. This was a huge gap. Just as everyone was at a loss, Wharton, who was usually quiet, stepped forward and walked straight towards the 8th rank alien. "You guys go deal with the others." Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect Wharton to stand up at this time. Suddenly, Wharton felt his vision blur, and then he saw Zichen's back. Zichen appeared in front of Wharton and said without looking back, "This guy has some enmity with me. Let me deal with him." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Even Wharton looked at Zichen in surprise. "Let's end this quickly." Zichen's voice sounded again, and he rushed towards the 8th rank alien. "Let's go." Wharton's expression changed slightly, and he led the others forward. "It's you, human." The 8th rank alien recognized Zichen at a glance. With a shout, he slashed at Zichen with his blade. Zichen blocked with his spear, and the sound of metal clanging echoed. Clang! The weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Zichen retreated, the spear in his hand trembling. In a clash of strength, Zichen, who was at a lower rank, was clearly weaker. The 8th rank alien tapped his foot, and his body soared into the air. Holding his blade with both hands, he slashed at Zichen. A ray of light lit up on the blade, and a 5-meter-long blade light shot out. As it slashed down, the surrounding space distorted, and a spatial pressure enveloped Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen's expression couldn't help but change. The opponent's use of power had obviously reached the level of spatial loss. Every attack contained spatial pressure, which was equivalent to using a king-rank battle skill in the Zhanwu continent. Swish! Zichen's body glowed, and energy shook like a tide. After slightly dispelling the spatial pressure, he dodged to the side. The blade light hit the ground, and a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. After dodging the attack, Zichen pointed his spear at the 8th stage alien's chest. Because this attack was so fast, the space around it let out an ear-piercing screech. Clang! Hurriedly waving his saber to block, the alien lost his balance and fell back. Zichen's figure flashed, and he once again attacked with his spear. For a moment, the sky was filled with spear shadows. It could be said that Zichen was not at a disadvantage against an 8th rank foreign being. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth, locked in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Wharton and the others took advantage of the fact that Zichen was stalling for time to attack the other outsiders. Bang! Wharton punched out, the blazing fist light slamming into a late-stage, 7th-level ascendant. The latter's body trembled, and he coughed out blood as he was sent flying. With a tap of his foot, Wharton soared into the air. A broadsword appeared in his hand, and he chopped down with it. Pooh! A head was chopped off. Wharton had cleanly and efficiently killed an opponent at the same level as him. Immediately afterwards, the others quickly followed, and for a moment, all sorts of energy clashed. At the beginning of the battle, the 8th stage alien was blocked by Zichen. The outsiders were clearly at a disadvantage, and the 8th stage alien was constantly pinned down by Zichen. One by one, they died. Unable to take down this 7th-level human, the 8th stage alien was furious. Seeing his subordinates die one after another, he was both anxious and furious. Die! With a roar, he didn't care about anything else and directly used his strongest move. A huge beast shadow appeared behind him. As soon as the beast shadow appeared, the energy in the world began to surge wildly, as if a peerless monster had appeared. The beast shadow's cold eyes stared fixedly at Zichen. When the 8th stage alien, who was almost at his peak, used this move, the power was far stronger than before. Under the terrifying surge of energy, the distant battlefield came to a standstill. Everyone's eyes turned in this direction. When the humans saw the huge beast shadow, their faces all changed. Feeling the terrifying power, their eyes were filled with despair. Under such circumstances, it seemed that even Wharton would not be able to block this move, let alone Zichun, who was in the middle stage of the 7th stage. Perhaps only an experienced expert of the same level would have a chance of blocking it. When the outsiders saw the huge beast shadow, their eyes were filled with envy. Then, they cheered loudly. Clearly, the summoning of the totemic beast meant that the outcome of this battle had been decided. The huge beast shadow stretched out its claws and pressed down on Zichun. In the eyes of the crowd, this attack was very slow, as if the beast's movements were completely controlled. But in reality, this attack had activated the power of space. It just gave people the illusion that it was very slow. They believed that as the person involved, Zichun, must be unable to move at this moment. Sure enough, Zichun did not move at all. He did not even have time to struggle before the claw pressed down on his head. Pong! Energy surged, and Zichun's body directly exploded. It's over. The crowd of humans was stunned, but they felt a little strange in their hearts. As for the outsiders, because of their fanatical worship of the totemic beast, they all cheered. Even the 8th stage alien had a hint of a smile on his face. But just as this smile appeared, before it could disappear, a sense of danger appeared in his heart. The long saber in his hand lit up, and he was about to slash backwards when suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded in his ears. You only reacted now? It's too late. A bright saber light flashed past, and the armor-piercing, sharpness, and poison effects were all activated. The saber light flashed past the 8th stage alien's neck, and his head flew high into the air. In the records of the Desperate Soldiers list in the Imperial Sky City, Zichun's contribution points suddenly increased by 10 points. This meant that Zichun had killed an 8th stage alien. Unfortunately, there were no longer any outsiders paying attention to the Desperate Soldiers list. In the hearts of the outsiders, it seemed that most of the humans were already dead. The cheers of the outsiders were stuck in their throats. Their eyes were wide open, and they stared at the headless corpse in disbelief. Some of the outsiders slowly turned their heads, and their necks seemed to be stiff, and it was very difficult for them to turn. Their gazes landed on Zichun, and their eyes were filled with shock. The other humans were also stunned. They did not expect such a scene. Even Wharton had a look of confusion on his face. This idiot. If he had attacked directly, he would have done something. Unfortunately, he had to act cool. Zichun sneered in his heart. It seemed that the attack from the outsider was very powerful, but after Zichun's speed increased, he still had the chance to react. If the outsider had shot out 2 attacks from his eyes, Zichun would have been heavily injured even if he dodged. But now, Zichun did not even have a light injury. Pooh! Another human head flew down, startling the people who were still in a daze. Zichun had already rushed into the group of mutants. After waking up, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They roared as they charged at the outsiders. Because of the deaths of their experts, the outsiders' confidence had greatly decreased, and some of them were even preparing to flee. This battle ended with total annihilation. Among them, Zichun, who had obtained an 8-fold heart and a few other hearts, could be considered to have gained the most. This seemed to have become a habit. After every battle, in their eyes, Grandmaster Zichun would gain the most, even more than Wharton. And on the battlefield, Grandmaster Zichun was just like Lord Zichun. After the battle ended, the next step was to clean up the battlefield. A day later, after killing a few more outsiders, Zichun and the others saw a large city in the distance. This was already over 3,000 kilometers deep into the Dax Plains. This was the first city they had encountered. At this point, they had already been in the Dax Plains for 3 months. Their gains were so great that Zichun and Wharton's bags of holding were completely full. There was no helping it. Only the 2 of them had bags of holding, so everyone's gains were all in their hands. Seeing the city in the distance, Wharton said, I heard that the Dax Plains are distributed like us humans, with each realm occupying a city. This must be the 7-fold city. Really? Zichun looked at Wharton. I'm not sure. I've only heard of it, Wharton said. That won't do. Even the 7-fold city we're in has a 9th stage expert. There must be one here as well. A hint of worry flashed through Mioci's eyes. The others were also very worried, but at a time like this, everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Zichun, waiting for Zichun to make a decision. After pondering for a moment, Zichun looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I feel that this city is tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. Perhaps it is incomparably empty. This might be an opportunity for us to spread our names throughout the battlefield of despair. Of course, our original intention is still to harvest." Hearing Zichun's words, everyone was slightly tempted, but some were still very worried. "What if there's a ninth stage expert in the city?" a cultivator asked worriedly. "At a time like this, do you think the outsiders would put a ninth stage expert here?" Zichun didn't answer, but instead asked a question. "Then there should be one in the 8th stage. Leave the 8th stage to me." Everyone was a bit surprised, but Zichun said, "Everyone, don't worry. If we see that the situation is bad, we'll immediately run. But let's say this first. After we enter, don't be too far away from each other." Everyone nodded, their faces filled with fervor. Next, it was time to recover from all their injuries and adjust their battle prowess to peak condition. 2 days later, a group of 26 people rushed towards the majestic city of the outsiders. The city gate was guarded by outsiders, but they were all 7th stage experts. After Zichun and the others rushed to the gate, they slaughtered and then directly charged into the city. This was the first time the humans had truly attacked this city. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Even Zichun was no longer calm. Die. An 8th stage outsider appeared, his body surging with a powerful aura. "Continue the slaughter." Zichun shouted and charged towards the 8th stage outsider. Pooh. After consuming 30% of his strength, Zichun killed the outsider with a single strike. Immediately after, the Dragon Soul Spear's devouring and feedback effect was activated, recovering 30% of his strength. Seeing Zichun almost insta-kill the 8th stage outsider, everyone cheered and charged into the city. Zichun's powerful spiritual sense spread out. He was looking for the outsider's trading location. This was actually the main reason why Zichun attacked this city. Just as Zichun led people into the city, in the distant horizon, a huge object appeared in the void. This was a very ancient-looking warship. Its entire body was black, and at the front of the warship was a huge, ferocious, and mighty dragon skeleton. In its eye sockets, 2 cold dragon eyes were still there. Chapter 1621. Zichun led his party into the battlefield of the alien races without a hitch. During this period of time, they displayed tremendous destructive power. All the alien races they encountered along the way were killed. Among them, Zichun killed a total of 5 of the 8th rank alien races. During this period of time, Zichun, who had been constantly releasing his spiritual senses, finally discovered the trading places of the alien races. It seemed that because most of the alien races had left for human cities, these trading places were very few in number and were not bustling at all. Zichun even discovered that some stall owners were dozing off out of boredom. Even the clamorous battle cries did not wake them up. Zichun led his party of 25 humans and charged into one shop after another. These shops sold human weapons, rare materials, and special ores, as well as healing pills. Zichun charged into a shop. The shop owner was actually an 8th stage tiger man. When he saw the humans barging in, his eyes immediately flashed with surprise. Whoosh! Zichun showed no mercy. With a jolt of his spear, he transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. At the same time, he unsheathed his black blade and flashed across the air. Before the 8th stage shop owner could react, he was killed on the spot by Zichun. A 7th stage alien was so frightened that he immediately fled through the back door. Zichun did not pursue him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the dazzling array of goods in the shop. Senior Cauldron Spirit. While there was no one around, Zichun took out his cauldron and transmitted his spiritual senses. Take all of these away. Cauldron Spirit appeared in his white robe. He swept his gaze across the goods in the shop. The quality of these goods was not bad. There were quite a number of good materials among them. Take all of them. Leave none behind. Zichun nodded. At this moment, the spear in his hand was still pointing at the 8th stage alien. The alien's body was shriveling at a rate visible to the naked eye. An unending stream of energy was converging into Zichen's body. Of course, his 8th stage heart was still intact. Kill these humans. Humans are invading. Quickly call for reinforcements. Kill these invaders. Loud shouts sounded from outside the shop. It was the aliens from other parts of the city who had heard the news and were charging towards the shop. In the shop, as Cauldron's spirit waved its sleeve, an enormous suction force appeared and pulled all the materials in the shop towards the cauldron. This could be considered a violation of the rules. Zichen's spiritual power was rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had the soul power of an 8th-rank outsider to maintain it. For minutes had passed by the time everything in the shop had been taken away. During these 4 minutes, many outsiders rushed over after hearing the news, and some of them were still in the process of rushing back. Zichen rushed out of the shop and saw many of his companions carrying large bags flying out of the shops. Their harvest was not small. Just as Zichen had guessed, there were no powerful beings in this city. As long as Zichen was given some time, he would be able to slaughter all the non-humankind beings in the city. Just as Zichen was about to order a massacre, he suddenly felt his heart palpitating. Zichen had never experienced such a feeling before. Even his soul was trembling because of it. A large shadow fell from the sky, as though the dome of heaven was collapsing. The immense pressure made Zichen breathless. It was as though a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the dome of heaven. Then, Zichen saw a large black ship. This was an ancient warship that seemed to have experienced the baptism of countless wars. It was riddled with holes and exuded an ancient aura of decay. The sails of the warship were tattered, as if they could fall apart at any time. But when Zichen saw the complete appearance of the warship, his face was filled with shock. The hull of the ship was not tattered. Instead, it was a complete set of beast bones. It was at least 3,000 meters long, and there were 4 skeletal claws at the bottom of the ship. It seemed to be some kind of powerful creature. Looking at the hull, Zichen could not recognize what kind of creature it was. But when his eyes fell on the skull at the bow of the ship, Zichen's heart shook. A word that represented powerful, sacred, and dignified appeared in his mind. Dragon. It was a dragon's head that was perfectly connected to the skeleton ship. Clearly, this was a dragon ship or a dragon skeleton that had lost its body. The ancient skeleton dragon ship flew over Zichen's head, casting a large shadow. A sad battle song came from the dragon ship and entered Zichen's ears. Zichen's shock could not be any greater. The enormous pressure above his head made him unable to move. His heartbeat sped up, and he felt as if his heart was going to explode. Zichen's reaction was very extreme, but when he looked around, the other humans and aliens did not react at all. That ancient and sad battle song was still playing. The enormous pressure on his body and soul told Zichen that this was all real. It was not an illusion. The skeleton dragon ship flew over his head, and no one else noticed. Only Wharton seemed to feel something. He looked up, but he could not see anything. The appearance of the dragon ship completely shocked Zichen. After the dragon ship left, Zichen found that his soul and power had been consumed by 90%. He had a very bad feeling, as if something big was about to happen. He shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The dragon ship was too scary. Even though they were leaving, Zichen did not dare to stay. He turned and ran, and the other humans followed him. The skeleton dragon ship was far away, but the shadow in Zichen's heart did not disappear. It was as if the pressure was still there. It was as if that pair of cold dragon eyes were watching him. Zichen did not dare to stay. He killed his way out of the city. There were 26 of them when they entered the city, and 21 when they left. 5 of them had died in battle. "You guys go first." After leaving the city, Zichen felt that the pressure had lessened. Looking at the injured people, Zichen waved his hand. "Let's go. Let's go." Wharton, who was carrying a large bag, also signaled for everyone to leave. He chose to stay. Those who survived were undoubtedly carrying huge bags on their backs. It was obvious that the things inside were of great value. Looking at the aliens chasing out of the city gate, Zichen said, "You guys go. I will stop them alone. Let's meet in the forest." Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Zichen held his spear and rushed toward the aliens. With the Dragon Soul Spear, Zichun was not afraid of exhausting his energy. Naturally, he was not afraid of these people. Wharton and the others gave Zichun a deep look before they turned around and left. Dazzling light and dazzling blade light dazzled as non-humankind beings fell one after another. With his extreme speed, Zichun would not let any of the aliens go past him to kill the other humans. Blood spilled, and the bodies of the aliens fell. Even the most fearless person would feel fear when facing a massacre. Zichun was like a madman, cutting down any alien that dared to appear in front of him. This massacre lasted for an unknown period of time. When Zichun killed the last alien, he saw that the surroundings were filled with dead bodies. Zichun himself had long been stained with blood. Looking up, he saw a group of aliens gathered at the city gate. However, they were all holding weapons and looking at Zichun in fear, not daring to move forward. Zichun coldly glanced at the crowd of outsiders. Their hearts trembled, and some of them almost dropped their weapons. Zichun coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He didn't even want the spoils of war. Zichun was not a fool. After killing for so long, and with the Dragon Soul Spear's soul-devouring ability, his mind could not take it. Furthermore, with such a delay, the enemy's reinforcements might arrive soon. When that time came, Zichun would not be able to leave. Outside the secluded forest, the 20 people were still anxiously waiting. Speaking of which, they had gained a lot this time. However, they were not happy at all that they had made it here alive. They had invaded the alien city and made history. However, if Zichun died, everything they had gained would be useless. That was because these things could only be exchanged in front of Zichun. I hope Lord Zichun is fine, Muse muttered as if she was praying. At some point, they had started to call Zichun Master Zichun Lord Zichun. Master referred to Zichun's identity as an alchemist, while Lord referred to Zichun's combat prowess. Wharton had not said a single word since returning. He was leaning against a withered tree to heal his wounds. In the final battle, even he had suffered heavy injuries. As he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, he could not help but recall the scene in Schenker's store. Old Schenker had thought highly of the early 7th stage Zichun. At that time, Wharton knew that there must be a reason for all this. Now, even Wharton, who was in the late 7th stage, did not dare to say that he could kill Zichun. On the contrary, when Zichun was killing people, if he was too close to Zichun, he would feel a sense of fear in his heart. In addition, there was also the sudden sense of danger. The moment he felt the danger, he looked around and found that no one else was abnormal. However, at that moment, he saw Zichun come out of the store. After that, Zichun seemed to have seen something and suffered something. His expression became very painful. At that time, Wharton followed Zichun's gaze and saw nothing in the sky. It was also at that time that Zichun announced the retreat. While waiting anxiously, time always passed very slowly. Half a day had passed, but everyone felt like half a year had passed. Finally, they heard a slight movement. Then, they saw a human covered in blood appear. Looking at the blood-stained spear, everyone's faces were immediately filled with excitement. They all stepped forward and loudly called out to Lord Zichun. Lord Zichun, you're injured. Muse C was the first to step forward and ask with concern. They're all minor injuries. It's not important. We can't stay here for long. Let's go deeper. Zichun shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Muse C asked, this is the secluded forest. How can it not be safe? Are we going to go deeper into the forest? No. We're going to the desert of death. Let's go now. Speed up. Zichun emphasized the last sentence. After being together for several months, everyone had long been convinced by Zichun. Now that they heard Zichun's words, which were almost like an order, they did not ask any more questions. They immediately sped up in the direction of the desert of death. Even Wharton did not waste time. Instead, he helped a heavily injured mid-7th stage human carry a bag. Not long after they left, a team of 20 foreign races made up entirely of 8th stage humans appeared. The leader of the wolf race was breathing heavily. He quickly locked onto the direction Zichun and the others were heading and immediately chased after them. Chapter 1622. The ones chasing after them were definitely experts of the other races. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone naturally wouldn't be stingy and continuously took out spirit crystals to recover. Soon, the Death Desert appeared in everyone's vision. The drifting sand that filled the sky and the boundless yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see was something that even ninth-level powerhouses would feel intimidated by. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but slow down. Don't stop. Go deeper into the desert. Zichen was the first to soar into the air and fly deeper into the desert. The others didn't hesitate and flew while refining spirit crystals. Raise the defensive light barrier and increase your speed a little. Everyone followed Zichen's instructions and flew higher. The yellow sand churned and giant scorpions appeared one after another. However, the humans flew too high and their soul attacks were greatly reduced. After flying for about 20 miles, they felt a dense killing intent coming from behind them. The pursuers were here. Everyone ran even faster and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the humans gradually disappearing into the horizon, the 20 experts of the other races didn't chase after them. The Death Desert was known to be a place where even 9th-level experts had to stop. 8th-level cultivators like them didn't dare to rashly enter. Once they entered, only death would await them. In addition, they didn't bring many things to recover their energy before coming. However, they wouldn't let the humans have an easy time. The leading lion man coldly said, "Guard here for 3 days. I don't believe they can survive in the desert for 3 days." Outside the Imperial Sky City where the 8th-level human cultivators were located, thousands of 8th-level experts gathered. Their bodies surged with a monstrous baleful aura and their eyes were as cold as blades. During this time, they blocked the attacks of the other races time and time again. Compared to the several thousand 8th-level cultivators on the human side, the other races were much more numerous. Just the 7th-level cultivators alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Other than that, there were no less than 10,000 8th-level cultivators. Almost 70% of the experts of the Dax Plains gathered here. They seemed to want to take down the human city in one go. Such a ferocious attitude was very puzzling. They had already carelessly lost a city. No matter what, the humans couldn't lose a second city. Thus, after the battle started, they kept transferring 9th-level cultivators to guard the city. Today, an expert on the Desolate Land list came. Suho. He was the only powerful existence that had entered the Desperate Zones list in the past 1,000 years. Although he was currently ranked in the top 100 on all 3 lists, it was enough to intimidate everyone present. Suho wasn't tall. He had a bald head and wore a flame-like armor. As soon as he arrived, he immediately went to battle. His opponent was also a powerful being on the list. At this moment, on the battlefield, tens of thousands of people were watching the battle between the experts on the rare list. There was no earth-shattering power in the battle between the two of them. However, the distorted space and the flickering power of the nomological laws were a testament to how terrifying their attacks were. This was the first time Suho had truly fought since he took charge of this place. However, he didn't expect that the Dax clan would send someone on the ranking as well. The two of them had been fighting for so long, but there was no clear victor. In the middle of the battle, for some reason, the two of them suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Their expressions became extremely solemn. Hence, the battle ended here. The foreign races returned to the Royal Sky City on the 7th level, while the humans retreated to the 8th level. During this period of time, there was still an endless stream of 8th-level cultivators entering the battlefield of despair from the Imperial Sky region. After returning to his residence, Suho asked with a frown. A moment later, his door was pushed open and an old man walked in. "You saw that thing too," Suho said as soon as the old man walked in. "Only an idiot wouldn't be able to see such a big thing," the old man said in annoyance. Suho snorted and said, "There are tens of thousands of foreign races and humans. Less than 5 people have seen that thing." The old man waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I'm not here to discuss this with you today. Didn't you find it strange that the foreign races would suddenly attack? Perhaps that's the reason." Suho's expression changed slightly and said, "How is that possible? The ancient dragon ship is known as the most mysterious thing in the world. The ancient warship, the Desolate Warsong, summons powerful beings to explore the depths of the world. The appearance of the ancient dragon ship attracts the most powerful beings in the entire battlefield of despair. This is the biggest event in the battlefield of despair. How dare a mere Dax clan get involved? The old man said in a low voice. Perhaps they found a way to control the dragon ship. Suho said, so what? Among all the races, the Dax clan isn't the strongest. Long Fei, who was about to board the ship, gave up at the last moment. From this, it can be seen that it's not a good thing. The old man fell silent. In the history of the battlefield of despair, the dragon ship had appeared several times. Anyone who felt the call of the dragon ship was a true powerhouse. However, so many powerhouses had boarded the ship, but not a single one returned alive. Back then, Long Fei suddenly chose to give up right before boarding the ship. The other races said that Long Fei was a coward, but the humans didn't think so. They felt that Long Fei seemed to have understood something the moment he boarded the ship. The same scene happened before. At that time, the strongest human, Tang Nuo, also chose to give up the moment he boarded the ship. After a moment of silence, the old man said, this matter is very important, and it's not something we should worry about. Today, I called you here because I have some good news to tell you. Suho asked, what good news? The little 7th Order fellows that we lost contact with not long ago went to attack a city of the Beast Clan. That's good news, but did they all get wiped out? No, they successfully entered the city, stole some resources, and finally succeeded in breaking out. Suho was startled, but he couldn't say a word. A moment later, he said, to be able to organize a group of people to attack a foreign city, they have some ability. You stayed there for so long. Can you guess who it is? The old man thought seriously and said, in terms of combat power, there should be 2 people. Unfortunately, one of them doesn't have that much courage, nor does he have that much leisure. Combat power, courage, and intelligence, although I don't dare to believe it, it seems that only that person can do it. Who? A little fellow that entered the battlefield of despair a year ago. Old man, you're joking, right? Suho was dissatisfied. Do I look like I'm joking? I've seen that little fellow a few times. He's very courageous, and has a lot of potential, the old man said with a smile. No matter how courageous or how much potential he has, the time he can enter the battlefield of despair is limited. What can he do in a short year? Suho shook his head. Courage is enough. As for battle prowess, he came in with 3 weapons and a bag of holding. How is that possible? Suho's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, whose is it? Tang Nuo's. Suho wasn't familiar with Tang Nuo, but he had seen Tang Nuo's name before. Back then, Tang Nuo was ranked first, but was replaced by Long Fei in the end. Ever since he became a powerhouse on the list, Suho had some understanding of the battlefield of despair. Here, only one person had special privileges, and that was the number 1 person. After a long silence, Suho asked, what do you think of this matter? The old man said indifferently, I didn't have any opinion at first, but since they did something, I plan to go back and see them. You want to go personally? Suho was shocked. I'm not at ease with others going, and that little fellow seems to have enemies, so he's very vigilant. Then be careful. Don't worry, the person who can kill an old man like me in the battlefield of despair hasn't been born yet. With that, the old man walked out of the room. The ancient warship that passes through the edge of the world, the bleak and tragic war song, the call from fate, the journey to the end of the world. After Sinker left, Suho's mind was filled with legends about the ancient warship. Due to limited resources, Shuntian Prefecture couldn't send out too many level 8 cultivators. After discussing with the other 6 prefectures, Shuntian Prefecture sent out a group of level 7 cultivators to enter the battlefield of despair to scout the situation. At the same time, the Imperial Sky region indicated for those who had obtained the War Martial Domain token to enter the battlefield of despair immediately. On the same day, Shuntian Prefecture issued a level 7 summoning order, summoning all level 7 cultivators to enter the battlefield of despair. These damned bastards! Isn't it obvious that they're sending level 7 cultivators to their deaths? In the Shuntian Prefecture, the number 1 person in the battlefield of despair, Tang Nuo, couldn't help but show anger on his face. He had a great reputation in the battlefield of despair, so he was naturally familiar with the place. The loss of level 7 city meant that any level 7 cultivators who entered the battlefield of despair would have no support. Under such circumstances, those who weren't familiar with the battlefield of despair, no matter how talented they were, only death awaited them. The scholarly middle-aged man walked into the room. Seeing the furious prefecture lord, he smiled lightly and said, "Prefecture lord, although the battlefield of despair can't be predicted, I've seen those little fellows before. They're basically not people with short lives. Perhaps there's still a chance to turn things around." A chance to turn things around? How is that possible? Tang Nua smiled bitterly. According to reliable sources, Zichun has already entered the battlefield of despair for more than a year. Perhaps the chance to turn things around lies with Zichun. The scholarly middle-aged man added, "Perhaps." Tang Nua said indifferently, obviously not in a good mood. The implications of this matter are too great. It's not something that a single force can control. The battlefield of despair has its own rules of conduct. Even if others are willing to let a prefecture's people die for nothing, the battlefield of despair won't allow it. The scholarly middle-aged man continued, "Take Ming Shi for example. Although he doesn't seem to be in the right place, he's very prudent in his actions. It's said that he allowed Zichun to bring in 3 weapons. A trace of surprise flashed in Tang Nua's eyes. 3 weapons. This is a bit surprising. After a moment of silence, Tang Nua said, "This time, you should personally go to the battlefield of despair. These little fellows have great potential. I don't want them to die under a scheme." That's not a problem. The summoning order quickly spread to the 108 cities, and some people were named. Chapter 1623. These 5 people were the top 5 winners of the grand competition. They each received 5 war marshal tokens and were required to enter the battlefield of despair. As for the others, there were no other mandatory requirements. They could enter as they wished. For the others in the 108 cities, this gathering was an opportunity to enter the battlefield of despair. It was a place where true experts could train. Normally, only those with the war marshal tokens could enter. Now that they heard that the battlefield of despair was gathering cultivators, those who didn't know the truth eagerly signed up. Soon, the number of people exceeded 1,000. The scholarly middle-aged man who received the news smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, "There are too many people. We only need 100 people at most." For the sake of these 100 slots, the various cities had almost arranged an additional battle between the powerhouses. Compared to the Shuntian prefecture, the cultivators from the other 6 prefectures refused to enter the battlefield of despair. Because it was their first time entering, they went according to their city's ranking. Every city in the top 100 had a spot. As for the bottom 8, they didn't have the qualifications. Of course, these 100 people didn't include the 5 war marshal tokens. The 105 people quickly gathered through the transportation formation and arrived at the Shuntian prefecture. During this time, there were naturally some familiar faces. Shuntian Dao, Jin Qingqing, Manshur, Wu Xie, Dark Mantle, and the others were already very familiar with them. Other than some familiar faces, there were naturally some who were annoying. For example, Golden Leaf City's Yi Ming. His strength had also reached the 7th level, and he occupied the Golden Leaf City spot. As for Jin Qingqing, she had the War Marshal token. When the two sides met, there was naturally no lack of banter. Everyone was already used to this and couldn't be bothered to find out who was right and who was wrong. After that, the middle-aged man led everyone into the Imperial Sky region. The group gathered in the Shuntian prefecture. A day later, the scholarly middle-aged man led everyone into the Imperial Sky region. When they arrived at the Imperial Sky region and entered the tavern, he saw Meng Shi talking to a black-clothed man in a low voice. Seeing someone enter, Meng Shi immediately took away a priceless Imperial weapon material on the counter. The two seemed to have reached an agreement. The black-clothed man turned around and coincidentally saw the middle-aged man. He nodded at the other party and smiled kindly. Then, he turned around and left the room. The fortune-teller's perception was very sharp. He saw indifference in the other party's smile and said, "The way he looked at us was like a dead man." Everyone's expression changed because no one doubted the fortune-teller's words. The scholarly middle-aged man's face turned ugly as he stared at Meng Shi in an unfriendly manner. Meng Shi looked at the other party and chuckled. "Oh, isn't this Brother Tian? What brings you here?" The scholarly middle-aged man lost his usual calmness and said indifferently, "This material should be used to buy their lives, right?" Meng Shi said unhappily, "Look at what you're saying. Would I, Meng Shi, do such a deal? It's just that I'm kind enough to give you a piece of material, but I just want to teleport these little guys together. This is a good thing, so how can I not help?" The middle-aged man's face turned even uglier. "Then tell me, where are you going to send them?" Meng Shi said without hesitation, "The desert of death." The scholarly middle-aged man stared at Meng Shi, his eyes flashing. Meng Shi stared at the middle-aged man with a smile. Neither of them said a word. In the rear, the faces of Shuntian and the others became very ugly. They had just arrived, and they were already being schemed against. Just by hearing the name of the Desert of Death, they knew that it was not a good place. They originally thought that the scholarly middle-aged man would lead them away, or at least fight for fairness. Who would have thought that after looking at each other for a while, the scholarly middle-aged man would actually agree? This time, even Meng Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. "I'll leave them to you." The middle-aged man turned and left. Meng Shi chuckled and said, "Go back and tell Tangno that he might be preparing the second batch of people soon." The middle-aged man paused for a moment and said, "Okay, I will definitely tell him." The scholarly middle-aged man left just like that. The crowd seemed to explode, and everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. "Okay, little guys, follow me now. Since you're here, you have no other way out. Enter the battlefield of despair and head north." Meng Shi instructed as he walked. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, the black-clothed man from before walked out from the corner and quietly looked at the teleportation array in the distance. As the teleportation array opened, a large area of yellow sand appeared in his line of sight. It was indeed the Desert of Death. He nodded in satisfaction. After watching the crowd enter reluctantly, he returned to report. In the blink of an eye, all 105 people had entered. Meng Shi smiled. However, after a short while, he said in exasperation, "That damned guy. He actually left without worry. Did he really think that I wouldn't dare to kill him?" After muttering a few words, Meng Shi returned to the tavern, but in his heart, he was thinking about what benefits he should ask for next time. The foreign race army waited outside the Desert of Death for 3 days. After 3 days, they turned and left. They hid in the dark and observed for another 2 days. When they did not see the return of those humans, they were completely relieved and truly left. 1 day later, Zichun brought the group back. After staying in the Desert of Death for 6 days, they had suffered greatly. Fortunately, there were no casualties. When they returned to the edge of the desert, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They sent 2 people to stand guard, and the others to treat their injuries and recover. As for Zichun, he took out the spoils from his interspatial pouch and began to distribute them. Actually, this distribution was just a matter of registration. After the registration, the items returned to Zichun's hands. Everyone doesn't have many spiritual crystals left. If you recover from your injuries, get some more tree marrow so that you can refine the next batch of spiritual crystals. Before entering the secluded woods, Zichun instructed. After entering the secluded woods, Cauldron Spirit took out all the items from the shop. There were many refining materials, some medicinal pellets, and quite a lot of spiritual crystals. Unfortunately, there was no interspatial pouch. Zichun was very disappointed. Cauldron Spirit began to refine the alien hearts while Zichun began to organize the spoils. He put aside the useful items and the useless items. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Zichun walked out of the secluded woods. Of the 20 people in the party, only 7 or 8 remained. The rest had temporarily gone elsewhere. After waiting for another day and waiting for everyone to return, Zichun distributed the fragments of laws that they deserved according to their harvest. After distributing the spoils according to their contributions, the party exchanged their tree marrow for a new batch of spiritual crystals from Zichun. During the exchange, Wharton was somewhat absent-minded. He had been thinking about how to enhance his weapons. Zichun had his own plans for this, but before he could give the order, a person suddenly appeared in his perception. It was a person who should not be here. Zichen's expression turned vigilant. He clenched his spear and looked ahead. The party's expression also became extremely cautious. When Old Man Schenker appeared and saw that everyone was looking at him vigilantly, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you all in a battle stance? Do you not welcome me? Who are you?" Zichen looked at Old Man Schenker and asked indifferently. The old man stared blankly for a moment before he smilingly asked, "Who do you think I am? I have long guessed that you are very vigilant, but I didn't expect that even this old man couldn't do it. TSK, TSK. It has only been a short time, and you have already made a breakthrough. It seems that your potential is really high." Zichun still stared at the old man unkindly. The old man did not care at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Boy, you are looking at me so vigilantly. Are you going to renege on your debt?" "Renege on what debt?" Zichun remained calm. "When you took away the storage bag, you said that it was a debt," Old Man Schenker said. Only Zichun and Old Man Schenker knew about this matter. The others did not know at all. Zichun confirmed the old man's identity, but he was still puzzled. "Why are you here?" "To give you some resources." "Us?" "Yes, you. You have successfully escaped from the Orc City. Apart from the Desert of Death and the secluded forest, there is nowhere else to go." At this point, Zichen knew that the news of the invasion of the alien city had spread. After the old man explained the purpose of his visit, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "What good things did you bring? It just so happens that we have materials here that we can exchange with you. But remember, the price is lower than normal." Zichun completely let down his guard. The old man stepped forward and asked curiously, "What good things do you have?" Zichen glanced at everyone and said, "Take out all the things that we don't need for the time being and exchange them for something useful." With that, everyone walked around and dug out one big bag after another from the ground. They took out a lot of materials. Seeing those materials, the old man's expression changed slightly. "What do you want? Spirit crystals? Pills?" the old man asked. These should be the things that everyone lacked the most at the moment, but after the old man said that, he found that everyone was indifferent. Instead, some people even curled their lips, as if saying that those things were rare. Zichun stepped forward and said, "We don't want spirit crystals or pills. We want some high-quality weapons, armor, and boots. They must be high quality, and preferably without special effects." "Oh?" The old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zichun curiously. Obviously, from the beginning, Zichun spoke as if he was the leader. After thinking carefully, the old man understood the reason and said in surprise, "You succeeded?" "Of course," Zichun said proudly. After that, the two of them walked into the forest. Along the way, they whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about, but when they returned, the old man and the young man had satisfied smiles on their faces. The old man took away all the materials, leaving behind some weapons with special effects. Although these things were worthless in Zichen's eyes, in the eyes of everyone else, they were precious treasures. After the old man left, Zichen looked at everyone and began to give instructions on what to do next. "Everyone, from now on, don't do anything. Just focus on killing the male scorpions." Everyone was puzzled, and Miyoshi stepped forward to ask the reason. Zichen didn't hide anything and said directly, "The tail of the male scorpion has two special effects, armor penetration and poison. I happen to be able to refine it. Next, you capture the male scorpions, and I will buy them back at the price of 10 crystals each." This book came from the web. Read the original content first. Chapter 1624. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay a price. This was the rule of the battlefield of despair, and no one objected to it. Moreover, Zichen had bought it at a normal price. Thinking back to the shock Zichen's saber had given them, they were very excited. Weapons with the armor-piercing special effect were the most expensive of all the special effects. They didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Desert of Death. The fastest was Wharton, who had been eyeing the armor-piercing special effect for a long time. Looking at the group charging into the Desert of Death in the blink of an eye, Zichen turned and walked towards the secluded forest. Next, he needed to refine the law crystals and increase his strength. Old Man Schenker would come again in a month, so Zichen only had a month to refine the law crystals. A month passed quickly, and Zichen finished refining them. His strength had increased again. Next, he walked out of the secluded forest. From afar, Zichen saw piles of male scorpion corpses. They were like small hills, piled up into 20 piles of varying sizes. This was the harvest of the 20 people in a month. From a visual estimate, there were close to 10,000 male scorpion corpses. Zichen was very satisfied with this number. The more scorpion corpses, the better. Zichen watched from the side, quietly waiting for Old Man Schenker to come. The old man came a day later than scheduled, but when he arrived and saw the piles of male scorpion corpses, he was greatly shocked. Zichen smiled. As long as we find a way, the desert of death isn't scary at all. Nodding, Old Man Schenker didn't ask for details. Instead, he said, I've brought all the things you wanted. You brought the storage bag too? Zichen looked at the old man. After the two of them had haggled over the price of the pouch of holding last time, Zichen had become the payment for informing the outsiders in advance of the siege. As for this pouch of holding, it was clearly on credit. Consider it cheap. It's 10 meters wide. It's one of my few private stashes. Old Man Schenker handed the storage bag to Zichen. Zichen opened it and saw the many weapons. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Why are there so many weapons? Don't you think you have too few people? Moreover, a new group of people will arrive soon. You will be responsible for their safety. Old Man Schenker said, If I'm in charge, how would I know where they're coming from? Old Schenker pointed to the depths. Zichen said unhappily, Do you want me to run into the depths of the desert every day? I don't have that much free time. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. In any case, once a batch dies, another batch will appear soon. It doesn't matter. The Imperial Sky region doesn't have many things, but it has a lot of people. The old man didn't seem to mind. After rummaging through the storage pouch, Zichen stretched out his hand and said, Where's the map? Give it to me. Kid, this is the crystallization of the wisdom of several generations. Its value is immeasurable. Old Man Schenker reluctantly took out a glowing book from his bosom with a pained look on his face. Don't worry. I promise you that I won't let you suffer a loss. These can be considered as the initial investment. Zichen snatched the money away without hesitation. The transaction was over. Of course, Zichen was once again in debt. After the transaction, the old man had no intention of leaving. Zichen didn't chase him away either. Instead, he pointed to the male scorpion corpses in the distance and said, Just in time. Help me count them. Old Man Schenker didn't refuse. Soon, he helped Zichen count a pile of male scorpion corpses. There were a total of 500 of them. I'm sure it's 500. You can't miss anyone else's, Zichen said again. The old man said solemnly, Old Man Schenker is a man of integrity. He doesn't cheat anyone. Zichen rolled his eyes and put away the pile of male scorpion corpses. Then, he threw out 8 mid-stage fragments and put down 200 spirit crystals. Kid, what's the meaning of this? The old man was puzzled. The starting price is 5,000 spirit crystals, Zichen said without turning his head. At the same time, he was counting the number of male scorpion corpses. 5,000 spirit crystals. These little things are worth 600 spirit crystals each. Hey, these are law chips. There's only one law in them. After the old man took out one and checked it, his eyes immediately widened. He said in disbelief, These things are condensed by you, and it's only 600 spirit crystals each? Glancing at the old man, Zichen knew what the other party was planning. He said directly, Special times require special treatment. 600 spirit crystals is just the cost price. If you want them, you have to pay 1,000. The old man put down the mid-stage law chip with some disappointment and said, 1,000 isn't expensive. Unfortunately, this thing isn't of much use now. There's no 7th-stage law chip over there. Zichen smiled coldly and threw another law chip to the old man. He said, This thing is 100,000 spirit crystals each. The old man subconsciously caught it. After sensing it again, His eyes immediately lit up. He asked, 8th stage law chips. How many of these do you have? Only 3. I've only killed 8 8th stage foreign race members, Zichun said. Good kid. You're really something. This thing's level is too high. You can't use it now. Give them all to me. I'll buy them all, the old man said excitedly. A total of 300,000 spirit crystals. If you want to trade more, you have to bring me some 8th stage hearts next time. I don't know how to calculate the price. Just give me the lowest price. Okay, an 8th stage foreign race heart is 20,000 spirit crystals each. Next time, I'll bring you 15. No, I'll bring you 50. You can owe me first. The old man's eyes flashed with the light of spirit crystals. One heart could earn 80,000 spirit crystals. This was clearly a way to make money. However, Zichun didn't immediately agree. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, okay, but I can't guarantee that I can provide you with too much. After all, the most important thing for us now is to survive. Survive. The old man looked at Zichun strangely. Who would attack other people's cities in order to survive? Zichun quickly counted the second group of male scorpions and gave them the same amount of spirit crystals. After that, Zichun counted the corpses of the other male scorpions and gave them the corresponding compensation. After that, he walked towards the secluded forest. Old Man Schenker made a gesture to follow him. Zichun immediately waved his hand and said, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The old man stared blankly for a moment. He knew that this was Zichun's secret and could only wait outside. Just like that, Zichun went back and forth several dozen times before he finally brought over 10,000 male scorpions into the secluded forest and had the medicinal cauldron refine them. The weapons that Old Man Schenker brought over this time were all high-quality fine weapons. It could be said that they were only one step away from having special effects attached to them. 2 days later, all 10,000 male scorpions were refined. Following Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Zichun placed 20 fine weapons into the cauldron. Following that, another 5 days of waiting passed. The 20 fine weapons flew out of the cauldron one after another. Immediately after, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, "This batch of weapons is too inferior. The activation rate of the special effects is only 30%. Upon hearing that, Zichun's face lit up with joy. It must be noted that this batch of weapons corresponded to the late 7th Heaven Realm. Their activation rate was as high as 30% for weapons of the same level. Therefore, in the hands of an intermediate 7th Heaven Realm expert, the chances of breaking through armor would be as high as 60% to 70%. Zichun took the 20 weapons that had been enhanced with special effects and walked towards the outside. When he arrived, he discovered that Old Man Schenker had yet to leave. There were 20 more piles of male scorpions on the ground. As for the spirit crystals, they were nowhere to be seen. "Why haven't you left yet?" asked Zichun curiously. "I wanted to see your results. Also, let me remind you that the first batch of people might be arriving soon," said Old Man Schenker. Zichun sent out a beam of energy into the air. It was a communication signal that could only be used within a range of 10 miles. Soon enough, the 20 men returned one after another. After such a long battle, the killing intent surging around them had become even more intense. One of them had even broken through to the late 7th Heaven Realm. When they arrived, they looked at Zichun with eyes full of expectation. Zichun looked at them and said with a smile, "Everyone, I've lived up to your expectations. The armor-piercing weapons have been condensed." Excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Zichun took out 20 weapons from his storage bag. There were both swords and sabers. He placed them on the ground and said, "These weapons are worth 100,000 spirit crystals each. If they suit you, take them. You can pay me back slowly. If not, forget it." 100,000 spirit crystals was not a high price for them. They stepped forward and took out their weapons curiously. Then, they released their spiritual senses to investigate. Then, they all widened their eyes and looked at Zichun in disbelief. Among them, Myosi said in a trembling voice, "Master Zichun, are you sure this weapon only costs 100,000 spirit crystals?" The others also looked at Zichun nervously. Zichun nodded. Judging from everyone's expressions, He knew that they were very satisfied with these weapons. Master, have you seen the special effects? Are you sure? Myosi asked again. She needed to confirm again. For the late stage, it should only have a 30% armor-piercing effect. As for the poisoning effect, it should be less than 15%. If it's for the middle stage, it should be 70% or 80%. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, he heard a scream. Then, Old Man Schenker rushed over like a madman. He snatched the weapon from Wharton's hand and released his spiritual senses to investigate. Then, his hand holding the long saber trembled. It's really double the special effects. How did you do it? Zichun smiled but did not say anything. Obviously, this was a secret. The old man did not ask. Instead, he shouted, 200,000 spirit crystals. Sell it to me for 200,000 spirit crystals. I want all 20 of them. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone looked at him with unkind eyes. The old man suddenly came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. You don't need this thing now. Let's talk about it later. They need this thing the most now. Let's go with the original price. 100,000 spirit crystals for each spirit crystal. Next, you can pay with male scorpions or other things like tree marrow. After Zichun finished speaking, he rushed toward the desert of death. Where are you going? Old Man Schenker asked. What do you think? Zichun replied in annoyance. Old Man Schenker shouted from afar. How about I bring you a group of 8th rank soldiers next time? I'm only at the 7th rank. I can't condense an 8th rank special effect yet. After saying this, Zichun's figure disappeared into the horizon. Everyone already knew how powerful Zichun was. Now that they saw Zichun enter the depths of the desert, they were not worried at all. This guy, how did he do it? In just a few days, he made 20 weapons with special effects, and all of them are double the special effects. Could it be that he's condensing them in batches? After muttering to himself for a while, he realized that no one was paying him any attention. Old Man Schenker felt bored and decided to go back. There were some things that couldn't be rushed. This book came from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.